Chapter 160. From Li Yi's actions, Yao Chong knew that Li Yi was worried that something would happen to his horses. Therefore, he took his pulse and felt his neck for a heartbeat. Yao Chong knew that even if his family suddenly met with a disaster and collapsed at this moment, Li Yi would be able to save him. In terms of medical skills, there was no need to say much. He could easily cure a fatal intestinal blockage. Didn't you see how relaxed Empress Wang was? She was afraid of anything. She was pregnant. Don't think that I don't know. When you stopped me from appointing a crown prince, I found out about it. Perhaps it was only by Li Yi's side that he was not worried. He was a godly doctor with heaven-defying medical skills. However, not all doctors had medical ethics. Now that he was being taken care of, he felt that it was quite good. Don't think too much. The problem was discovered in the morning. It hasn't even been 12 hours. Unless you eat too much drunken horse grass, you can last for a day or two. Li Yi continued to comfort him. However, he loosened his hand and his pulse began to calm down. This meant that the old man's mood was not fluctuating too much. His heart was beating fast just now because he was running. Li Yi sat back down and drank a bowl of soup. He did not plan to eat too much tonight. With Owner Li's words, this old man's heart is mostly at ease. I heard that Owner Li is looking for an official position in the capital's government. I am quite familiar with him. My uncle doesn't want it again. Empress Wang interrupted Yao Chong's words and puffed her cheeks. Yes, he doesn't want it. Li Longji agreed. He realized that there were too many things in Zhuangzi. Brother Yi was trying his best to straighten them out. He was too busy. Li Yi picked up a braised fish bladder and placed it on Yao Chong's plate. You can stay here tonight. If you feel unwell, you can ask the temporary nurse. Li Dongzhu, you want to arrange for me to stay in the inpatient building? Yao Chong reacted. There's no one to take care of other places at all times. Li Yi thought so as well. If something happened, at least someone would know and call him. No, I'm not sick. I won't go. Yao Chong refused. Who would want to stay in the hospital? Li Chengqi picked up a piece of fish head meat for Yao Chong. Old man, you are so unreasonable. My brother Yi is worried about you, but you don't listen to him. Yao Chong glared at Li Chengqi. King Song, this prime minister will remember you. Can't I stay in the courtyard that I used to live in? It's still heated. In the end, it was Li Longji who could not stand it anymore. Brother Yi, please take a look at this old man again. He is probably worried that he will get sick after entering that building. That's impossible. If there's no infectious disease, how could I not know? The inpatient building is the closest to my courtyard. I'll sleep in my clothes tonight. Li Yi made his decision. He was most afraid that someone would die of illness in Zhuangzi. It was just sleeping in his clothes. When he was a resident doctor, it was a common practice. I'll stay there. Yao Chong did not want to waste his breath. It did not matter where he stayed. Li Yi thought for a while and said to Yao Chong, Old man, the horse breeder should know about the common drunken horse grass. Is that so? Yao Chong asked. At least I know, but at this time, Li Yi remembered. In the Tang dynasty, people in the Tang dynasty could be cursed when they fell sick. It was obviously unrealistic to expect the horse to know the situation by eating something. If you want to check the chopped grass, bring it to me. Let me take a look. I'll try not to make any inferences, although it's very suspicious that dozens of horses are sick at the same time. Li Yi still tried to comfort him, because he was sure that someone had deliberately poisoned him. The key was that no one would be able to tell if the grass was mixed in the chopped grass. Not to mention the current Tang dynasty, if it was in his own world, would anyone be able to tell that the grass in the chopped grass was drunken horse grass? The difference was that once he found something wrong with the horse, he would immediately check it and find out what was wrong with it. Then he would treat it. With the medical technology at that time, it was not easy for a horse to die even if it wanted to. This tofu seems different. The horse did not belong to Yao Chong. He ran over to ask, and Li Yi told him the method and said that it was fine. So he was not worried anymore. Why did tofu have two different textures? Old man, let me tell you. This is marinated tofu. Li Chengqi applied what he had just learned and explained to Yao Chong what soy products were all about. Hearing this, Yao Chong was stunned. Li Chengqi was satisfied and in a good mood. He used his knowledge to crush Yao Chong. Yao Chong was not stupid. He could feel the deep malice from King Song. Bad. King Song, you weren't like this in the past. Ever since you stayed with Li Yi for a long time, Yao Chong thought. Then he looked at Li Yi and felt short of breath. Li Yi had an innocent look on his face, especially his eyes. He did not look like a bad person. Uncle, what are you thinking about? I look at your eyes as though I'm looking at stars. Empress Wang asked as she picked a monkey head mushroom and would ear to eat. Seeing Li Yi standing there motionlessly, she stared at him with a deep gaze. Oh, sister-in-law, I'm wondering if I should use drunken horse grass to attack the Tubo and Turkic Khaganate. I can move some harmful grass seeds over to them. Or I can use crops to breed insects. It will target yaks, sheep, and the basic survival of humans. It will be effective, but it will kill too many people. As Li Yi spoke, he frowned. If drunken horse grass targeted horses, then other things would be the same as well. However, he could not make up his mind. Li Longji looked at Li Yi and asked Brother Yi, do you want to kill too many people? Yes, killing people is not the goal. The goal is to turn the enemy into one's own people. With so many deaths, it will be difficult to manage them in the future. Li Yi always believed that people should have a bottom line. Otherwise, they would go further and further. Furthermore, the people of Tubo and Turkic Khaganate to the local environment. If people from other places wanted to migrate there, they would first have to deal with altitude sickness. The Silk Road sounded beautiful, but in reality it was a road paved with corpses. Driven by money, countless people stayed on the road. Brother Yi, are you afraid of being punished by the heavens? Just like how Zhou Yu didn't live for long after burning Red Cliff? Li Longji asked. The official history said that Zhou Yu burned Red Cliff, but not long after Zhou Yu died. Some people thought that he killed too many people. It was similar to Zhuge Liang in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. No, I just feel that there is a better way to solve the problem. Using plants and insects that restrain each other is a type of biological warfare. Harming others and oneself. Drawing the bow is strong, using the arrow is long. Shoot the horse before shooting the man. Capture the leader before capturing the bandits. There is a limit to killing people. Countries have their own borders. If a coward can control an invasion, how can he kill more? Li Yi casually copied a poem and said it naturally. Good poem, this should be the way to go on the battlefield. Yao Chong was the first to shout out. Li Yi glanced at him. On the battlefield, the main thing is to kill the enemy's strength. Only then can we divide and encircle and destroy the enemy's will to fight. Yao Chong was refuted. Just as he was about to refute, he suddenly remembered that the winged knights were trained by this person. He understood war, and not from the general direction of whether to fight or not. He was the kind of person who personally led the troops to fight. Li Dongzhu, are you saying that someone wants to harm me so they use the drunken horse grass? Yao Chong asked. He looked at Li Longji. What kind of person wanted to fight with His Majesty? They knew that the winged knights needed good horses, but they still secretly played dirty. Li Longji didn't say anything, but his eyes narrowed. He glanced at Li Yi, and a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 161. Maybe someone put it in by accident. Li Yi didn't feel the need to help others solve the case. Li Longji didn't need to think at all to know that someone must have done something bad. Let's wait and see who committed suicide or was killed by someone. Brother Yi, the poem you just copied is not bad. Li Longji didn't want the happy atmosphere to be affected. Horses can be found again. As long as Li Yi is here, it will be much safer. It's not bad, Yao Chong said. Li Yi secretly curled his lips. The person who wrote this poem had written a lot of frontier poems. But during the most critical time of the Enlushan rebellion, he resigned and ran away. At that time he was a military officer such as the Minister of Organization, the Director of Education, and the Director of Cultural Affairs. He felt that something was corrupt, so he threw away the official position that could pacify the people. During the Enlushan rebellion, Zhang Sun was a civil official who had passed the imperial examination. In Suiyang, he led more than 7,000 soldiers to face nearly 200,000 rebels, and fought a battle that was passed down through the ages, the Battle of Suiyang. In the end, he was captured and killed, but he bought enough time for the Tang dynasty to mobilize troops. I won't copy your poem next time. It makes me angry when I think about it. Li Yi secretly criticized Du Fu, who was only 3 years old this year. If you want to copy from Li Bai. Li Bai is 14 years old this year, right? Li Yi thought and suddenly laughed. Brother Yi, why are you laughing? Li Chengqi was reciting the poem just now. Hearing the laughter, he asked. Li Yi naturally couldn't tell him about Du Fu and Li Bai. One of them was still young, and the other was looking for ways to become famous at home. So he said, I thought of a way that will benefit the people. Benefit the people again? Li Longji was interested. Soybean curls. Li Yi said. What is it? Yao Chong asked. Medicine, Li Yi answered. But it's also a dish. There's some in the cafeteria, but I forgot to pass it out. Li Yi said as he got up to pick up some bean sprouts and stir-fried shredded tofu. When he came back, he said, bean sprouts, it just so happens that there's coal burning in Chong and now it's warm in the house. Let's make bean sprouts together. Cooking. Empress Wang had eaten bean sprouts before, but she didn't know how they were grown. Many soybeans are used for oil extraction. Using mung beans and adzuki beans, a very small bean can grow such a long bean sprout. Isn't it very cost-effective? Li Yi explained it in the most simple way. Look, the sprouts of 100 or so beans could fill a plate. Yes. Li Qingqi often came here to eat, so he knew it was bean sprouts. The texture was not bad. If you can't eat vegetables in winter, it's easy to get sick. Bean sprouts can be used to supplement some of the body's needs. Li Yi said. Is it really good to use? Yao Chong only knew how to eat. He had never grown bean sprouts in his family before. Moreover, he used black soybeans as medicine. Every family can make it. If you eat it to supplement your vitamins, you won't get a bad mouth easily. Li Yi wiped his sweat and said. He suddenly thought of the matter of bean sprouts. Beans were eaten as staple food, while mung beans could be made into starch jelly. Uncle, write down the prescription and see if it's difficult. Empress Wang decided. Li Yi laughed. The matter of Li Bai was over. That night, Yao Chong was arranged to stay in the inpatient building. In the middle of the night, someone came in from outside to look for Li Longji. He handed a piece of paper to Li Longji and left. Li Longji lit up the methane lamp in the house with a lighter and looked at it. He shook his head and said he ran away. Humph! It's impolite not to reciprocate. I have to speed up my smuggling. On the paper, it was recorded that the Tubo spies had planted drunken horse grass. The Tubo people were good at raising horses, and the Turks were good at raising horses. Therefore, there were many rich people in Chang'an. If they wanted to raise horses, they would look for the Tubo and Turks who had lived in Chang and for a long time. If the horses were taken care of in the stable, there would naturally be Tubo people who trusted them. The news of the 3,000 winged knights had spread. It was said that they were very powerful. Therefore, Your Majesty, are you going to search the whole city for the Tubo people? Empress Wang woke up and went forward to read the content. No. Li Longji thought for a while and shook his head. Some Tubo and Turks in Chang and already thought of themselves as people of the Tang dynasty. If it was because of a few spies and a whole city search, it would naturally disturb people's hearts. Empress Wang pointed to the following content and said, Yu Huaid wants to cooperate with other businessmen who come to Tubo to exchange soap and toilet water from Uncle? Yes, if it works, the profit will be huge. Business tax, business tax. Li Longji knew the profits of smuggling. Using tea leaves was already good enough. If it was soap and toilet water, the Tubo people would definitely rush to get it. Should we stop it? Empress Wang was also distressed about the money. Her family had to use the government to smuggle, and so did the people. They were competing for profits. I'll ask Brother Yi tomorrow morning. Li Longji was hesitant and naturally threw the question to Li Yi. If he couldn't solve the internal affairs, he would ask Li Yi. If he wanted to solve the external affairs, he would also ask Li Yi. Since it didn't cost him money, it would be a waste not to ask. So the next morning when Empress Wang was drinking milk, eating cake and fried eggs with sugar, Li Longji asked Li Yi, who was eating shumai and mutton soup, Brother Yi and Yu Huaid are doing business at the Tubo border. Yes, the imperial court hasn't made any moves. Since shopkeeper Yu is familiar with the area, I'll split the money with them. Li Yi didn't hide anything. What's there to be afraid of smuggling? I've already told my eldest brother and third brother. But there's a lot of money that the imperial court can't get their hands on. The business tax is very troublesome. The profits involved are too big. Li Longji expressed his intention. Smuggling was wrong and it made so much money. How could His Majesty be comfortable? Third brother, you're talking about this? That's easy. If His Majesty wants money, he can send the winged knights to protect him. A team of 100 to 200 people. They will take turns to go out. If there are bandits on the road, they will deal with them. The caravan will pay half of the profits as protection fee. When the time comes, I will split the remaining half with the caravan. I don't think it's too little. I believe the merchants will happily agree. Li Yi casually came up with a solution. During the Age of Discovery, the European countries all had privateering permits. After paying a portion of the money, they were allowed to go out and rob other countries' ships. The navies of the countries also followed suit. The Spanish Invincible Fleet was destroyed by a large group of British pirates. I heard that along the way they will give some money to other people. If His Majesty gives the order, we can save more money. Li Longji knew how greedy the officials below him were. He wanted to cut off the officials' income. Li Yi waved his hand. No, the journey is long. They don't dare to go against the imperial court openly. If they do something in the dark, it will spoil our plans. Li Yi knew how to bribe people the best. How could he not give them money? Just because he knew the people above him, he dared not to give money to the people below him. Just wait, there will be endless trouble. But it's possible. The officials will order the local governments to not embezzle the money of the merchants. Then the caravan will return what they have. If His Majesty wants to punish people one day, he will naturally have an excuse. A lot of money can be confiscated. At the same time, with the order, the officials will benefit and will definitely take care of the caravan. Li Yi continued. He was very calm, as if he was talking about an ordinary matter. Yao Chong, who came to eat with them, stopped biting on the bun. When he looked at Li Yi, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. This young man, when he talked about the plan to cut off the family, did he not have the slightest bit of fear? Chapter 162. Yao Chong really wanted to ask Li Yi, does your conscience not hurt? Where did your kindness, your innocence, and your tenderness go? Ha ha ha. Li Chengqi, who was also drinking mutton soup, laughed out loud. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it. If Brother Yi didn't have the ability, it would be worrying. He was afraid that one day he would be eaten up by others. Li Longji nodded, that's good. I'll think of a way to send a message to Her Majesty. Then old man I'll also join in. Yao Chong expressed his stance and pretended to show Li Yi. Li didn't care, go ahead and spread the news. Whoever spread the news will die. You just had to join in. Moreover, it seems like you have some contact with my eldest brother and third brother. Otherwise, why would my eldest brother always be at odds with you? Do you think I'm blind? After the big event, Li Longji and Empress Wang's half-day vacation was very comfortable. After checking on the children, they left with their things. Li Yi sent them off and went to teach the 42 students. Previously, he talked about algebra. Now, he had to add physics and chemistry, which were all middle school content. He had already prepared some teaching materials for the students to experiment with. The 42 students no longer felt that Dongzhu's content was simple. One was mathematics and the other was calculation. When he found a new door, he knocked his head against the door frame, causing his head to bruise. They had to do dozens of difficult questions every day. The next day, when they learned new content, the questions would still become more difficult. However, they now obeyed Li Yi's words. Brother Li was simply a peerless scholar. Was this something that humans should learn? If they learned this and went to take the mathematics exam, would they be able to pull down the examiner? You're not worthy of being an examiner. Come, let's compete. The 220 new students looked at them enviously. They were not qualified to learn from them. They knew that after the 42 seniors finished learning, the seniors would teach them. Ziwu, are you going to learn how to ride a horse or practice archery? The student who was cleaning up the cowsheet asked the person next to him. Of course, it's the bow and arrow. The horse is bathing. After bathing, the horse is willing to rest for a while. It won't be happy if you ride it. Ziwu explained the situation at the stable. In addition to working, the students who came later had to learn to ride a horse, shoot an arrow, wield a shield, wield a sword, and wield a spear. Zhuangzi's guards taught him survival skills on the battlefield. Other than that, He also had to recognize all kinds of seeds. Then he would help make tofu, peel the dried tofu, pick the tofu, feed the livestock and poultry, and check if the eggs were fertilized under the sun. In addition, he learned how to twist hemp rope, weave gunny sacks, and make bamboo baskets and earthen baskets for youtiao sticks. He only needed to learn these and did not need to weave many of them. He had to wash his own clothes, underwear and socks every day. The rest of the time was spent on studying and taking turns to go to the Zhang family's village to teach the children. If it weren't for the warm house, meat dishes for every meal, pens, ink, paper, bright methane lamps, and other free things, they wouldn't have agreed. Other people didn't have to work when they lived in the temple. They ate 2 meals a day and discussed knowledge with the monks. It's done. Let's take a break and practice archery. I wonder if there are any new dishes at noon today. The student who cleaned the cowshed looked at the clean cowshed and said with a sense of accomplishment. Ziwu swallowed his saliva and said, "Yes, there are new dishes every day. We can even eat vegetables in the greenhouse. The people in the temple will regret it. But we learn too many things every day. They even came to check our own house. We can't mess it up. They say that it's not good to march to war. Why should I march to war?" The student who spoke just now complained. He didn't want to clean his own house. There were 4 people in a house and they shared a methane lamp at night. The 42 students each had a house and were treated differently. Ziwu laughed and said, "Exine he, do you think it's useless to learn these things? Li Dongzhu knows more than us. He's in charge of the big Shuangzi. Can you do it?" The person who was called Exine, he thought for a while and shook his head. "No, I don't know how to manage it. I'll leave it to the steward. Then you'll be bullied. The villagers know the steward but not you. You can't ignore the steward's words." Did Owner Li get bullied? Ziwu asked the question that had been on his mind all this time. The young Dongzhu didn't seem to do anything all day. He smiled when he saw people. The unhappy things disappeared when they saw him. Songda was in charge of the whole Zhuangzi. He was busy and had great power, but he was respectful to the young Dongzhu. No villagers were beaten. The villagers worked hard and learned how to read and write when they were resting. The children in the village were happy when they saw Dongzhu. How did he do it? Exine, he sighed. No, I don't understand. Not to mention the villagers, who would dare to provoke Li Yi? He seems to know everything we learn. That's right. This manner can do without anyone else, but it can't do without him. With him around, the villagers and I can be at ease. Isn't that what we learn? If we know how to plant seeds, we won't be bullied. If we know how to raise livestock, we won't be bullied. If we know how to weave bamboo and hemp, we won't be bullied. What Brother Li taught us is the way of managing a village. If we don't manage a village, how can we manage a place? If we don't manage a place, how can we manage a country? If we come to manage a place and encounter a war, at least we know how to use weapons and equestrian skills. We know how to arrange a military camp. If we organize the villagers, even if we don't attack, we'll still have the strength to fight. We won't be in chaos. Ziwu finally understood what he was talking about. What were they learning? Exine, he also suddenly realized. He's raising soldiers for the country? What a big ambition. We're working hard for the imperial exams, but Exine, he couldn't finish his sentence. He felt that the gap was too big. That's true. With Li Yi's reputation and talent, if he wants to take the exam, he'll definitely be first. Who would dare to stop him? However, he doesn't care. Ziwu's mood was bad again. Compared to others, what he wanted seemed meaningless. Li Longji returned to the palace and looked for Gao Lisher. Send someone to tell Yu Huai that the winged knights will escort and transport 100 horses. They'll provide food and fodder, and then they'll split the profits in half. Li Longji added a little more. Food and fodder, 100 horses would be 300 horses. Each person would have 3 horses. He knew how profitable large-scale smuggling was. Moreover, it was Brother Yi's soap and toilet water. What did you merchants need so much money for? Gao Lisher responded and turned to find someone. He couldn't meet Yu Huai in person. Yu Huai and the other merchants weren't qualified. Zhang Shua was listening in the hall. Yesterday, Yao Chong ran away and didn't come back this morning, so he took care of some things. In the past, he didn't dare because he knew he would be punished. Now he was bold. You're not here, and I'm the Prime Minister. I'll take care of it. What's wrong? Your Majesty, there's a lot of money left on Chang'an's side. The Minister of Revenue Zhong Xiaojing made a statement this morning saying that the money in Chang'an County should be transferred to the Ministry of Revenue. When Zhang Shua talked about official business, the Minister of Revenue Zhong Xiaojing was anxious when he saw that Pei Yaoqing had so much money that he couldn't spend it all. In fact, he and Zhong Xiaojing were in the same boat. They both didn't get along with Yao Chong and were about to be punished. Of course, Zhang Shua didn't know that in history, Zhong Xiaojing was beaten down by Yao Chong and was sent to Wenzhou to be a small minister. He didn't come back until the 15th year of Kaiyuan. Now it was fine because Yao Chong's position wasn't so important. Li Yi was by the Ba River. Tell him to take care of Pei Yaoqing himself. Li Longji didn't agree. Pei Yaoqing didn't have it easy. He even went to Zhuangzi to ask for advice. You Zhong Xiaojing want to make money? I know. Your Majesty, where's Yuanji? Zhang Shua didn't find Yao Chong and was puzzled. He went to find Pei Yaoqing to talk about the raw bean sprouts. Li Longji didn't hide it. Oh, Zhang Shua understood. He went to Li yesterday to get a good idea. After 2 days he would go. Chapter 163. Huanji, why are you here alone? Yao Chong came to find Pei Yaoqing with the method of growing mung bean sprouts and red bean sprouts. When Pei Yaoqing tried a case, if it wasn't a big one, he wouldn't be in charge. He was just like the secretary of the municipal party committee in the capital city. Although his position was small, it wasn't small. However, if it was big, there were a lot of bigger people above him. Of course, his rank wasn't as high as the municipal party committee. At this moment, Pei Yaoqing was sitting in the yamen. He didn't sit at the top but was chatting with an old man. There were only 2 people in the entire hall. There were no documents and no bailiffs. The old man sat at the side, drinking tea brewed from the tea leaves he got from Li Yi and blabbered on. Pei Yaoqing listened patiently. Anyway, there wasn't much to do. The old man didn't come to complain. He just strolled over and saw the county magistrate at the door. After greeting him, he was invited in by Pei Yaoqing to talk in the hall. Otherwise, it would be strange to be alone. Yao Chong came over and saw this scene. Prime Minister Yao is here. They all went to get business. Old man, the Prime Minister came to talk to me. Let's talk another day. Pei Yaoqing said to the old man. Okay, I didn't know before. The Ming residence is so good. This year the family can save money. It's just that the 2 children can't work. Let's wait for them to grow up. The old man said to Pei Yaoqing. He looked up at Yao Chong. The Prime Minister seemed to be about the same age as him. He was quite amiable. As he spoke, he got up and cupped his fist to Yao Chong and was about to leave. Old man, wait. Yao Chong stopped him. Prime Minister Yao. Pei Yaoqing thought that Yao Chong was going to make things difficult for him. This wouldn't do. No matter how small his position was, he had to protect him. I came back from Li Yi's place. I have a good idea to benefit the people. Just now, this old man said that he has children at home. It's feasible. Yao Chong explained. In the past, he didn't care if the old man was old or not. Now that he was in contact with Li Yi, he was much calmer. Old man, sit down. I'll make tea for Prime Minister Yao. There's good news. Pei Yaoqing said to the old man. Good news? All right, I'll stay a little longer. I don't dare to listen to the secrets of the imperial court. The old man stood there without sitting down. Pei Yaoqing filled the teacup with tea leaves, added some boiling water, and brought it over. Yao Chong looked at the teacup and said, when I drink this tea, I have to ask the emperor for it. You can go and get it directly with your official status. Prime Minister Yao, don't slander me. Being able to get the tea leaves has nothing to do with my position. The deputy county magistrate can't get it. Li Yi won't give it to me. Pei Yaoqing argued. Get an official position? What kind of joke was that? That was robbery. If Li Yi didn't use your Chong and to calm the people, would he give you anything? Yao Chong didn't hold back at all. The old man was dumbfounded. You guys, the 2 of you listen to my advice, don't fight. The old man was anxious, mainly because he was afraid that the young Pei Yaoqing would beat up the old Prime Minister. How would I dare to be disrespectful to Prime Minister Yao? Prime Minister Yao came over and said that he had something good. Pei Yaoqing smiled. When you get back, give me half a kilo. Yao Chong first mentioned that he wanted the tea leaves. If not, why would he say such things? As long as Prime Minister Yao likes it. Pei Yaoqing agreed. Yesterday Li Yi asked me to grow bean sprouts. He said that it was recorded in some medical books. Bean sprouts made from black beans can cure illnesses. Green beans and red beans will do too. Yao Chong said as he took out a book from his sleeves and handed it to Pei Yaoqing. Pei Yaoqing received it with both hands and flipped through it. There weren't many words in total, and he finished reading it very quickly. It can reduce the chances of catching a cold. Oh, typhoid. It can also cure mouth rot. Stir-frying and blanching can still be used as a source of food. Pei Yaoqing concluded. What's the use of eating bean sprouts? He turned around and said to the old man, let me tell you how to use green beans and red beans to grow bean sprouts. This can be sold and you can also eat it yourself. Minister Ming, please tell me. I can remember. The old man couldn't read and could only listen. Soak the beans in water and then pour the water out. Place them in a warm place and cover them with a cloth. When they sprout, don't cover them with the cloth. Pei Yaoqing translated and Li Yi wrote down. 1 liter of beans. Place them in a wooden trough. The trough is about 1 inch high and 2 feet wide. Soak them in warm water for half a day. Filter them and cover them with silk. Place them in a warm place. After a day, soak them in water. If this were to be told to the old man, Pei Yaoqing was afraid that he would be beaten. As he finished, he complained, Li Yi is writing like this? Isn't it beneficial to the people? If you want it to be recorded, just let him write it. If he's just a craftsman, he would naturally be the one to dictate it. Others would record it down and then organize it. But he's not. Yao Chong replied. To be recorded, it would be written in a book. The style of writing would naturally be different. Everyone was unwilling to find another craftsman, and thus asked Li Yi to write it. Anyway, he could write whatever he wanted. So that's how it is. Li Yi is indeed a scholar, farmer, businessman. Pei Yaoqing understood. Spread it out and let the people of Chong and use it. Later. Eat with me at Heavenly World. I have a card. Yao Chong didn't want to go back to the political affairs hall immediately. He could guess. In the past, he was in charge of everything. Now Zhang Shuo and Lu Huaishan had grown up. Why should he go back? Everything was handled by the two of them. Well, do you want to go to the revolving restaurant? I don't know if there will be anyone there today. Pei Yaoqing agreed. He also had a card, but he had never been to the revolving restaurant. He couldn't get a seat. Using his official position to snatch it? It was absolutely courting death. Instead of snatching a seat at Heavenly World, it was better to go directly to His Majesty and ask His Majesty to treat him to a meal. At least even if His Majesty didn't agree, his life wouldn't be in danger. Let's go to the second floor for hot pot and barbecue. Let's go together. Yao Chong invited the old man. The old man shook his head. I can't go. I'm going back now to ask 2 half-grown children to give birth to bean sprouts. I'll remember. Yao Chong thought for a moment. Don't worry. Give birth to bean sprouts. If you can't sell them or can't get a good price, look for Pei Yaoqing. He'll buy them. At least it'll be the price of beans. Yao Chong sold Pei Yaoqing. As for what Pei Yaoqing would do if he bought the bean sprouts, he would ask Li Yi. The old man left satisfied. He had a guarantee. He went home to get beans to give birth to bean sprouts. If that didn't work, he would come to the county magistrate. The Prime Minister said so. Pei Yaoqing shouted. The people who were handling documents in the other offices of the Yamen came over gloomily to help look after the lobby. He also wanted to pull in investors, but there were too many things to do. He had to stay behind. He brought the documents over and looked at them while handling them. Pei Yaoqing followed Yao Chong to Heavenly World for a meal. There were few people, but the revolving restaurant was revolving. This meant that there were people. There aren't many people today. Yao Chong said to Lu Wan, who came to greet him. Lu Wan smiled. Today, right now, the time is right. It was 10 in the morning. Of course there were fewer people. Luckily, I didn't eat too much this morning. Yao Chong rejoiced. Me too. Pei Yaoqing followed. The two of them chose a seat on the neighboring street and pushed open the window. Lu Wan asked someone to bring a glass frame and put it 1/3 of the way below the window. The top was covered with cloth. Sitting there like this, they had a view of the outside world. This was Yao Chong's treatment. Utensils and condiments, as well as charcoal, a pot and a grate were placed on top. The hot chicken soup was poured directly into the pot. It was ready to be boiled. The small boat carrying the ingredients floated in the water. The two of them didn't go to get it. They looked out at the street. There was news from the Ministry of Revenue 2 days ago that Kuda wanted to find your county magistrate's money. Yao Chong said to Pei Yaoqing. Kuda was Zhong Xiaojing's courtesy name. When Li Longji killed Empress Wei, he personally led 200 households of slaves to charge in. He made a great contribution to Li Longji. Then when Li Longji became the emperor, he became the Minister of Revenue, Crown Prince Zhan Shi. Yao Chong was particularly disgusted with him. Now that he told Pei Yaoqing about it, his meaning was, hurry up and think of a way to get him down. Pei Yaoqing frowned. He knew that Zhong Xiaojing wasn't a good person. The people especially didn't like him. But get him down? How? Find Li Yi. Chapter 164. Pei Yaoqing thought for a while and said directly, you can't touch him? It's still possible in the past, but now. Huanji doesn't know. Yao Chong didn't hide it either. I'm telling you, I don't have so much power now. You know why? I'll go out in the afternoon. Pei Yaoqing agreed. He didn't want to give the money away. Why should he give it to the Ministry of Revenue? It's not easy to get all the officials in our county. Huanji, boil the vegetables. Yao Chong had achieved his goal and asked Pei Yaoqing to take the boat. The boat sailed on Pei Yaoqing's side. Pei Yaoqing took a look and picked up a bean sprout on the boat. This is what the people in Chong and grow in the future. It's a vegetable, Yao Chong said. He admitted that Li Yi was definitely beneficial to the people. The premise was to help the people. If it was an official like him, it would probably be the Prime Minister's magnanimity and virtue. But he couldn't touch him. How could Empress Wang have a child in her belly? Of course it was him who gave the medicine. Since His Majesty ascended the throne, it was needless to say how much pressure he was under. There was no empress, but now there was. Looking at the empress's happy appearance and His Majesty's accommodating attitude, he knew it was a boy. As for how he knew young Dongzhu was here, and his medical skills, Pei Yaoqing took another plate of mutton and said, after a few days the cabbage and radish will be finished. There will be bean sprouts, which can last until the beginning of spring. Indeed, people used to eat wild vegetables to allay their hunger. With the soybean oil, the consumption of grain in the people's home is small. Wild vegetables can also be fried, eaten raw, blanched and dipped in sauce. Yao Chong once again recognized that young Dongzhu should not appear in the world. There were countless living people. Eat first, don't waste. The price of the buffet is fixed. If you don't eat, you will be punished. I don't even dare to order Chang'an. Pei Yaoqing took 6 plates of dishes. Each plate was not much. There were only those on the boat. Yao Chong didn't say anything, because this heavenly earth belonged to Her Majesty. If she couldn't finish the food, she would throw it away, and the price would remain the same. If any minister threw away a pile of food every day, as long as there was an impeachment, they would at least have to submit a letter of apology. Young Dongzhu's Zhuangzi canteen would give some menus a separate sign. What's left in the morning will be thrown away at night. What's left at noon will be thrown away tomorrow morning. And what's left at night will be thrown away tomorrow afternoon. Then, the food was divided among the farmers, but they were reluctant to throw it away. Pei Yaoqing boiled a piece of mutton and dipped it in the sauce. He turned his head to look at the pedestrians on the street below and said, at this time last year, there were beggars on the opposite side. This is the East Market. Why are we going to the opposite side? Yao Chong really didn't know. Because the food they are begging for is leftover food from the customers of the shops along the street in the Eastern Market. If they come to the front of the shop and disturb the business of the shop will not give it to them. Shang Yifang was opposite. If someone wanted to recruit workers, they would go there to look for them. That's why the Eastern Market is willing to give away leftover food. Last year I was incompetent. Pei Yaoqing's eyes reddened as he spoke. Last winter many people starved and froze to death, but he couldn't do anything. Today there wasn't a single beggar at Shang Yifang. Instead, there were people standing there looking up at heaven and earth with envy. You don't have to worry about that. If you're envious, then so be it. You just don't have the money to come up here to eat. It's not like you can't eat food from other places. Yao Chong also didn't want to see people freeze and starve to death, so he looked down. Next year, if the ice lanterns don't work, I will ask Li Yi for a solution. Yao Chong promised. He didn't think it was shameful to ask for a solution. Did the Prime Minister have to know everything? Knowing people and using them well was enough. In fact, he had thought it through. Otherwise, what could he do? He really couldn't do it. Are there many cases? Yao Chong saw that no one was begging, so he asked about the cases. Not many. I'm busy making money. If there's work to do, why steal and rob others? Most of the cases are about neighbors invading or things between men and women. There are victims and defendants. It's easy to catch them and not difficult to interrogate them. The worst cases are robbery and theft. It takes a lot of effort to find people, and many of them can't be found. Last year, many people died. They were strangled to death, killed with knives and beaten to the head with sticks. Some people saw them and said what they looked like. Several people saw them at the same time but said different things. Pei Yaoqing talked about last year's murder case. It was mainly robbery. If there was no money, they directly killed people and took their belongings. As for conflicts and vendettas, it didn't matter. If you could find people, your family would be there if you ran away. Now it was a matter of whose chicken was suspected to have been eaten by the neighbor, whose woman was doing it with another man, whose man was doing it with another woman, whose man was doing it with another man, whose woman was doing it with another woman. The last two didn't matter. No one committed crimes because of laziness? Yao Chong asked the key point. There are helpers. Pei Yaoqing told Yao Chong. Helpers were paid to work. They would do any kind of work. Some even helped break people's legs. In fact, it was the underworld. Some were organized and some were scattered. Pyongkong Square had the most. They could find people at any time. They work. Yao Chong didn't understand for a moment. No, they help recruit people. If they hire someone to work, they will be paid. If that person is sneaky, they can find the helpers who introduced them. The helpers will persuade that person. Pei Yaoqing revealed the darkest side of Chang'an. He didn't know much about Chang, and because he didn't know much about it, now he used these people to deal with Chang and secret matters. He would give them money. Sometimes they were even more useful than Yamen runners. Didn't the Yamen runners get paid for their work? In Pyongkong Square there were big families, but there were also people with poor lives. They were recruited through various means. Some were even groomed as young girls. There were also people who had many children and lived a poor life. They sold themselves or were sold by their parents. For example, Gao Lishur and Yang Situ were from big families. When their families were wiped out, they were too young to be killed. They were cut off and sent to the palace. There were also people who were sold to the palace for money to support the rest of the family. They also gave the children who were sold away to survive. Counting carefully, it was already considered a blessing to be able to live and grow up safely. Yao Chong closed his eyes and sighed. He felt helpless. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to do anything either. After sighing, he suddenly opened his eyes. You should go to Li Yi in the afternoon and ask him. Can he handle the secret matters? Pei Yaoqing felt that it was useless. At least he helped you settle the people for this winter. Before this year, did you dare to think that this winter would be like this? Yao Chong glared at Pei Yaoqing. How would he know if he didn't ask? Okay, I'll listen to Prime Minister Yao. Pei Yaoqing decided to go and take a look. He had other things to ask, such as what to do if the Ministry of Revenue wanted to rob them. The two of them relaxed and ate slowly. Guests arrived one after another. Needless to say, the third floor was already fully booked. There would only be seats if Yao Chong went up. Yesterday Li Yi copied a lot of poems. I'll say it. Help spread it to Pyongkong Square. Yao Chong felt that if he didn't spread it, Li Yi wouldn't take the initiative to say it. Unlike the literati in the capital, they would write poems of sympathy for the two ducks, poems of chickens pecking rice, and all kinds of things. They would read it out loud, afraid that people wouldn't vomit. As for Li Yi, he would say it casually without writing it down. It was as if he was just chatting. Yao Chong was very dissatisfied. How could it be like this? Let me tell you. He threw out the 4 poems that Li Yi had copied himself. One was Heavy Snow Crushing the Pine, 2 were Yellow Orioles Commanding the Green Willows, One was last year at the door. One was pulling the bow and pulling the strong. At the same time he also mentioned Brown Rock. So that's the name of the palace maids and eunuchs. Pei Yaoqing understood this time. Chapter 165. All living things are bitter, and their desires disturb them. The sun shines brightly during the day, and the cold moon shines at night. Rich people rarely come from high families, and poor people often come from humble houses. But justice must be done, and the light must be kept. At noon the weather was clear, and a few white clouds could be seen floating in the sky. Pei Yaoqing, who had eaten with Yao Chong, called 2 bailiffs and took a carriage to Zhuangzi, which was near the Ba River. Li Yi, who had finished half a day of classes, left a group of students who were sighing in front of their homework and set up a shed outside the canteen. In the shed, there was a pot made of thin copper, and in the pot was hot chicken soup. There were yam slices skewers, dried tofu skewers, chicken slices skewers, autumn dried vegetable skewers, streaky pork skewers. All kinds of skewers were cooked in the pot, and there was only one pot with chili. The children in Zhuangzi lined up to choose their favorite food and put it on a tray made of bamboo to eat. The sun was full and there was no wind, so it was still very cold outside. Eating the hot skewers and drinking the chicken soup warmed them up. When Pei Yaoqing arrived, he saw the scene of the children occasionally shivering and continuing to eat. "Brother Yi, why don't you let the children in to eat?" Pei Yaoqing was puzzled. Only when it's cold can one feel happy eating hot skewers. When the ice rink opens the day after tomorrow, the ice carts will be free. I want to see what other people want to eat. Li Yi gave a reason. The ice carts were naturally for children to play with. Would the adults feel embarrassed? The adults would use the ice skates, and the ice skates would collect rent. Brother Yi, the village can make money, and there are many businesses. Why do you need to hire people to make a small profit? Pei Yaoqing asked with a heart to learn. The most profitable business is the monopoly of technology, and the lowest cost is the service industry. People can't walk on one leg, and the village needs to adapt to the service model. Li Yi said as he handed a mushroom skewer to the little boy holding the tray. Pei Yaoqing saw the spicy pot and reached out to take a skewer of oil tofu. He ate one and smacked his lips. Spicy is still the best. Brother Pei, have you arranged everything in your residence? Li Yi asked. Why did Pei Yaoqing come? The Minister of Revenue Zhong Xiaojing wants to record the county's wealth. Pei Yaoqing stuck out his tongue and complained. Zhong Xiaojing with big words? Write a beautiful regular script? Li Yi stood there in a daze for a dozen breaths before asking. It's him. Pei Yaoqing looked like a bullied child complaining to his parents. Li Yi gave the 2 children another string of chicken skin and nodded. Yao Chong didn't take him down? Pei Yaoqing glanced at Li Yi and thought, isn't it all because of you? But when the words reached the tip of his tongue, he said, Brother Yi, you've offered a lot of good ideas, and now Prime Minister Yao. Li Yi suddenly realized that his behavior had affected Yao Chong's right to speak. Should I hand it in? Pei Yaoqing was more concerned about his own little treasury. Brother Pei, ask the people of Chong, and to write a petition and present it to Her Majesty. Li Yi didn't say whether to hand it in or not. Instead, he said something that seemed unrelated. Pei Yaoqing's eyes lit up. Brother Yi, you're a genius. I'll write it when I get back. As he spoke, he ate the remaining few tofu puffs and chewed vigorously. The spiciness made the tip of his nose sweat, but he was happy. After taking a few breaths, he took a bunch of spicy cabbage. Brother Yi, if you sell this kind of spicy cabbage in the future, I'll definitely come and support you. It's not for sale. It's for the children today. But you can add more pepper. Although it's not very spicy, it's numbing. Li Yi picked up a bunch of mushrooms. When the children saw that Dongzhu was busy, they reached out and took the mushrooms themselves. The older children even took the mushrooms for the younger children. Another child took the uncooked mushrooms from the side and put them on the side. If you're almost done, go in and eat. Don't expect to be full with this. Li Yi saw that a child wanted to take a bunch of mushrooms and reached out to stop him. The child stuck out his tongue and only took a bunch of mushrooms. Brother Yi, you're better than Zhuangzi. There are fewer disputes. Unlike Chang'an, I'm the county magistrate, but there are many things that I can't control. Do you know that there are people secretly controlling things that can't be exposed? Pei Yaoqing began to ask the next question. The first question was solved easily. Li Yi paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. People are insatiable. When Zhong Xiaojing was young, his family was poor. When he survived, he didn't care about the people's livelihood. He wrote good regular script, but his actions were not righteous. The rich may be innocent, but the poor may not be kind. Just like the alternation of night and day, where there is light, there is darkness. The rivers flow endlessly, and the waves of grievances are difficult to settle. Li Yi knew that there were underworld gangs in Chang'an, especially the nightless Pyongkong Square. Including the helpers working at the docks, there may be no organization at first, but later on, when competing for benefits, someone will stand up and lead a group of people to fight. When the struggle has achieved a certain level of success, these people will become the existence that oppresses others. Pei Yaoqing listened and sighed. Since Brother Yi knows, do you have a solution? Brother Pei thinks too highly of me. There's nothing I can do. If you help the person being bullied, how can you know if the person being helped will stand up and turn around to bully others? The maids in Pyongkong Square begging for a living under the protection of other famous big shots look pitiful. One day when the maids become big shots, when they have maids, will they think about how they were bullied in the past and treat the maids well? Li Yi shook his head. He didn't have the ability, not in the current Tang dynasty, and not in the future. Is there no other way? Pei Yaoqing still didn't give up. If you want to, you can still do something. It's nothing more than benefits. If you can get benefits through normal means, there's no need to use other methods to harm others. Li Yi thought for a moment and said. Pei Yaoqing put down the skewer and cupped his fist. Brother Yi, teach me. Call those people to a meeting. They can't control those big shots, but they can control a lot of people. Li Yi said. And then? Pei Yaoqing asked. Then compete to see who's the most stable in the area. The imperial court will give out a token to whoever is good. Then organize them to pick students from the common people and teach them various skills. Turn the people secretly buying and selling people into the open. This way they have more people to choose from. Those who can't get a token can only continue to do things in the dark. Then let those who get a token perform outside at the imperial court's expense. There will always be people in the audience who will give them money. If those who don't have a token dare to take jobs privately, investigate. Not only investigate them, if any restaurant looks for them, investigate the restaurant as well. Do the same for those working at the docks, construction sites, and other places. Let them know that if they manage well, there won't be many dirty things, and they'll earn more money. Li Yi came up with ideas, gave benefits, and then divided them and forced them to change internally. Although it couldn't be completely wiped out, it could help some people. Pei Yaoqing nodded as he listened. He felt like he saw a new window. Is there anything else? Pei Yaoqing was anxious. Publicity, positive publicity. Tell them to be kind, or at least show kindness on the surface. If there's too much publicity, it will subtly influence them. Li Yi continued to push and use publicity to pressure those people. When more people define their actions as kindness and excellence, they could not do it even if they wanted to. Even if they had to pretend, they had to do it well. Okay. What should we do about the publicity? Pei Yaoqing listened to the general direction and wanted to ask for the specifics. Let's have a meeting first. In a few days my newspaper will be out. I'll use the newspaper as support. I want to know who's in charge of who and I want data. Also, I've told Big Brother and Third Brother that they should be looking for Her Majesty to discuss the publicity of the performance. It's just right to use it. Keep an eye on the pear garden. Li Yi connected the two matters. Is there anything else? Pei Yaoqing was insatiable. I'll copy 2 drama scripts and teach them how to act in them. Li Yi satisfied Pei Yaoqing. Pei Yaoqing was about to open his mouth when Li Yi passed him a skewer. Brother Pei, eat. I don't have any more here. I can't take it out. Pei Yaoqing immediately revealed a bitter expression. He didn't believe it. He felt that Brother Yi must have many other ideas in his mind. Chapter 166. Pei Yaoqing ran off and did not stay for another meal. The moment he returned to the yamen, he started to write the 10,000 people list. He knew how to do this and was very familiar with it. He had to write it on a white silk cloth and transcribe it onto a yellow silk cloth after His Majesty finished reading it. The silk cloth had to be long and the front had to be the 10,000 people list while the back had to be the handprints of the people. If the handprints belonged to a wealthy merchant or someone from a wealthy family, the handprints would be placed. Who told you to think about my money? Who told you to interfere with the Ministry of Revenue? Humph. Take out the 10,000 people list first before telling me who the money belongs to. Pei Yaoqing grumbled angrily as he wrote without any delay. He was delighted. Brother Yi had a solution and it was not difficult at all. Why didn't he think of it? Yao Chong had already returned to the political affairs hall and brought back a few sticks of candied haws. The big haws were coated with a layer of sugar that was as clear as ice. The sugar was also attached to a large piece of sugar. A stick of candied haws and 10 haws cost 600 coins. The sugar was expensive. Most pharmacies sold brown sugar and many people would buy some at home. 500 grams cost 300 coins. It depended on the amount of sugar cane. If there was more sugar cane, it would be cheaper. Try it. This is the method that Li Yi taught King Song. King Song bought a lot of brown sugar and it became like this. Add 10 haws and it cost 600 coins. Yao Chong gave 2 sticks of candied haws to Lu Huaishan and Zhang Shu. The two of them did not stand on ceremony, but Zhang Shu was puzzled. Prime Minister Yao brought a lot of money out? Lu Huaishan looked at Yao Chong with a questioning expression. That's right. Did you take money from Pei Yaoqing? It wasn't easy for him to earn that money. King Song combined the candied haws and Earthly Paradise membership cards together and put them on the tab. Do you know how powerful it is now? Yao Chong said as he shook the candied haws. Candied haws can be put on the tab? Zhang Shua was surprised. Yao Chong squinted his eyes. It's not just candied haws. King Song sells a lot of things. Oysters, cabbage, vegetables, watermelons, and cantaloupes. Other than oysters and cabbage, the rest are things that ordinary people can't afford. As long as you have the Celestial World card, you can pay the bill. However, I had to use my own name, so I changed it because it was a gift from someone else. What if there's no more money in the card? Lu Huaishan was tempted and wanted one. If I don't have money, I'll naturally owe you. I'll ask you for it when the time comes. Zhang Shua said. What if you don't? I'm the Prime Minister. Lu Huaishan argued. Then don't be the Prime Minister anymore. If you don't pay back what you owe, you can continue to be the Prime Minister. Yao Chong said as he took a bite of the ice flakes on the tonghulu. It was very sweet. Lu Huaishan sighed. Ask Her Majesty for vegetables and watermelon. There's no need for that. His Majesty has planted a lot. If I had known earlier, I would have found a place to plant a greenhouse. It's not difficult at all. Zhang Shua said with a regretful expression. He knew that Li Yi was planting greenhouses, but he was not sure if it was good or not. Now he realized that he had missed out on many things. Otherwise this year his family. As for next year, there would probably be even more people learning how to plant them. Yao Chong took the other 2 tonghulu to the door and handed them to the guard outside. Send this to Jigu. The guard knew who Jigu was and took the tonghulu to the Ministry of Works. Inside, Zhang Shua and Lu Huaishan looked at each other and did not say anything. They both understood that Yao Chong could not deal with Wei Jigu, so he could only ease the relationship first. When Yao Chong turned around, Zhang Shua joked, Prime Minister Yao, have you recently been thinking of replacing people who are not beneficial to the country? For example, Zhong Xiaojing, Zhong Kaishu. Zhong Kaishu was Zhong Xiaojing's nickname. Zhong Xiaojing's ancestor father was Zhong Yao, the inventor of the Xiaojie regular script. Zhong Xiaojing's other aspects aside, at least his calligraphy was good. Many couplets in the palace were written by him. He was not short of money and many people asked him for his calligraphy. Zhang Shua said as he showed Yao Chong a memorial written by Zhong Xiaojing. The words were very beautiful, but the content was more disgusting. Yao Chong glanced at it and did not even look at it. He asked, what did His Majesty say? Tell the Ministry of Revenue to ask for it themselves. Zhong Kaishu is probably thinking of a way. Zhang Shua said with a smile. He's thinking of a way? Haha. This old man told Pei Huanji. He should have returned from Li Yi's Zhuangzi by now. Yao Chong said as he took another bite of the tonghulu. Lu Huaishan looked at Yao Chong. Yuanji is good at using a borrowed knife to kill people. Zhong Xiaojing is finished. Lu Huaishan was very clear that Li Yi could not tolerate Zhong Xiaojing's conduct. Li Yi's Zhuangzi was now being watched by special people. Whoever went in must be reported to His Majesty. Pei Yaoqing went, Li Yi made a move, and when Pei Yaoqing made a move, His Majesty could see Li Yi's attitude. If that's the case, it means that Li Yi and this old man are thinking of the same thing. Yao Chong did not feel that there was anything wrong with tricking people. I'll leave early tonight to get a card. 1,000 taels. Zhang Shua looked at Yao Chong. He was in a difficult position with money. Daoji, go to Earthly Paradise and say you want a card. You know the rest. Yao Chong said as he looked at Lu Huaishan, indicating that he should also go and get one. Lu Huaishan understood tacitly. If he went, why would he not get any benefits? At worst, if someone wanted to harm Li Yi, he would be the first to stop them. If that person did not know what was good for them and he could not stop them, then he would be seeking death. The next person he met would not be the Prime Minister. After lunch, the students all had their own things to do. Li Yi went into the study for a while, then came out to take the palace maids and eunuchs to Zhang clan's village. They handed over the account book, so he had to take responsibility. Dong Zhu is here. At the entrance of the village, everyone who saw Li Yi greeted him. Some people even turned around and ran inside shouting loudly. Zhang Xiao hurried over. Li Dongzhu is here. Come in quickly. Li Yi followed him into the ancestral hall. There were seats in the main hall. Those who were qualified to go in followed, while those who were not waited outside. Village head Zhang, the day after tomorrow, my Zhuangzi will find rich people to come over to play. There will only be snacks and no food. I will lead them to the village to eat. Some of the food you eat at Zhuangzi's canteen often, so you know the taste. I believe there are clever people who know how to cook it. Li Yi said directly. Zhang Xiao blushed. Indeed, there were people who secretly learned, but they only did it in the village and did not dare to spread it. Li Yi continued, you see, ask them to go into the greenhouse and pick the vegetables personally. Give them whatever they pick and tell them the price. He handed a few pieces of paper to Zhang Xiao. Write it all down. Do as you say. After deducting the other expenses, the village will take 10% of the money. Zhang Xiao took the paper and looked at it. You want to put it next to the new school in the village? Yes, let the children wear beautiful clothes and eat their 3 meals a day. This money will be included in the other expenses and will not be taken out. Li Yi meant that he would bear 90% of the children's money, and the village would bear 10%. Zhang Xiao nodded and continued reading. You also want to ask the craftsmen to build a new house for them to rest and live in? Where can we find the craftsmen? I have them in Zhuangzi. Originally I don't need to pay, but since it is a different account I have to pay. Give it to me. The construction materials that I'm providing you also cost money. It's just a capital. Make sure the accounts are correct. Li Yi separated the two situations. In the past he took care of the children. Now that the village had its own money, it was not right to take care of them. But he did not intend to earn money from the village. He used the capital to provide the materials. The manpower was still a capital. When will the house be built? Zhang Xiao became serious. This involved the interests of the village. Build it first and replace it with other houses. The bowls and chopsticks must be good, and the broken bowls are not allowed. I will write another one later. You can arrange according to this first. Li Yi mentioned about the service. Now he was doing the work of a village official. Chapter 167. The other people in the ancestral hall listened. They didn't know the specific situation, but their eyes were full of expectation. Zhang Xiao was watching. He could understand some of it directly, but there were some that he couldn't immediately understand. But it didn't matter. He just needed to follow the instructions. Aren't the vegetables sold in Chang'an? Zhang Xiao found that there was no way to pick and sell the vegetables, so he asked. Many people will come here. If they feel it's good after eating it, we can sell it to them when they go back. At that time there will be smart people who will specially come to buy it. Li Yi had an idea about this. If he asked the people in Zhang's village to sell in the East Market, they would be easily troubled. There were departments in charge of the East and West markets. If they took a few cucumbers, the villagers wouldn't dare to say anything. If it was him, it wouldn't matter. If he took 3 cucumbers and gave them 5, wouldn't it be asking for bribes? The villagers were simple. When they thought that these things were theirs, why would others want to rob them? They were angry while selling. If they got sick again, they would have to come to him for treatment. Since that was the case, they could sell it in the village. Who would dare to come in and cause trouble? They would die in vain. If the officials came to the village to rob, were they trying to force the people to rebel? Believe it or not, they would carry the dead body and the villagers would go to the palace to kneel. Then he would compose a poem, write a song, and spread it in Chang'an. Let's see who was more ruthless. Zhang Xiao didn't think too much and asked, "Can it be sold? Why are you asking so many questions?" Dongzhu says it's okay. The village elder was angry and blamed Zhang Xiao. We'll listen to Li Dongzhu's instructions. Zhang Xiao quickly agreed. Li Yi drank a mouthful of tea, put it down and stood up. He walked to the door and said, "The vegetables in the greenhouse that don't look good, the villagers will pick them and eat them. The good-looking ones will be left for the customers to choose." Then Li Yi left under the respectful gazes of the villagers. "Quick, burn incense and kowtow to Dongzhu's memorial tablet," an elder suggested. "No, Dongzhu doesn't allow us to burn incense, kowtow, or bow 3 times. What did Dongzhu say about the vegetables that don't look good? Dongzhu let us pick the vegetables and eat them. As long as they are eaten by us, they don't look good. Dongzhu is a good person. I want cucumber and watermelon." The villagers were happy and could eat the vegetables in the greenhouse. Li Yi also sighed. What a good villager. The shed here was for the villagers to take care of. Other than the leaves of the grass seeds in the soil that were eaten by the villagers didn't touch any of the other vegetables. Actually, it was fine if he ate it. As long as he didn't catch a sheep. No, he didn't catch a cucumber and pull it out, it would be considered giving him face. In the end, no one said anything, and the villagers automatically guarded the things. The more this was the case, the more Li Yi was willing to help. He was in a good mood. Money couldn't buy him anything. Lu Huaishan and Zhang Shua, who had left the political affairs hall early, were in a good mood. The 2 of them arrived at the earthly paradise together. Lu Wan received them and asked each of them to pay 1 card, which was 10 copper coins. Then, he told the 2 of them to charge money into the card for consumption. However, no proof was left behind, and the card looked different from ordinary cards. The 2 of them took the card and went to buy groceries. King Song arranged for the seller to pick the best groceries and pack them in without weighing them. He said that it would be recorded and the money would be deducted from the card. However, he didn't ask the 2 of them to sign or leave their fingerprints. Prime Minister Liu, what do you think will happen if the 2 of us turn around and deliberately cause trouble for Li Yi? Zhang Shua and Lu Huaishan sat in the same 4-wheeled carriage. The 2 of them lived not far from each other, so they sat in Zhang Shua's carriage. Lu Huaishan's carriage followed behind. His house was closer, so he got off first. Lu Huaishan looked at the cucumbers, cabbages, chrysanthemums, and watermelons that were placed in the carriage. He said, "I'm a little scared. From now on, with this card, I can take anything from any of Li Yi's businesses." Yes. Zhang Shua fiddled with the membership card in his hand and said, "Gifts blind the eyes. Even without His Majesty, if someone wants to cause trouble for Li Yi, I have to inform Li Yi first. Yes, unless we return all the money we spent to Li Yi, it will be hard for us to establish ourselves in the court." Lu Huaishan shook his head and felt the pressure. He knew that if he made a move against Li Yi, his colleagues in the court would be watching. "Ali is so good to you, but you, what if it were me? Do I have to be on guard against you at all times? It's useless to be good to you. Your character is not good enough. You are wicked." "Is that so?" Zhang Shua imitated Li Yi's common words and said, "But the things in the greenhouses are really good. Next year Chang'an will have more greenery in winter." Lu Huaishan looked at the vegetables and thought of the happy faces of his family when he returned home. The wrinkles on his face smoothed out a lot. In the past, it was a reward from His Majesty. There were very few vegetables, but they could be bought this year. Next year, more people might be able to eat them. Having vegetables to eat and not to have vegetables were absolutely different. Once winter came, more people would fall sick. The vegetables in the palace were also pitifully few. The meals in the political affairs hall had more dried vegetables, and people would get sick of eating radishes and cabbages. Zhang Shua picked up a cantaloupe and smelled it. As long as a family has half a mu of land to plant greenhouses, they can earn as much money in one winter as in the first half of the year. There are many people in Chang'an. You can't afford those bamboo sticks and silk, right? Lu Huaishan thought of how the people knew there were ways to earn money, but they could not afford to build greenhouses. He could not help but feel sad. Don't worry. Next year, ask Li Yi. The things that you and I are worried about are probably settled by Li Yi casually. Otherwise, why would His Majesty protect him like a treasure? When we wanted to ask Li Yi to enter the court, His Majesty was angry and had to give up. Otherwise, he would give Li Yi a position in the political affairs hall. If there was something he could not decide, he could ask Dong Zhu for advice. Haha. Zhang Shua laughed as he spoke. He felt that Li Yi was quite pitiful. Whenever he had something to ask, he would not get any benefits. Furthermore, everyone who went there was eating and drinking. He heard that Yao Chong was admitted to the hospital yesterday. Li Yi and his clothes guarded him for the entire night. Ha ha ha. Lu Huaishan also knew that King Song Li Changqi came over today to ask what vegetables they wanted to eat, and would send them over tomorrow. Of course, those who went to see Li Yi and Zhuangzi were the ones who knew about the situation there. Daoji, why don't the two of us go there one day, and see if Li Yi has figured out something new? Lu Huaishan said to Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua understood. They were not going there to ask about anything new but to talk about the court. The two of them did not want to go down and wanted to get some power. In the past, they felt that it was very messy. There were many things in the Tang dynasty and they could not find any clues. But now it was different. There was a young man, Dong Zhu, who seemed to understand the situation of the world very well. He can chat with you about domestic trifles and he can also talk about the Turkic tribes. He was willing to cook personally and recite poems and songs. He could come up with the skills of 100 trades and play chess about the people's livelihood. It was very satisfying to be with him. Even if you suddenly fell sick, he would treat you immediately. For people like Lu Huaishan, they wished that they could bring Li Yi home and adopt him as their son or grandson. Unfortunately, he was reserved by His Majesty and no one was allowed to take him away. Every time King Song went there, he would have to inform His Majesty. The other princes had long wanted to take a look, but they were not allowed to. In other words, what are you going there for? Are you looking for my brother Yi to help you conquer the world? Chapter 168. The next day, many people were present at the Chang court. Pei Yaoqing changed into a clean set of official clothes. Now that he had money, he didn't need the imperial court to give him a set. The main reason was that he added cotton inside. It was warm and looked the same from the outside. Otherwise, it would be uncomfortable to wear other clothes inside the clothes given by the imperial court in winter. Fortunately, it wasn't cold under his feet. There were many warm paths in the palace. Looking at the positions where the palace maids and eunuchs usually stood, he knew where the warm paths were. Everyone stood properly. Pei Yaoqing lowered his head slightly and didn't look at anyone. He felt many gazes. It couldn't be helped. The head of Chang'an was now rich. When the first snow fell, the head of Chang'an went around looking for people to beg for alms and held a drinking ceremony to get a sum of money. Turning around, he gave porridge to the people. The operation of Sorrowful Heaven Square was very impressive. It wasn't like this last year. But now he didn't give porridge anymore. He gave dry rice and meat soup and helped find work. The children each had an egg a day. How rich was this? If you weren't the focus, who would be? The Minister of Revenue, Zhong Xiaojing, was also there. He stared at Pei Yaoqing. Last year, when Pei Yaoqing just became the head of Chang'an, he went around begging grandfathers and grandmothers, especially the Ministry of Revenue, for money. This winter, Pei Yaoqing was still running around. He looked for the Directorate of Imperial Studies, and the Chongwenguan for free. He spent money to get people to make things, proofread manuscripts, and print them. Then, in the 12th lunar month, the rent paid to the Ministry of Revenue was still the same. There was no change at all. There was no problem in checking the accounts. But the problem was that there was no problem. Otherwise, why didn't you hand over the money? On the other side, Li Longji arrived. His complexion was rosy and he seemed to be in good spirits. He sat there and leaned back. It was comfortable. This was some ergonomic blueprint given by Brother E. It was a new dragon chair. Gao Lisher raised his voice. His Majesty is inquiring about politics. If there's a memorial, go ahead and speak frankly. I have a memorial. As soon as Gao Lisher finished speaking, Zhong Xiaojing stood up. Minister Zhong, please speak. Li Longji didn't use Gao Lisher's. The Minister of Revenue has a memorial. Zhong Xiaojing took a step forward and turned to face Li Longji. The borders are troubled this year. Wars are frequent, old debts. There was an excess of grain and fodder, but not enough to spare. In Chang'an County there were piles of money and silk. The Ministry of Revenue was difficult to continue, and it could not be left empty. Your subject requests to transfer the excess wealth of Chang'an County to fill the shortage of the Ministry of Revenue. In addition, the Ministry of Revenue will be in charge of all the treasuries in Chang'an County to be carefully examined and used for national purposes. Zhong Xiaojing said and handed over the memorial. The robbery has begun. Who asked you, Chang'an, to be able to get so much money? Let's rob you. The others looked at Pei Yaoqing. Some were gloating, while others felt sorry for him. Those who gloated sent their subordinates to ask Pei Yaoqing for money, but Pei Yaoqing didn't give them any. The sad ones also wanted to do something for the people. Pei Yaoqing was doing a good job. Pei Yaoqing knew what kind of people they were. If they wanted money from him, he could actually trick them and pretend that he couldn't bear the pressure and give them the money. His Majesty is watching. Do you think the money is mine? If you take it, His Majesty will punish you. But no, he had to fight back. If he forced His Majesty to make a move, it would mean that his position wasn't firm enough. After tricking them, he'd also tricked himself. At this time, only a few people looked at Zhong Xiaojing as if they were looking at a dead man. There were 3 prime ministers. One was the Minister of Works, Wei Zhigu, one was Gao Lisher, and one was Yang Sison. The 3 prime ministers were waiting. They couldn't guess what Li Yi had suggested to Pei Yaoqing. So they were waiting for Pei Yaoqing to counterattack. This was a distant contest. One was Zhuangzi Dongzhu Li Yi, and the other was the Minister of Revenue Zhong Xiaojing. One knew himself and the other knew his enemy, while the other was foolishly happy. Li Longji had someone take the memorial and put it on the table. He asked, "Is the Chang'an County magistrate here?" "Your subject is here." Pei Yaoqing stepped forward and began to unbutton his clothes. He rummaged through them and pulled out a thick cloth scroll. This moment he was proud. "Your regular script, Zhong Xiaojing, is indeed beautiful. I admit, but I'm just a child. In terms of handwriting, I'm not as good as you. In terms of literary talent, you step aside. Who's worse than who?" Li Longji knew that Pei Yaoqing had gone to look for Li Yi. He wanted to see what Li Yi had suggested, so he said, "What do you have to say?" "Your subject invites all the people to pledge their support." Pei Yaoqing was full of confidence. As he spoke, he tossed the white donation handkerchief in his hand. Boom! The handkerchief unfurled. He didn't even look at it and said directly, "Your subject is indebted to the people of Chang'an. In the cold winter and scorching summer, everything must be true. Today there are tens of thousands of people who pledge their support. Reciting Yaoshuanqi can't bring all living things to life. Remembering Yutongzai can't resist the tyrannical might of heaven. Today's winter is bitter and colorless, but the falling snow makes it colorful. People have a livelihood and their souls fall. Only your Majesty can fight against the heavens. The people of Chang'an say that they are extremely fortunate. In Enda Palace, the emperor produces 9 cauldrons. Life is predestined, life is predestined. Don't follow the past, lead by the rules of the court." Pei Yaoqing began to recite the pledge he had written himself, praising Li Longji. What Yao Shun Yu and Tang, they were all useless and couldn't be compared. The group of people was dumbfounded. They suddenly remembered that this Chang, an official, was passed by taking the child examination. He was already very impressive before he was 10 years old. Other people were playing with mud when they were less than 10 years old, but Pei Yaoqing took the imperial examination. Ask those people in their 30s and 40s who couldn't take the exam. How did they feel? Zhong Xiaojing was sweating. He really wanted to ask Pei Yaoqing if he dared to compete in calligraphy. "What's the use of your mouth? The three prime ministers looked at each other and understood. Li Yi's idea was to ask all the people to pledge their support. This was ruthless. Once the people pledged their support, the money would have nothing to do with the Chang and Yamen. It would belong to Her Majesty. If the Ministry of Revenue wanted it, was it to compete for Her Majesty's kindness to the people? Her Majesty wouldn't take the money. Her Majesty didn't lack this money. Who was the Ministry of Revenue targeting? The rest of the people who reached out and were rebuffed were scared. Damn Pei Yaoqing, how can you do this? Thank you. Luckily you didn't share some of the money with me. Otherwise I would be in trouble. Ha! Li Longji couldn't help but laugh before he finished listening. He didn't care about the people's pledge. He already knew what the people of Chang and were doing. He felt that Li Yi was interesting. His idea was so deceitful. This brother-Yi really didn't like Zhong Xiaojing. If Li Longji could come up with this idea, he wouldn't know it was Brother Yi's idea. Now, he saw a minister who had done nothing to snatch the money. A Chang, an official who had done a lot of things, was willing to take the money and credit for himself. Then this minister should be dealt with. The county magistrate was thinking about the people. He wanted to tell the people that these were the emperor's kindness. What was the Minister of Revenue doing? If I give you the money, can you get me a yuan and pledge? The yuan and pledge must be recorded in the history books. If the people don't give it to you, the emperor will fake it. Winter of the second year of Kaiyuan Chang and yuan and pledge. Oh my god. Just thinking about it made him excited. Li Longji's laughter made Pei Yaoqing stop. The other officials were also stunned. Huanji, continue reciting. Li Longji laughed and asked Pei Yaoqing to continue. Grand and glorious, my heart is thick. Flourishing in the world, thousands of years of prosperity. Pei Yaoqing answered without any hesitation. Li Longji sat there and listened. It had been a long time since he heard Pei Yaoqing reciting. This literary talent was good and made him feel comfortable. After Pei Yaoqing finished reciting, Li Longji nodded and said, "Next." This matter seemed to have ended, and no one had been punished. Will Yao Xiang follow later? Zhang Shua asked. He meant that he wanted to go. Daoji, you can't go too. Yao Chong shook his head lightly. Such a fun thing, I can't even go and take a look. Sigh. Zhang Shua sighed. Chapter 169. Third brother, sister-in-law. In Zhuangzi, Li Yi arranged for people to set up a small shed around the ice rink, set up chairs, and put in a charcoal stove. When he saw the carriage arrive, he waved his hand to greet them. I heard that Brother Yi's ice rink will be open tomorrow? Li Longji smiled and didn't say anything. Empress Wang liked to play. If Li Longji went up, Empress Wang would be anxious. She couldn't go. The tourism industry is just trying. If it works, the whole area around Ba River will be very lively in summer. Li Yi pointed to the area near Ba River in Zhuangzi and said, a lot of flowers were transplanted this autumn, and they would bloom in spring and summer. Now they were all plump and wrapped with hemp rope to keep them warm. The grapevines in the vineyards were all buried in case they froze to death. Li Longji looked. He knew about tourism. There were many buildings in Chang'an. When there were a lot of visitors, people would go there to play. Then people would make money. It was the first time that Zhuangzi outside the city started such an activity. He wanted to see if he could make money. He didn't want to use soy sauce, fermented bean curd, or stinky tofu to make money. Uncle, can I learn from other places? Empress Wang stared at the ice rink. She wondered if she could use an ice cart instead of ice skates. Every place has its own characteristics. For example, places with a lot of stones can be made into fake mountains. Li Yi explained. Tourism was to promote the development of the tertiary industry and increase the income of the residents. A leader who didn't know how to do tourism was not a good leader. Of course, in the Tang dynasty, it was impossible to rely on natural scenery to attract people. In the Tang dynasty, natural scenery was everywhere. It was as natural as it could be. Tao Hong and Chui Lu supported Empress Wang on her left and right. He Yin stood behind Empress Wang. They stood and watched Li Yi give instructions. A small flag was placed on the ice. Below it was a wooden pedestal. Why is this? Li Longji looked at the flag and asked. The surface is smooth. If the child slips on the ice cart while kneeling, it will accelerate faster and faster. If the child can't make a turn, it will be dangerous. Li Yi introduced. Sitting down, one would not be able to increase their speed, but kneeling would allow them to exert their strength. Zhuangzi's dolls were sliding on the ice, kneeling on the ice cart. Encountering small flags, they would turn back and forth, giggling and choking on the cold wind. Li Yi didn't care. He let the children drink hot soup during lunch. After a while, Li Yi brought the two of them back to the cafeteria. According to the diet he gave her, she would eat a little in the morning. She should be hungry now, so she would eat a little more. She would eat a little more in the afternoon. In a day, he could eat 6 to 7 meals. The meal in the middle of the night depended on whether he would wake up. When she woke up, she ate a few dried fruits, drank a cup of hot fruit juice, and had a small snack. Brother Yi, you came up with the idea. No one in Chang'an died of cold or hunger this winter. You deserve the most credit. Li Longji looked at Empress Wang eating toothpick meat and said casually to Li Yi, "Third brother, don't say that. The one who can really carry out the plan is Chang, and County Magistrate Pei Yaoqing. No matter how good the idea is, if it can't be carried out, it's better not to do it." Li Yi didn't dare to take the credit. The failed reforms in history were all because the people below didn't carry out the plan well. Yes, Pei Yaoqing is a good person. The toothpick meat is beef. Empress Wang tasted it. In a village 10 miles away, a cow was bitten by a snake. The snake hibernated in the corner of the cow pen. The owner pushed the cow dung to the corner, together with the grass. As a result, the temperature rose and the hibernating snake woke up. The cow went crazy and the villagers tried to stop it. In the end, the cow panicked and ran into a big tree. Li Yi introduced the cow's origin. The village was reluctant to eat a dead cow. Naturally, they thought of the Li family Zhuangzi and sent it to be sold. Is it poisonous? Empress Wang didn't dare to eat it. No, I paid for the whole cow. Li Yi shook his head. Uncle, you are easy to talk to. Be careful not to be bullied. Empress Wang felt that she had given too much. I also gave medicine. The man had gastric problems, and I did a gastroscopy to check for gastric ulcers. If I gave less money and didn't treat him, he would get heaty in the winter. He might not be able to survive. Li Yi told the truth. He used money and medicine to save one life each. Brother Yi, you are kind, unlike that Minister of Revenue. I heard that he wanted to take the Chang and Yaman's money. His name is... Li Longji pretended that he couldn't remember the name. Zhong Xiaojing. His regular script is good. My regular script can't be compared to his. It's just that thin gold body is bullying people who are not familiar with it. Li Yi followed up. He had to admit that the regular script written by that person gave people the feeling that it was alive. For example, when he wrote the word walk, it felt like a person was walking. This was the charm of hieroglyphics. Is that person good, uncle? Empress Wang helped to ask. The moment to decide Zhong Xiaojing's life and death had arrived. Zhong Xiaojing, who stayed in the palace and sulked in the Ministry of Revenue, would never imagine that his fate was in the hands of a young Dongzhu. Sister-in-law, there is no good or bad person. Their motives are different. Li Yi said with a smile. He continued, as for Zhong Xiaojing, his greatest contribution was helping the current emperor kill Empress Wei. At first, he became famous for his regular script and was promoted. Later, he didn't come into contact with the imperial court. He only held a position without any real power in the palace. Although he was called a supervisor, in reality the work was done by others. After he made a great contribution, he was promoted to a high position. Later he was demoted. When the current emperor ascended the throne, he was summoned back to show others. Putting a person who doesn't have the ability in a position that requires ability is harming people. Li Yi said casually. He didn't attack Zhong Xiaojing because of his nepotism and unscrupulous actions. He only said that Zhong Xiaojing's ability was not enough to support his position. Should he be demoted again? Li Longji listened to Li Yi's objective evaluation and didn't know what to do. His handwriting is so good. Can he be a good official if he's demoted? Leaving him to write in Chang and Chongwenguan is good. I want to publish newspapers here. It's always been engraved printing. It's too tiring. I plan to use characters to print. The characters need to be good-looking. Li Yi thought that other people's handwriting was better than his. Thin gold characters were arrogant, but not suitable for printing. If there was someone with good handwriting, why should he get him out? He should stay. Li Longji understood and said with a smile, Brother E wants this person? I want his handwriting. Third brother, think of a way. Regular script is orthodox. If it were me, I have the ability to control him. I'll set up a calligraphy association. I'll let him be the president and teach others how to write. I'll make the best use of his talent. Throwing him in the position of Minister of Revenue will harm him and others. Li Yi respected regular script the most. It was the easiest to write, the hardest to write, the most rigid and the most flexible. It was the foundation of all words, and also the head of all words. Uncle, what is a calligraphy association? Empress Wang ate another toothpick. It's a semi-official organization in charge of calligraphy. It can also be the president of a chess association, a singing and dancing association, a horse riding association, and an archery association. Li Yi gave an example. The association was quite interesting. There were times when there was corruption, but there were many things that could be done. Li Longji listened attentively while the two eunuchs beside him wrote. There was no one to follow them. Pine trees and brown rocks had to be written down and added to the daily notes. They could also write down useful words for Her Majesty to read. Good brother, he said it well. I'll think of a way to pass it in. Li Longji felt that it was fine. The key was to solve Zhong Xiaojing's problem. Yao Chong always wanted to deal with Zhong Xiaojing. He already wanted to do it, but he felt that Yao Chong's power was too heavy. There was someone to keep him in check, so he didn't make the decision. Now that something happened, the officials were watching. Demote, why did you summon him back? If you don't demote him, are you going to let incompetent people cause trouble? Brother E gave an idea. Move away from the position of Minister of Revenue and write. Chapter 170. Alright, I'm done eating. I'll have lunch later. Empress Wang managed to control her appetite after eating 7 toothpicks. What do you want to eat? Li Yi asked. The watermelon rind is delicious. Can I make soup with it? Empress Wang suddenly thought of something. Soup, Li Yi said to Cui Lu. Cui Lu got up and went to arrange it. Can I have drunk crabs? Empress Wang asked again. No. Li Yi refused decisively. Are you kidding me? If something happens to you, I'll have to save you. Brother E, when are you going to sell the drunk crabs? Li Longji remembered that there were still many crabs in Zhuangzi that were made into drunk crabs. Crabs were not allowed to be eaten in the palace, not even if they were marinated in honey. The empress could not eat them. We'll sell them when they're almost done eating the crabs preserved in other ways. Li Yi was not in a hurry. He did not like drunk crabs. He preferred steamed crabs, preferably sea crabs, as they were meaty. Sea crabs were meaty while river crabs were flavorful. They were different. Sanlang, stay here tonight. I'll ask uncle to take a look at the child in the afternoon. Empress Wang put her hand on her belly. I'll stay. Li Longji agreed. He had nothing to do this year anyway. As soon as he finished speaking, someone ran in and handed him a piece of paper. There's news from the court. Li Longji narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. The person ran away again. Li Longji unfolded the paper and looked at it. He then looked at Li Yi. Li Yi was speechless. What does the court have to do with me? I'm not in the court again. The Chateau Golden Mountain is here. Li Longji said to Li Yi. Who is it? Li Yi asked naturally. The Chateau Golden Mountain. Li Longji explained. Li Yi was stunned. After a dozen breaths he said, Wuxia Gold Mountain or Wuxia Fu Country. How old are they? Those in their 70s are Wuxia Gold Mountain, and those in their 20s are Wuxia Fu Country. Both are here. Li Longji didn't know what to say. He had only mentioned a few names, and Brother E had already given him 2 names. They're all here. No, third brother, hurry up and bring Jia Jinshan to me. He's dying. If he comes to me, I can let him live for a few more years. Li Yi just looked at the information, and then estimated that Jia Jinshan died this winter. Based on the information, the Jia Fu country was once again the governor of Jin Manzhou. The year before last, he was appointed as the military governor of Jinman province. However, Jia Jinshan was still alive. Obviously, his son was not in the right position, And his words were not satisfactory. Now that he was here again, he had to reconfirm the location of the Jia Mountain's sun, which meant that the Jia Mountain was gone. This was a diplomatic matter. With the threat of the Tubo and the Turkic Khaganate, the Shatua tribe was very important. As long as he was still alive, they could find a way to let him live for 2 more years. If they didn't handle it well, Chateau Jinshan might be sick and die in a few days. Third brother, hurry up and ask your people about Chateau Jinshan's condition. Li Yi was anxious. Li Longji was just about to instruct the palace maids and eunuchs when he suddenly remembered that something was wrong. When he returned, he said without waiting for him to sit down, "If he's sick, Brother Yi, please do your best." "I'll do my best to treat anyone who's sick. I'm a doctor," Li Yi emphasized. "Then I'm relieved." Li Longji sighed in relief. Empress Wang yawned and was brought to rest again. Li Longji took the opportunity to drag Li Yi out for ice skating. He was wearing cotton socks and had changed into slippers. Even without Li Yi's instructions, he knew what to do. Gao Lishur and Yang Situ had told him to be steady on his feet or he wouldn't be able to stand. Sure enough, as soon as he was on the ice, he stood still and slowly slid forward. Li Yi slid in front of Li Longji with his hands outstretched. "Third brother, don't worry. If you're going to fall, just throw yourself forward. I can support you. If you're going to fall backward, don't struggle. You won't be able to adjust your balance and fall." Li Yi explained how to fall. The more one struggled, the harder the fall would be. When the skaters saw that they were about to fall, they would use the momentum to fall and slide far away. Especially for speed skaters, they would stop when they realized that something was wrong. If they were too fast, they would easily fall and hurt themselves. "I have a full set of protective gear. When you fall, you'll sink downward." "I understand," Li Longji said to Li Yi. At the same time, he was very serious even though he couldn't increase his speed. After half a circle, Li Longji found that his calves and ankles were sore, so he simply sat down on the ice to rest. Li Yi also sat down. Third brother is eager to speed up. He doesn't know how to adjust his body's center of gravity. He just exerts strength on his ankles and soon gets tired. "Yes. How can I smooth out the marks made by the ice?" Li Longji asked as he moved his ankles to relax. "Use a large tin bucket with a row of small holes under it to fill it with water. Put it in the car and drag it upside down. The car will sprinkle evenly behind it." Li Yi explained how to pour ice. The best ice is naturally the ice made of artificial pure water. Indoors. In fact, it's the ice outside. The river freezes naturally. That ice is good. Pouring ice is too slippery. It has to be poured. When pouring ice, the water can't fall too high from the ice. Otherwise, bubbles will appear and the skin will peel. This thing is good. It can also be used in competitions. Li Longji quickly thought of sports. The football field is about to be completed. In winter, there are few other fun things except for the football. Polo is not suitable, boating is not good, tug of war is not interesting, skating is good. Li Yi also thinks that the Ice and Snow project can give people a chance to move in winter. They can exercise while playing. Let's see this year. If there are many people, choose a place next year and there are mountains nearby. After the snow, use skateboards to ski. Li Yi thinks about the Ice and Snow project. Curling is easy to make. It's already in production. What else is there? Winged knights are practicing skiing. Li Longji told Li Yi news. Dogs pull the sled. Li Yi immediately thought of material transportation when he heard about the winged knights. There is no Alaskan dog, a good Chinese pastoral dog. As for letting the Tibetan Mastiff pull, it is unrealistic. The Tibetan Mastiff has a low IQ. It's okay for the master to follow, but it can't be commanded by another person. Can you transport baggage? Li Longji's first thought is war. Soldiers can also be transported, and the speed is very fast. Li said. Good. So I have to raise more dogs. Li Longji's target is Tubo. Tubo has a lot of snow and it's hard to breathe. If he uses horses, they are not easy to take care of. If he uses dogs, obviously there are more things to feed. Dogs can eat what humans can eat. Dogs can also eat what humans can't eat. Li Longji stood up with difficulty and continued to ski. By lunchtime, he was able to ski 2 laps and take a break. In fact, he only skated 12 laps in total, but Li Yi was tired. Watermelon skin soup is indeed the best. How did I discover it before? Empress Wang praised while eating the fried shumai and drinking the watermelon skin soup. It's like eating celery without the leaves, or eating coriander without the roots. It's a matter of habit. Li Yi's pursuit of food has deepened, and there's nothing he can't eat. Li Yi also eats fried shumai, but he drinks mutton soup. Zhuangzi's soup is mutton soup. They deliberately killed sheep to nourish the body. Li Longji imitated Li Yi and poured pepper into the mutton soup. Just as he was about to eat, someone came in and gave him a note. He glanced at it, nodded to Li Yi and left. After a while, Li Longji brought in a slightly reserved young man. Brother Yi, this is Wuxia Kingdom? Li Yi stood up and guessed. He looked behind, hoping to see an old man. Li Dongzhu, my father is in the car. He has been coughing for the past few days. The Wuxia Kingdom's people are obviously from a minority ethnic group. They tried their best not to look at Empress Wang. They were already told what to do before they came. The emperor and empress of the Tang dynasty are actually disguised as relatives of the emperor to interact with a young man named Zhuangzi Dongzhu. Do you have a fever? Li Yi asked. Yes. The Wuxia Kingdom's people replied. Let's not eat first. It's probably pneumonia. He's so old. Do you want to put him on a ventilator? Let's go. Li Yi thought it was troublesome, but he had to do it anyway. He ran away to put on clothes and a mask. He didn't know if it was pneumonia. If it was it infectious? Chapter 171. Li Yi saw the old man. He had the typical appearance of someone who lived in the highlands. His skin was dark and wrinkled, and his nose was slightly larger. The old man's eyes were cloudy, but his expression was resolute. When Li Yi looked at the old man also looked at Li Yi. A white robe? His hair was tied up, and his face was covered with something white, revealing only his eyes. His eyes were clear and bright, and his gaze was indifferent. Li Yi looked around and asked, "Have you eaten breakfast?" "No, I can't eat," the old man said without any translation. "Have you drunk water?" Li Yi asked again. 2 sips. The old man replied. That's great. Li Yi's eyes were filled with joy. Wuxia was furious. What do you mean? My father can't eat and you? It's a misunderstanding. Wuxia, I want to do a blood test. It's more accurate to do it on an empty stomach. Of course, there's no harm in eating. I have other methods. Li Yi explained to his son, and then said to Wuxia, follow me to do a scan. My equipment is very advanced. Li Yi gestured for Wuxia to support his father. There were also a group of guards and servants standing there. He asked, do they have any coughing? No. Wuxia's first impression of Li Yi was not good. How long has it been? Is it gasping? Is it spitting? If it's spitting, what does it look like? Li Yi continued to ask. From the moment they met, from the moment he heard Wuxia say that his father had a fever, the diagnosis was in progress. On the way here he coughed. When he reached Chang'an he wasn't very gasping. There was sputum, some black and some yellow. He had a fever the day before yesterday. He found an imperial physician and said that it was a cold cough. He was prescribed medicine and drank it. In the end he got even hotter and coughed non-stop. The imperial physician said. Wuxia did not finish and pursed his lips. Don't worry. According to traditional Chinese medicine, in order to eliminate and replenish the body at the same time, you have to eat ginseng tonic soup to strengthen the body, yellow almond to get rid of the evil, and white tiger licorice to harmonize the medicinal properties. However, he was too old and didn't eat much. If the amount of medicine increased, it would harm his body. If it decreased, it wouldn't be effective. The imperial physician did not dare to prescribe any medicine that was too aggressive, so he had to be careful when prescribing it. Naturally, Li Yi explained to the imperial physicians why the medicine did not work. Because of your family's special status, the imperial physicians didn't dare to use too much medicine. What if you died? Whose responsibility was it? Yes. I have heard them mention a few of the names you mentioned, and there are others. Jia Jinshan looked at Li Yi in a different way. This young man knew medicine, and when he spoke, he was not anxious at all, nor did he frown. The imperial physicians looked at each and every one of them. Some of them even shook their heads and sighed. Don't be afraid. Stay in the hospital for a few days. Li comforted him. He knew why he was panting on the way. The closer he was to Chang and the easier it was to breathe. When he came over, he had to pass through the plateau. The plateau lacked oxygen, and the altitude was low. When he took a breath, his oxygen absorption was high. If he reached the basin, he would probably be drunk. Brother Yi, do you need help? Li Longji walked over. Third brother, don't come. If you pass it to sister-in-law, it won't be a simple matter. Li quickly stopped him. If it was pneumonia, the pregnancy period would be. Oh my God. How should I use the medicine? As expected, Li Longji stopped and even took 2 steps back. Jia Jinshan and Jia Fugua saw it. They had received instructions, so they just nodded to show that they knew him. Li Longji said loudly, my brother Yi's medical skills are unparalleled. If my family is sick, I will definitely look for you. You don't have to worry. As soon as he finished, the old man and his son's expressions changed. They seemed to be relieved. The emperor's family is sick, and they look for this young doctor? Imperial doctors can't do it? Li Yi brought people in. First, he drew blood and then put it into the CT machine. In fact, with this CT, most people could be diagnosed. There was no need to do a sputum smear. After a check, Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. His voice was still gentle as he said to the nervous Jia Jinshan and Jia Fugua, this is pneumonia caused by coagulase-negative staphylococcus. It's easier to treat than Staphylococcus aureus pneumonia. I'll give you antibiotics, penicillin. The father and son did not dare to say anything. They just nodded. They were shocked. What were those things? They did not know if they were iron, copper, or wood. Was this medicine? Was it the imperial doctor's method used by the Tang emperors? After a while, Jia Jinshan asked, Can it be cured? Of course, or it will be embarrassing. Li Yi said wittily. The two of them actually understood. Li Yi brought the patient to the treatment room and mixed the medicine. The dosage of penicillin had to be low. People of the Tang dynasty would not be able to resist it if it was too high. He used penicillin to test the sensitivity first. While waiting, Li Yi did a blood test. This was not to see if there was pneumonia, but to see the physical condition so that he could adjust the diet and medication. He did not need to do a sputum smear. He saved the patient, saved the materials for himself. Li Yi took out ambroxol hydrochloride and acetaminophen. Take these 2 medicines orally. The body temperature is 39. Don't be afraid. Hungry. Jia Jinshan licked his lips. He was thirsty and hungry. He looked quite energetic just now, but now that he was on the drip, he was dispirited. Take the medicine first and then drink a bowl of watermelon soup. After the drip is over, we'll eat. Li Yi tried to make his voice as gentle as possible. He knew that the patient was relaxed now. He did not have to worry about dying and the body's functional response. Do you want to use ginseng? Jia Jinshan still felt that ginseng soup was good. Not for the time being. Wait for the temperature to drop. If it stays below 38 degrees tomorrow, I'll change it to Chinese medicine soup. Li said. He felt sorry for the Western medicine. If the temperature was not high, he would change it to Chinese medicine. Chinese medicine did not consume the patient's lifespan. Of course, the antibiotics had to continue. He asked someone to bring a lot of dried watermelon soup. The old man gulped it down. Not long after, he sat there leaning against the wall and fell asleep. Li Yi gave Jia Jinshan a simple checkup. After making sure that he was fine, he began to talk about the Chatua tribe. What did he usually eat? Was there anything fun? Did the sun and wind feel uncomfortable on his skin? If there was something that made him feel comfortable, how much money, no, how many things would he be willing to spend in exchange? The latter part was the key. There were a lot of good things over there, especially medicinal herbs and jewelry. Only by understanding the thoughts of the future big client could he better serve him. 1.5 hours later, Li Yi removed the needle and asked someone to move him to a separate ward. The caretakers put on protective measures. He disinfected himself and went back to the cafeteria to eat. How is it? Li Longji did not eat, but Empress Wang finished eating. The first use of antibiotics is estimated to take 5 days. No more than 7 days at most. Li Yi gave an approximate time. Without antibiotics, there were many other Chinese medicine, but it was estimated that they would not be able to get the patient back. If it was the early stage of the illness, they could still try. That's good. Brother E, let's eat. Li Longji called, and the two of them continued to eat. It's important that Zhuya Jinshan is alive, Li Longji said after eating a few mouthfuls. Yes, Li Yi agreed. The old man would probably stay in Chang, and then his son would go back to inherit it. The Tang dynasty and the Shatua tribe were closer. They could do something else through this relationship. Chapter 172. After eating a few mouthfuls, Li Longji said, the Shatua people are far away from the Tang dynasty, and it's not easy to govern them. Just give them benefits such as direct economic aid, which means giving things and money. There's also indirect economic aid and trade. Li Yi didn't think that there was anything difficult to manage there. The more people there were, the better. As long as there was a balance of interests, everything was negotiable. How many years will it take to truly belong to the Tang dynasty? Li Longji wanted to complete a great undertaking and turn the Turks and Tubo into real Tang dynasty territory. Now, it seemed that many officials were appointed, and they didn't agree at all. A few decades will be enough. Li Yi was open-minded. After he nurtured his students, they would nurture their students. Then, the entire Tang dynasty's industrial, agricultural, and commercial foundation would appear. Unlike now, he had to exchange his lifespan for any high-tech technology. Of course, these Tang dynasty people wouldn't be able to make that CT scan in a few decades. But it was hard to say. A few decades could save him a lot of detours, and he could rush all the way to his destination. Just like the use of electricity, the real historical situation was that it had been used for many years, and there was a struggle between direct current and direct current. The essence of the struggle wasn't technology, but the right to speak. A few decades. Li Longji was worried. He didn't want to wait for a few decades, and he wanted to do it in a few years. Maybe it's just a matter of jurisdiction, and there's no need to use it. Li Yi pondered. Once the military and the technology were used, it would be enough. There was no need to improve the technology of the Tang dynasty to a certain level. The current problem was the people's livelihood and the control of the military. The outbreak of the Enlushan rebellion wasn't just a matter of Enlushan and Shi Siming. At that time, the rebels all over the Tang dynasty were fighting. Li Longji didn't handle it well, and the current Kaiyuan era was fake. Li Longji sighed and didn't want to say more in case he exposed himself. Why would a relative of the royal family think so much? Can the Zhuya Gold Mountain really survive? Li Longji asked again. Third brother, don't worry. The blood test and CT scan didn't find any other lesions. Just pneumonia. Li Yi promised that if he died from the treatment, he would not be able to study medicine in the future. Empress Wang watched and listened from the side. She slowly dozed off. Tao Hong and Chui Lu hurriedly helped her back to rest. During dinner, Zhu Gaya Jinshan woke up. Zhu Gaya Jinshan used a thermometer to measure his body temperature. After much difficulty, he realized that the scale was between the third and fourth grid of 38. A look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. The paramedics brought in food and disinfected the hallways and rooms. My father can live like this? Zhuya Jinshan asked the nurse. Yes, you are alive. You want to die in front of my Dongzhu? Humph. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The nurse was arrogant. They knew how to give injections and change dressings now, but they didn't dare to do it for children who were too young. Once they were pricked, they would scream and prick the wrong spot. His lordship was fine. If he made a mistake, he could just do it again. If he made a mistake again, he would not be angry. This tray is yours, and this one is his. The nurse took the food from the trolley. Both of them had a lot of vegetables. Zhu Gaya Jinshan's staple food was a big bowl of noodles. Zhu Gaya Jinshan's food was rice with water. Most of the dishes were cold dishes and pickled vegetables. Only a braised pork with preserved vegetables was hot. My Dongzhu said that you are still burning. You must not be able to eat too much food, and you don't want to eat, so he made it cool for you. There is a heater in the ward, so don't be afraid of the cold. The nurse introduced the situation and took out the watermelon without skin. Sure enough, when Zhu Gaya Jinshan saw these dishes, he swallowed his saliva and wanted to eat. At this moment he had no strength. When he was sick before, he felt that he could not live. Even if he died, he had to be strong and hold on. Adrenaline was secreted, and he looked strong. Since he found out that he could live again, the sequelae appeared. He was a patient. Oh no. At this time, Ching Song ran in wearing a mask to see his complexion and eating appearance. The rice with water was cool, and the cold dishes were more refreshing. Zhu Gaya Jinshan took a bite, but he was reluctant to eat quickly. He slowed down and tasted a mouthful of braised pork with preserved vegetables. He was satisfied. Good, this is salty enough. Because my Dongzhu knows that you want to eat salty things at this time, especially with rice with water. Then you drink more water. At night he will hang a bottle for you. The nurse said matter-of-factly. Dongzhu knew. His medical skills are amazing. Zhu Gaya Jinshan praised from the side. After the imperial doctor saw his father's illness, he felt as if the imperial doctor could not live anymore. His heart twitched. When it was Zhuangzi's turn, the young Dongzhu saw the doctor, and he looked as if he did not care. At this moment, as expected, his father was not so hot. Instead, he was still coughing and continued to take this medicine that he had never seen before. Ching Song watched Zhu Gaya Jinshan finish the small amount of food before he turned and ran out. Eaten, all eaten. He reported to several people. Tomorrow morning we will make egg soup. You need to replenish your protein, but eat eggs when you have a fever. Drink more water. Li Yi found that the situation was relatively stable. The body's antibodies were important to prepare for food supplements. He did not want to directly inject vitamins and nutrients. That would be too embarrassing for traditional Chinese medicine. Unless it was an operation such as appendicitis and he really could not eat, then he would inject. Li Longji was relieved when he heard that he could eat all the food sent. If he could eat, he could live. Early the next morning, before Zhu Gaya Jinshan woke up, a large group of people rushed to Zhuangzi. Judging from their clothes, they were all from families with better economic conditions. The adults and children chatted, and Pei Yaoqing, who accompanied them, introduced the general rules. When it's time to eat, go to Zhang's village. The food in Zhuangzi is not good. It's for the villagers. He tricked them, using the villagers as an excuse. Some people nodded, feeling that eating with the villagers was degrading their status. Some people squinted at Pei Yaoqing, meaning, do you think I don't know what the canteen food in Liyi Zhuangzi is? The food on the third floor of Earthly Paradise was eaten by Zhuangzi. The food that could not be eaten by Earthly Paradise was eaten by Zhuangzi. You are a dignified county magistrate. How could you lie like this? Pei Yaoqing pretended not to see and asked the children to wear protective clothes. In fact, it was just a hat on their heads. Let the ice cart and steak play. There were people on Zhuangzi watching by the side, and they were ready to take out the shabu skewers and play for a while. The adults were led to another ice rink. The coaches on Zhuangzi were skating crookedly and fell from time to time. The people who came to skate were more worried. Is this the coach? You are about to fall to your death, and you still want to teach us? Then Li Yi came. Li Yi went to check the rooms, focusing on Zhu Gaya Jinshan, and went to the ice rink without eating. Seeing that everyone was hesitating, he did not say anything and changed to ice skates, and performed on the ice. He also did the most difficult step he could do, which was to step on the ice with the tip of his right foot and jump backward 360 degrees. He did not fall, and he succeeded. The people watching were in an uproar. It's too amazing. Turns out that skating can be done to this extent? Good. Learn, pay the money. After Li Yi did this, he stepped aside and changed his shoes. After changing his shoes, he slowly walked to the canteen with his hands behind his back. When he was out of everyone's sight, he stood up and moved his right ankle. I sprained it. I didn't warm up. I'll spray the medicine later. Oh, it's sour. Chapter 173. On the ice rink, Pei Yaoqing promoted. Within half a month, a skating competition will be held. Anyone who wins a prize will receive a soap and 5 sanitary pads. From the first prize to the top 10, they will receive a bottle of floral water and a bottle of glycerin. Regardless of whether they were men or women, they were all excited. Some couples even brought their children over to play. Ming residents said that there was a fun place here. Everyone who came was given a stick of sugar-coated haws when they left. Everyone came over to take a look after hearing the county magistrate's recommendation, and the sugar-coated Ha's reward. They never thought that there would be something even better. Pyongkong Square had already spread that they had soap and sanitary pads. Even the servants had soap. A bottle of glycerin was worth 2,000 without counting the glass bottle. If one did not have a Celestial World membership card, they could not buy it anywhere else. Unless they had a bottle, they could come to Zhuangzi to drink it. A bottle was hard to get. As for the floral water, it was said that only the royal family had it. Even in the palace, not just any palace maid or eunuch could use it. It was said that it was better than spices. A few drops of it when bathing would make the whole body fragrant. Sanitary pads were for women and eunuchs. Men could not use it, but it did not mean that they did not want it. Regardless of whether they were married or not, they could give it to other women they liked. If they came together as a couple, they could not give it to other women. Otherwise, Peiming residents, I heard that Li Dongzhu is 28 years old? Someone was not in a hurry to put on his shoes. He stood aside and chatted with Pei Yaoqing. 28 years old refers to women. Pei Yaoqing corrected the other party's description of age. Then danced the elephant. Do you have a matchmaker? The person changed the way he said it. Don't even think about it. Li Dongzhu is not someone you can covet. Pei Yaoqing flatly refused. What a joke. If Li Yi wanted to marry, even Li Yi himself would not have the final say. If any general wanted to recruit Li Yi as his son-in-law, would His Majesty agree? Why would he recruit him? To conquer the world? In layman's terms, Li Yi was a strategic resource. Whoever got Li Yi would get the world. Pei Yaoqing's heart was as clear as a mirror. His Majesty brought the Empress here every 2 to 3 days. When Liu Bei looked for Zhuge Liang, he did not visit the thatched hut 3 times. His Majesty, on the other hand, simply got a courtyard nearby and used it as a temporary residence. If you try to take it away, His Majesty will execute your entire clan. I'm not trying to scare anyone. If you don't believe me, you can find a matchmaker tomorrow and try it. I'll have to get married in the end. The man mumbled and went to change his shoes. If it were my daughter. Sigh. Pei Yaoqing suddenly sighed. He didn't have a daughter, they were all sons. His son naturally could not become sworn brothers with Li Yi. If he did, His Majesty would drop his blade. Did Zhuya Jinshan eat egg custard? When Li Longji was eating breakfast, he saw Li Yi limping. He stared at him for a while and asked about the Zhuya Gold Mountain. I sprained my ankle. Li Yi muttered with a look of, why didn't you care about me first? Brother Yi, do you have a way to treat your sprained ankle? Li Longji asked cooperatively. Of course, I sprayed some medicine. It will be fine before noon. Li Yi said indifferently. Then Zhuya Jinshan ate egg custard. Li Longji asked again. First he said he couldn't eat it. I put the braised tofu pudding into the egg custard and he ate it. Li Yi explained the situation. Normally the egg custard had to be braised. Li Yi did not enjoy this treatment when he was young. Usually he would pour some soy sauce. At that time he could not bear to eat it, so he slowly pressed it with a spoon and drank the soy sauce and egg custard soup. In the end he drank no more water. He added some soy sauce and stirred it. The egg custard was like caviar. It was like eating a banana and using your teeth to peel it bit by bit. It was a lack of resources and poor. In the end, when he sent the egg custard to Zhuya Jinshan and saw that he did not eat it, he remembered that there was braised food. Delicate. Empress Wang criticized Zhuya Jinshan. Shearer's intestines were cut. When she was hospitalized, she laughed all day. When she was in pain, in order to play with her, she was sweating profusely and her face was pale, but she gritted her teeth and endured it. A clan leader actually did not eat egg custard. Humph. Sister-in-law. He is testing my medical ethics and the attitude of the Tang dynasty towards him. Li Yi knew clearly. Zhuya Jinshan was not an ordinary person at all. Was it not difficult for him to live there? How much pressure did a leader have to bear? How could he be as delicate as an ordinary person? He would not even frown if a knife was cut on his body. So it is like this. Sigh. So calculative. Empress Wang said and continued to drink the milk, but did not put sugar. Li Yi did not let her put sugar. He was afraid that she would have gestational diabetes. It was troublesome. Although most children would get better after birth, There was still a probability that diabetes would stay. If she had a normal diet, it could be treated, but it would be painful. Brother Yi, your family has a lot of money, right? Li Longji suddenly asked a question. Yes. Third brother, do you need money? Li Yi admitted that he had money. There were more than 3,000 migrant workers. If he could not make money, he would have lived in vain. However, he gave up a lot of profits. Why do you have so much money? Li Longji was concerned about this matter. I said before that I will cooperate with more villages to build greenhouses next year. Especially the poor people who do not have the money to build greenhouses. I will give them a way to live. If they are willing to fight, they will naturally have a good life. I will give them a way to live. If they are willing to give up, I will think of a way to ignite their ambition. Li Yi said his plan. This was also what Yao Chong and the others were thinking about. How could people without money build greenhouses? They even planned to come over and ask. Li Yi already had an idea. If they did not have money, they would cooperate. Wasn't it normal for companies to send funds and technology to places? Poverty alleviation, pay attention to positive energy. Why are you helping people who are willing to be poor? Li Longji could not understand this point. People give up, why do you still care? Poverty alleviation must be supported first. An excellent official cannot expect everyone to listen to him immediately. If the people do not listen, they will say that the people are not good. This kind of official is not a good official. If the people are lazy, you have to make them diligent. If the people are lazy, you have to make them more active. Li Yi was talking about the things that happened to him in the past. Some village officials said that the people were not obedient. They told them how to make money, but they were indifferent. This official felt that the people were at fault. When he left, another official would come and talk to the other party. Then the other party would work hard to do things. If an official could not even change the thinking of an ordinary person, how could he protect the government? Li Yi felt that he could do it. If he used his ability to fool people, there was no thinking that could not be changed. Don't want to work? See how I deceive, no, guide them. Third brother, don't abandon, don't give up. Parents are officials. They are all children. You can't abandon a child just because he can't do well. It is the father's fault if the son is not taught well. If the teacher is not strict, it is the teacher's laziness. Li Longji directly interrupted and then repeated, don't abandon, don't give up. Yes, they are all people. Empress Wang listened and smiled. So this is how officials should be. Then there are many officials in the Tang dynasty. She did not finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. They can be killed. They are too weak. Why should I keep them alive? Chapter 174. Li Longji narrowed his eyes. He realized that he had found a new way of thinking. That's right. If the local officials can do that, why can't you do it? I don't expect you to always take out good farming tools like Brother E. I don't expect you to save the dying and heal the injured. I don't need you to be proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, frying, cooking, etc. I just need you to bring the people under your rule to find a way to survive. The people don't understand the reason, but don't you know? At the same time, Li Longji had a feeling. He couldn't describe it, but uncle's words make people bold, Empress Wang said. Mencius said that there is a righteous spirit. There is also a poem that says, heaven and earth have righteous spirit, and the chaos is manifold. Below are rivers and mountains, and above are the sun and stars. To people it is righteous and it fills the firmament. The emperor's road is clean, and he spits out the court. Li Yi knew what his sister-in-law meant. He copied a few lines of Wen Tianxiang's poem. Positive energy was righteous spirit. It had to be promoted and followed the theme closely. Otherwise, heaven and earth have righteous spirit. Li Longji cooperated and praised. Uncle, there seems to be more. Empress Wang felt that it was not enough. This was clearly a 5-word poem. Why were there only 8 lines? I can't remember. I didn't copy well. Li Yi admitted his mistake. He couldn't write anymore. The latter part involved the Anlushan rebellion. Uncle, you killed them too early. You should remember clearly before killing them and burying them. Empress Wang smiled and teased. I will ask clearly next time. Li Yi promised. Li Longji was in a good mood. Every time he met Brother Yi, he would gain something. If it was another official, even if it was just a suggestion, he would be promoted. It was not easy to think of a solution. The official had to understand it before he could submit a report. If it was Brother E, he could ask Brother E anytime, anywhere, and Brother E would give him a solution. Should he tie up the people from the political affairs hall and drag them out? Li Longji compared others to Li Yi. He wanted to kill them. At this moment Pei Yaoqing entered. In the blink of an eye, I have dealt with everything over there. Li Dongzhu, aren't you going to take a look? Pei Yaoqing thought that Li Yi was the only one eating, but many thanks to Pei Ming residents. I originally wanted to eat with Pei Ming residents, but third brother and sister-in-law wanted to accompany me. Li Yi quickly explained why he didn't wait for Pei Yaoqing to eat together. Pei Yaoqing was helping to attract tourists, so it wasn't good for him to eat first. Li Dongzhu, you're worrying too much. I really didn't have any appetite just now. I only felt hungry after I was done. What else could Pei Yaoqing say? How about I stir-fry a dish for Ming residents? Li Yi expressed his apologies. No. The food in the canteen is delicious. Pei Yaoqing firmly refused. His Majesty and the Empress eat the canteen food. If you cook for me, do you think I'm not dying fast enough? Turning around, he went to look for a plate to scoop the rice. There were no lattice plates for breakfast. They were all flat plates. They needed to be filled with porridge, soup, milk, and then filled with steamed buns, fried dough sticks, buns, and so on. There were ceramic plates for side dishes. Zhuangzi didn't lack ceramic utensils. Even if the porcelain didn't look very beautiful, it was still porcelain. Pei Yaoqing scooped oyster and winter melon porridge. There were small yellow rice inside. Then he took a tray of 8 small steamed buns stuffed with pork and scallion. There was a fried egg with sugar, a plate of garlic eggplant, and a plate of tofu mixed with shallots. There was meat sauce on top of the tofu. These were enough. If there weren't enough side dishes, he would get more. Then he brought the food over and sat at the square table next to him. He said, every time I go to Li Dongzhu's Zhuangzi canteen to eat, it's hard to choose. There are too many dishes. There are many people. Li Yi gave a humble explanation. The more people there were, the more dishes there were. In reality, it had nothing to do with that. From a psychological point of view, the more things there were to choose from, the happier one would be when choosing. They would always feel that they had chosen the best. If there were only millet porridge, steamed buns, and fermented bean curd, they would feel helpless when eating. A single food gave people the feeling that they were passive, but people liked to take the initiative. Pei Yaoqing glanced at Li Longji and asked softly, I heard that Zhuya Fugua and his father Zhuya Jinshan came to see a doctor? There's only one patient, Zhuya Jinshan. It's a low infectious pneumonia. He'll be fine in a few days. Li Yi gave the answer. That's because he met you. Otherwise, Pei Yaoqing didn't say anything else. He knew about the old man's condition. The advice given by the Imperial Medical Department was to prepare for his funeral. If it was too late, there would be no time to treat him. If they prescribed offensive drugs, he would be gone if they weren't careful. No one dared to. If it were their own family members, they might have prescribed a bunch of life-threatening drugs. If they drank it, they would either live or die. Every imperial physician had a last resort when it came to treating illnesses, and some people were really saved. Li Yi understood this. Chinese medicine treated terminal illnesses. If they gritted their teeth and gave prescriptions, they could indeed bring the dead back to life. However, the probability was relatively low. What was even more difficult was that it was not easy to find such a Chinese medicine doctor. If they were not careful, they might be cheated by a quack. How is it now? Pei Yaoqing was concerned. If he or his family members had the same illness, he had to know, right? He's still feverish. At night, his body functions decline. In the morning, he will find that his body temperature has risen. When he eats, his body temperature will drop again in the afternoon. Li Yi explained the rules of the battle between the human body's metabolism and the virus. Pei Yaoqing nodded and asked, how long will the fever last? Will it be uncomfortable? If there's inflammation, he will generally have a fever. The discomfort is mainly reflected in breathing difficulties and pain. The antibiotic I gave him is penicillin. It doesn't stimulate the gastrointestinal tract that much. Tonight, I'm going to give him oxygen to let him have a good sleep. Yesterday, his body functions and will were fighting, so oxygen was useless. If it was a child, oxygen would have been used yesterday. At the same time, more analgesics will be given. Because the child's metabolism is fast, as long as he is supplemented with protein and vitamins, the child will be able to survive very quickly. Li Yi explained his understanding of the illness and judgment of the medicine. Why did he do that? Pei Yaoqing didn't understand. Anyway, he knew that everything was under Li Yi's control. The key was that he felt especially at ease listening to Li Yi's words. That kind of words that he didn't understand conveyed absolute confidence. Li Dongzhu, someone in my family has a toothache. It's not swollen, but it hurts when he goes out for a walk, especially when he inhales. Pei Yaoqing decided to ask. Li Yi looked at him and was really speechless. I haven't even seen the person and you're asking me this. Do I know how much information is in your words? Are you hiding something? Put on a mask, then use warm water when brushing your teeth and drinking water. Drink warm water. It's best to use warm salt water when you rinse your mouth. Li Yi had no choice but to give a treatment plan that wouldn't cause any misdiagnosis. Pei Yaoqing very seriously went to find a charcoal stick and a piece of paper beside him to write it down. Li Yi looked a little scared. He was afraid that the other party would come over and ask him to sign, put his fingerprint or something. If something happened, would it be used as evidence? Fortunately, Pei Yaoqing didn't plan to do that. After writing it down, he put it in his sleeve. Li Yi tilted his head and pondered. Would it be better if you sewed an inner pocket? Also, add 2 pockets below the waist of the robe. When the wind is strong, it can help to press the robe. Uncle, what do you mean? Empress Wang was the most curious about new things. Add a few more pockets. Otherwise, put it in the sleeve pockets. The arm will bear the weight. Li Yi said. People nowadays stuff things into their sleeves whenever they had something. In fact, there was a pocket there. No matter if it was flat on the arm or along the arm, the weight would be on the arm and shoulders. If a copper coin was placed, the sleeve would fall down. Chapter 175. Li Longji and Empress Wang left after breakfast with the 12 drawings of new clothes drawn by Li Yi. Li Yi's clothes in Zhuangzi were different from other places. They looked more beautiful, including the children's clothes. He looked like a scholar. Chang'an City was now popular with all kinds of backpacks and satchels designed by Li Yi. There were leather and cloth ones. Everyone gave Li Yi 1 copper coin as a patent fee. Brother Yi, you have made a great contribution to the country. After Li Longji left, Pei Yaoqing became more active and changed the way he addressed Anyun. It was not easy. Brother Pei, do you believe that a specially designed piece of clothing can be sold for 1,000 copper coins? Li Yi asked Pei Yaoqing. 1 piece of clothing was worth 1 million copper coins. It's a little expensive. There are some that cost 300 to 500 copper coins. The embroidery can be done against the light and against the light. You can see 2 pictures. Exquisite skills. Pei Yaoqing made a comparison. If the embroidery was done well, not only would it change color, but the pattern would also change according to the viewing angle. That's why we have to strengthen the country. Li Yi clenched his fist. When he was overseas, anyone who designed a piece of clothing would be worth a lot of money. Was the cloth expensive? It was the fame. Traditional Chinese things had been suppressed. Was it not good? It was the country that was not strong enough. The Tang dynasty will definitely be strong. Pei Yaoqing misunderstood. He lowered his head and continued eating. He listened to Li Yi and chewed slowly. As a result, the porridge became cold. Li Yi did not want to go to the autopsy room after eating. He wanted to wait for more blood to be supplied to the brain. He was peeling pine nuts now. He did not soak them with chemicals or grind them. The pine nuts did not open when they were fried. He took a small pair of tweezers and pinched them. The pine nuts were put aside for cooking. The price of pine nuts was not lower than mushrooms. The hazelnuts were also small now. There were no big ones. The wild ones did not grow big and many of them had worms. Dried fruits were expensive. Li Yi also bought them and gave them to the people in Zhuangzi to maintain the body's nutrition. Pine nuts were usually made with oysters. As for shrimps, there were no large fishing boats at sea. And shrimps were not cheap either. Fresh clams were good stuff even in the Song dynasty, let alone the Tang dynasty. At this moment, dried scallops were being sold in Chang, and at a price lower than soy sauce. Then Pei Yaoqing became addicted to watching Li Yi's movements. Li Yi's hands were steady, and the frequency was about the same. If he wasn't tired, he could read for an entire day. Brother Pei, hurry up and eat. Otherwise, you'll have to heat it up again. Li Yi advised. Pei Yaoqing's newly heated porridge would probably turn cold again. Brother Yi, your hands are very steady. I can't see any difference in your movements. Pei Yaoqing said sincerely. I'm more stable when I'm suturing and performing surgeries. Li Yi put down the tools and stopped pinching. Only then did Pei Yaoqing eat with peace of mind. On the other side, Li Longji's team had just arrived outside Tunghua Gate, when 3 four-wheeled carriages appeared from the opposite side. Both sides met outside the city and stopped. Where are you going? In Li Longji's carriage, he asked the 3 prime ministers who had just arrived. Empress Wang went to the back. The carriage was big and there was room. Zhang Shua and Lu Huaishan looked at Yao Chong, implying that he was the one who asked them to come out. Yao Chong was angry. Was I the one who asked you to come? You got your membership cards yesterday and heard that there was ice skating today. You insisted on coming. We have important matters to discuss with the people. Yao Chong could only speak up himself. Li Longji didn't answer and signaled Yao Chong to continue. In winter, the vegetables grown in greenhouses taste better. However, Li Yi's method is not convenient for the people. Even if the poor have idle land, how can they grow vegetables? You must know that cloth is money. Yao Chong's purpose was to criticize Li Yi's greenhouses. The cost was too high. How can people without money grow vegetables? That's why we're here to ask him. Empress Wang, who had stayed in the back, was angry. She didn't care whether the ministers were talking to the emperor or not. She directly said, "Then shouldn't you think of a solution?" She already knew the solution. Li Yi had said that he wanted to cooperate. The rich and powerful would build greenhouses with the people with land. She also knew that the officials had to give advice to the people. Even if people didn't want to work, they had to find a way to make them work. Uncle never criticized anyone, even Zhong Xiaojing, who you looked down on. Uncle didn't immediately deny it. Instead, he said the location wasn't suitable. This breadth of mind, this bearing, this ability. Wasn't it the magnanimity of the prime ministers? The out-of-season vegetables in the greenhouses were all handed over and even made samples. You didn't think of a solution yourself. Instead, you came up with a bad idea. What use are you? Empress, please calm down. Yao Chong felt a strong sense of anger. He was afraid that Empress Wang's pregnancy would be affected, and the carriage would have to turn back. Everyone listen to me. This greenhouse method. Li Longji began to talk about how to cooperate and how much profit to distribute to the people under normal circumstances. As he spoke, his face was sullen and dissatisfied. Brother Yi was just chatting while eating. He didn't have the slightest bit of anger. It was as if things should be done like that. There was no need to worry. If it were the 3 of you, you couldn't think of it yourself. You ran out to ask, and you even had a righteous look. Does Brother Yi owe you? Do you think he's easy to bully? When I asked about politics, I was beating around the bush. Let's talk about other things first before getting to the main business. You're better than me? Yao Chong and the others didn't feel anger in an instant. Instead, they felt murderous intent. So that's how it is. This subject understands. Zhang Shua used the fastest speed to save himself. Lu Huaishan followed. It's really unparalleled. Yao Chong wanted to stab each of his colleagues. Just now the 2 of you pushed me out. Why are you reacting so quickly now? Is your desire to live so strong? He looked at the 2 of them in disdain and said, "This subject already knows. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your explanation. However, this subject wants to see Jia Jinshan's condition. Do you want to be infected? Then let Uncle treat you?" Empress Wang opened her mouth again. She was in a good mood. She felt that the baby in her stomach was happy. Yao Chong took a deep breath. He didn't want to argue with her. You have a child in your stomach. More importantly, the child should be a boy. That's amazing. The difference between the Empress's son and the son of an ordinary family is huge. The Empress is right. Zhang Shua spoke up. Does the Empress know about Jia Jinshan's current condition? Sigh. Empress Wang sighed and shook her head. Yao Chong and the other 2 shuddered. It's over. Even Li Yi can't do it. That's the leader of the Shatua clan. If he can, Uncle said that it will take at least 5 to 7 days to cure. Uncle has to personally prepare every meal. It's so tiring. Empress Wang continued. Yao Chong and the other two were speechless. They felt a deep sense of malice. 5 to 7 days of illness that a group of imperial physicians from the Imperial Medical Department had hinted at? Then why are you sighing? Empress, you've also learned bad things. I'm tired. You guys can continue. Empress Wang was in a good mood. She deliberately said that she was done after tricking them. Yao Chong and the other two looked at Li Longji. Your Majesty, can we do this? Ha ha ha. You've worked hard. Li Longji couldn't help but laugh. He forced it back and comforted the three ministers. There were still people to work in the Political Affairs Hall. If Brother Yi went to the Political Affairs Hall, there would be no need for three ministers. But no, Brother Yi can't know my identity. I request that we return to the palace together. Yao Chong could only change the topic. I second that. Lu Huaishan and Zhang Shua had a tacit understanding. Later, bring home vegetables, watermelons, and cantaloupes. Li Longji finally said something humane. Thank you, Your Majesty, the three said in unison. Their hurt hearts were somewhat healed and did not hurt as much. Chapter 176. Shui Village. Outside the house, the snow fell and the sun shone on the dawn. What he said was true and what he did was true. The fire in the stove was continuous. Although he changed people frequently, he expressed his intention. Brother Pei has medical skills to practice. It's not convenient to accompany you. Li Yi waited for Pei Yaoqing to finish eating. They stood at the side of the ice rink and watched for a while. After that, they excused themselves and went back to the autopsy room. Pei Yaoqing saw that the children of the rich had already eaten the skewers. He stood at the side and took a look. They were all cheap food. Tofu, dried tofu, fried bean foam, frozen tofu and tofu. Then there were sea cabbage, dried oysters, cabbage, lentils and peas that were dried in the shade in the summer. Then there were bamboo shoots, lotus roots and gluten that were steamed together when making the dough. The only expensive things were bamboo shoots and lotus roots. They were not easy to preserve. However, Pei Yaoqing knew that Li Yi bought these two things in bulk and stored them together. The cost was very low. As for why Li Yi could preserve so many things, there was no need to ask. He knew how to do it. Looking at the children eating the skewers and free soup, Pei Yaoqing shook his head. It was not easy for the children of the rich. They were short of snacks. Huanji, I'm here too. Chong and County Deputy Fan Ai brought a group of people over. Yulan, have you eaten? Pei Yaoqing greeted. No, the people I found live in are too scattered. I just gathered 50 people and they are all adults. They don't trust me and dare not bring their children here. Fan Ai was annoyed. Was the county magistrate more trustworthy than the deputy? The 50 people brought by Fan Ai were also annoyed. If they knew that someone richer than them would bring their children here, they would have brought them too. Therefore, they took the initiative to find another person who skated in the ice rink to communicate. Usually, it was not easy for some people to find a chance to talk to each other. They belonged to their own circle. Unexpectedly, when it came to Zhuangzi, they had more contacts. Yulan, go in and eat. Pei Yaoqing saw his colleague looking at the skewers and swallowing his saliva. Can't we eat those? Fan Ai also wanted to eat the skewers. There's nothing to eat. It's all tofu. Pei Yaoqing shook his head. Let's go and eat with me. The deputy magistrate called out. The bailiffs who came with him happily hugged him and walked into the canteen. He couldn't afford to go to Heavenly Earth. If he wanted to have a big meal, he could only accompany Shangguan Ru when she came to Zhuangzi. Not long after, Fan Ai pushed a food delivery cart out. She said to Pei Yaoqing, find a shed and sit down. We'll watch while eating. Pei Yaoqing nodded vigorously at Fan Ai, expressing his admiration. There was a hot water box under the dining car, so the food on it was not cold. The two of them found an empty place to skate, rest and change their shoes. Fan Ai talked while eating. I've found that the more dishes are cooked together, the more money is saved. It saves coal, firewood, oil and salt. Fan Ai drank a mouthful of hot rice wine to warm her stomach. Li Yi said that this is called scale. Didn't the county learn how to buy things? It's a good idea. Pei Yaoqing said that he was eager to learn and was willing to put it into practice. This winter, all the things bought in the county were sold in bulk. The other party gave a low price, so both sides profited. The seller sold a pile of goods at a time, saving manpower and time costs. The buyer spent less money, so part of the money saved was used as a reward. Yes, someone may stay here today. Is the place arranged properly? Fan Ai swallowed another mouthful of sweet and sour pork ribs. She bit the bone twice and found that she couldn't bite it, so she gave up. Pei Yaoqing said, "Go to the Zhang family's village. The village is rich this year. Every family renovated their house. I don't know if they will be satisfied." He saw that Fan Ai didn't come over with soup, so he got up and went to the children's side. He scooped half a bowl of soup in a pottery bowl and came back. "Thank you, Huanji." Fan Ai took it, blew it and drank a mouthful. This soup is delicious. No wonder the children keep drinking it. They will be full in a while. It's made with bones and chicken. There are many things in it, so the taste is mixed. Pei Yaoqing had some understanding of it. When the two of them were talking, the adults came over one after another. When they saw the children drinking the soup, they quickly stopped them. After asking the people in Zhuangzi, they took the children to the Zhang family's village one after another. There was a flatbed with a wooden guardrail. There were chairs and leather cushions inside the flatbed. The adults and children sat on it. There was a horse walking on the cement road in front of them. The horse's hooves made a rhythmic sound, which made the children feel curious. When they arrived, the village chief of the Zhang family's village, Zhang Shao, led a team to welcome them. The villagers were all smiles. "Will it be cold staying here at night? Is everything clean?" A rich man with a slightly bulging belly asked. Being fat meant that the food at home was good and there was no hard work. "It's cleaned up so well that no dust can be seen. The bedding is new and the food is the best. There is someone to light the fire 24 hours a day." Zhang Shao introduced. Today was the first time they welcomed real tourists. The villagers knew that if something went wrong, the Dongzhu would be unhappy. "Let's take a look," another person said. The tourists entered the village. The main road of the village was also a cement road. There was no feces or other things in the courtyards on both sides. Firewood and coal were covered with straw curtains. Dogs were tied in kennels. There were no poultry or livestock. They entered a courtyard at random and went to a room that was open to the public. It was clean and there was no extra things. There was a fragrance. "Fragrant, the house is fragrant." Someone sniffed and said. Toilet water was sprayed. The villager said honestly, "Okay, so this is the smell of toilet water." These rich people finally knew the smell of toilet water. It was not easy. The tourists started to choose their houses and then ordered. There was a special canteen in the village. Whatever the guests ordered, it was immediately prepared. The adults ate well. The children did not eat much. They ate skewers and soup until they were full. After eating, some people left directly and went back. Some went to the ice rink to play. When the sky was getting dark, the people who played went to the village to rest. The villagers brought them wooden basins to warm their feet, tea and snacks. They ate late lunch and could not eat dinner. In the middle of the night, the wind whistled outside and snow fell. Some tourists who stayed could not sleep well. It was too strange, especially the bed. It actually had legs and was propped up. When they heard the wind, they felt stuffy. They put on their clothes and went out to take a look. They saw lanterns and people. They thought the villagers were going to rob them. Then they heard movement. "It's snowing. Here a separate stove. Add firewood, don't add coal. If it gets hot, it won't be easy to remove the fire. See if you can pour out the smoke. Don't smoke, people. Keep an eye on it. Prepare the ginseng calming soup." Dongzhu said something about the change of air pressure and different living environment. In addition, the children play during the day, and the ice surface is bright. It is easy to faint. See which family's child is crying. Send it quickly. The people standing at the door heard these words. He was stunned. It turned out that the village chief really did what he said. He did not have to worry about anything when he moved in. The ginseng calming soup was also cooked. If no one drank it, would it be a waste? He shook his head and smiled. He turned back and lay down again. He found it was very peaceful and fell asleep in a moment. The light snow stopped in the morning. The winter sun was extra bright today. The villagers smiled and asked everyone to get up. They brought hot water, towels, soap, toothbrushes, and toothpaste. More than one of the tourists knew the situation yesterday. They whispered to each other. When they looked at the honest faces of the villagers, they felt very happy. Chapter 177. Pei Yaoqing and Fan Ai also came out from the same house. They stayed the night in case something happened. At the same time, they wanted to see how the tourism model was developed and organize it in the county. The tourists greeted them one after another. They wanted to continue playing today, especially learning how to skate and participating in competitions to win prizes. Yesterday, they smelled the toilet water. It was indeed comfortable. Ming Mansion, you brought us to the village. Good, it's really good. Last night This person told them what he heard and saw. Someone beside him echoed. The village even prepared ginseng calming soup. That's really expensive. That's true. You can rest assured in the village. Another person said. Pei Yaoqing smiled and nodded. He thought to himself, the village prepared the ginseng calming soup for you because they were worried that the children would have convulsions and would have to trouble Li Dongzhu in the middle of the night. Without the soup you will be fine. But if you suddenly fall ill, you will have to call Li Yi. As for the ginseng calming soup, ginseng is not a good ginseng. There are 2 pharmacies. The worst of the worst pharmacies will make the soup for you. Do you think they will throw it away? Today Zhuangzi's canteen will probably have chicken, duck, goose, and other dishes stewed with the calming soup. Then he saw a villager put a pot on the tourist bus and drove to Zhuangzi. There was no need to look. The thing in the pot was definitely the calming soup. It was given by Li Yi and would be taken back to cook. The tourists had breakfast in the village. Pei Yaoqing and Fan Ai went to the canteen. When they arrived, Li Yi was waiting at the door. Brother Pei, Master Fan, did you have a good night last night? Good. I don't want to get up in the morning. I can't wait to sleep until noon. Pei Yaoqing moved his arms and said. Fan Ai was the most direct. Where's the soup? Where's the ginseng calming soup? Take it to cook the lamb spine. It's snowing and the weather is cold. Give it to the children in Zhuangzi. They like to eat bones. As expected, Li Yi spoke out their guesses and turned them into dishes. The 3 of them went in and chose their own breakfast. When they returned to a table, Pei Yaoqing asked, Brother Yi, you know that Chang'an is not only in Chang'an City, but also in the surrounding villages. If we do it according to Zhang's village's method, where do we need to think? Your elder brother wants to copy it, especially the price. If you're not from a rich family, can you give people different prices to play? Li Yi looked at Pei Yaoqing and smiled. Pei Yaoqing felt a little guilty and was about to say something when Li Yi nodded. Brother Pei is concerned about some outsiders. It's not easy to live in Chang'an, so it's difficult to find lodging. Therefore, they wanted to unite the surrounding villages and have a unified management model. It's no longer like in the past where outsiders have to find a place to stay. Some people spend more money and know that others have less money. Naturally, they feel resentful. Li Yi revealed Pei Yaoqing's purpose. Pei Yaoqing did not blush and said calmly, Yes, Brother Yi, can you teach me? We need to set up a tourism supervision department to regulate the tourism industry, give each village an evaluation, and then issue a brand. Li Yi was going to teach Pei Yaoqing how to design a scenic spot and how many stars it had. For example, when the Zhang family's village finished building the new buildings next year, the other services would naturally be given 5 stars. Specifics. Pei Yaoqing did not feel that there was anything wrong with asking this. I'll make a copy for Brother Pei after dinner. It's a good opportunity to regulate the surrounding villages of Chang and improve the living environment of the local people. Li Yi knew what to do. He used tourism to ask the other villages to improve their hygiene. Some habits that should not be there had to be changed. At the same time, he had to learn how to treat people. In this way, fewer people would fall sick. Of course, their toilets could not afford to use raw paper, and they could not build their own paper-making workshop. Therefore, he had to think of a way to improve the toilet paper. At least it had to be a one-time use item. They could not wash it after using it, or even thinking about it. Li shook his head hard and quickly threw the bad thoughts out. He ate. After dinner, he went to see Zhuya Jinshan. There was only one person in the inpatient department. The village resident was a little uncomfortable. Li Yi took a look at him and then poured a bowl of Chinese medicine down his throat. After giving medical advice, he adjusted his diet and rest, and that was it. Li Yi did not prescribe Western medicine casually in the pharmacy. It was a waste of time. Perhaps it was because he had never used antibiotics before. But after 3 injections of penicillin, Jia Jinshan's condition quickly improved. When he woke up early in the morning, his temperature was less than 38 degrees Celsius. After coughing and spitting, he ate ambroxol hydrochloride and spat it out smoothly. Jia Jinshan was in good condition. He drank goat's milk, ate egg pancakes, and chewed cucumbers and pickled vegetables. He was full of praise for Li Yi. Today he did not pretend to be dependent on others. Through his own improvement, he already knew the Tang dynasty's attitude toward the Shatawala people. This was the only miracle doctor who could treat his illness. Yesterday, his son went to Zhuangzi to look around the places that he was allowed to see. When he came back, he reported what he had seen and heard. He could not believe that this was a Zhuangzi. Not only did the village residents live a good life, but they also took care of more than 3,000 outsiders at the same time. They owned several large workshops, burned their own ceramics, made their own paper, and had countless good things. In particular, he heard that all kinds of good farming tools were made by Dongzhu. If he took this young man back, the Tang dynasty would probably launch a punitive expedition. No matter how many people died, they must take this young man back. If he was killed, Jia Jinshan could not help but tremble. He could not think about the extermination of his clan. Li Yi did not know what he was thinking. He took a look and continued to maintain his composure. He returned to the courtyard to write a travel management plan for Pei Yaoqing. At 9 in the morning, he handed over a dozen pieces of paper to Pei Yaoqing. Pei Yaoqing did not wait for lunch and left with Fan Ai. He went back to study Li Yi's plan and then think about how to operate it. At noon, Li Chengqi rushed over with a lot of chopped watermelon skins mixed with Glauber's salt. "Brother Yi, I don't have many sandboxes. I can't hold them all. I'll send them to you." Li Chengqi pointed at the baskets and said, "Find Songda and ask him to arrange for someone to pick us up." Li Yi told He Yin, "Thank you, brother." Li Yi was happy. He could make a lot of watermelon cream. With other things, he could make lozenges in summer. "Brother Yi, my football field has been built. I've made 4 football teams in Chang'an. They're practicing according to the rules you mentioned. I've also made the free advertising banners." Li Chengqi introduced the large-scale entertainment activities in the Tang dynasty. Now they only lacked a game. You can't charge money for the rice and warm soup for the first game. Ask someone to make bamboo tubes. Use the bamboo tubes to store the soup and paper bags to store the rice. Li Yi was also very interested in the football game. Playing football could train many parts of the body. The promotion of Kuju was not good. They could not organize a decent game. Only during holidays would they organize an official game. Usually it was an entertainment for the rich. It had nothing to do with ordinary people. If a football game was played, ordinary people would also talk about it and play along. Li Chengqi did not want to make money in the first game. He said, "I'll listen to Brother Yi." The two talked and entered the cafeteria. "Brother Yi, Chinese New Year is coming. Are you still going to celebrate Chinese New Year in Zhuangzi?" Li Chengqi thought of a question. He wanted to celebrate Chinese New Year with Li Yi. He felt that it would be lively. However, if he brought his family, his identity would be exposed. It's going to be Chinese New Year again. Last year, I was busy with the matters in Zhuangzi. I didn't have much money. This year, do you want to play with firecrackers? Li Yi thought of something. Fireworks and firecrackers. Since there was still some time, should he make them and set them off at night? Chapter 178. Li Yi did not plan to sell guns directly as his smelting skills were not up to standard. He now had nitroglycerin which he made himself to treat cardiovascular diseases. He could not exchange everything with the system. He could make it himself to save his life. Moreover, the root of the problem of the Tang dynasty was not the lack of weapons. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty were very good at fighting. The Mo Dao army was like a wall. "The thing I made will make crackling sounds. When it flies to the sky, it will explode into a beautiful flower." Li Yi introduced the firecrackers and fireworks. He planned to add salt and glauber salt to the fireworks. Under high temperature it could change color. Li Chengqi did not know that the thing made by the person sitting in front of him was a big killing machine. He was looking forward to the beautiful fireworks. Brother Yi, if this is the case, you don't need to burn the bamboo? He liked to play. Put saltpeter together with other things, boom. Li Yi introduced. I know, but the fireworks are not big and there is no crackling sound. It's better to sprinkle salt on the bamboo. Li Chengqi said another kind of firecracker. He could play with sprinkling salt because he had money and status. Of course, making firecrackers and fireworks also consumed a lot of materials. Mine is good, but you need to control it properly to avoid injury or fire. Li Yi said another trouble. For example, the second kick should be placed horizontally, or the first kick should be caught in the hand and thrown out to listen to the second kick. Those who had accidents were those who thought nothing was wrong. Brother Yi, you do it. I'll wait for you to play. Li Chengqi did not want to know about the technical matters. After dinner, Li Chengqi was not in a hurry to go back. He ran to the ice rink to learn how to skate. Li Yi went to the workshop with his hands behind his back to find someone to make firecrackers. Zhuangzi always had saltpeter, charcoal and sulfur. If the purity was not enough, it would need to be purified. Others would make a paste to make the firecrackers carrier. Manual paper rollers and weaving machines were needed. When filling the medicine, a bundle would be used. The medicine would be poured directly on the bundle, and then smoothed out before proceeding to the next step. When making the twisted medicine, it would be directly woven into the silk thread and inserted one by one. It took Li Yi half an hour to explain the process and the most important safety precautions as he drew it. The firecrackers workshop was moved to the furthest position, and there was no other building around it. The people who went in were not allowed to wear fur clothes. They had to cover their heads with a hat, spray water on their oiled clothes, and use metal rods to touch back and forth to dispel static. First, find out the suitable ratio for this batch and distribute it separately. Every time they used it, they would adjust it. Needless to say, the craftsmen all knew about fire. This included the cotton workshop, down mill, wool workshop, woodworking workshop, papermaking workshop, and so on. Everyone strictly abided by this. Who doesn't guard? The first warning, the second warning, the second warning, the martial arts world not saying goodbye. So far, not a single family had been chased out. Every day, the villagers would take the initiative to memorize the rules. Sometimes they would dream of violating the rules and wake up in fright, breaking out in cold sweat. They all understood that once they left Zhuangzi, they would have nothing. Even if Dongzhu said that he would give them some severance pay. Those who had mastered the technology were more worried about whether they could make it to other places alive. That's pretty much it. If you don't understand the details, don't try blindly. Ask me. Then our goal is. At this point, Li Yi stopped. The craftsmen shouted together. Safety first, safety first, safety first. Very good. Li Yi left satisfied. He went to the inpatient building and gave Zhuya Jinshan an intravenous drip. It was time. Do you have a fever? Li Yi asked Zhuya Jinshan's son Zhuya Fugua. When I just finished eating, it was 38.7 degrees. Now it's 38.2 degrees. Zhuya Fugua was very clear about his father's situation. His father had already abdicated and was preparing to retire in Chang, and if his father lived long, it would also be good for him. Besides, who would want their father to die? It wasn't like they were fighting for the position, or that their father wanted to kill them. Because I provide steamed buns and rice plus a lot of meat dishes, it provides a lot of calories. In the process of treatment, it won't do if you don't supplement enough protein and fat. If you supplement, you will accumulate calories. The whole process must be balanced. The best way is to eat mutton, but I'm worried that it will be too much. Li Yi explained to the patient's family that his medicine and food were also medicine. His Chinese medicine postoperative care was famous abroad. Zhuya Fugua listened carefully. It was also a kind of learning. This was a miracle doctor. Don't look at his age. He wasn't very old, but he was also the leader of a tribe. Li Yi gave Zhuya Jinshan an injection and listened to his breathing. Continue to maintain a good mood. The room is too dry. Spray some water and let your father walk around. Don't stop eating watermelon, cucumber, and cantaloupe. How many days will he be discharged? Jia Fugua learned a new term in the inpatient department. Not many days. Your father's health is good. Just pneumonia. It's a small illness. Li Yi's tone was emotional. He believed that if he shook his head and sighed and came back at night, his fever would definitely reach 39 degrees. He understood the patient's feelings. Just like the coachman who pulled out the tooth, he said it was very simple. In the end, after the anesthetic, the tooth was pulled out. The place where the tooth was pulled out healed, but the place where the anesthetic was injected was still swollen. The coachman was very resentful, but it had already been pulled out. What else could he do? That was a wisdom tooth. Li Yi was regretful that it was not allowed to be inserted. He liked to insert teeth for people. Every time he inserted a tooth for free, he thought that he had made a lot of money. The people in the Imperial Medical Department knew how to insert teeth, but the inlay materials were expensive. There was mercury. If it was missed, it would be a medical accident. He made teeth for the villagers and the elderly in the families of 42 students. It was porcelain. His own equipment was not brought to the kiln. He added silver and gold. In the past, he did not buy porcelain equipment in his dental clinic. It was too expensive. Usually, after seeing the patient, he took a sample and went to a large porcelain factory for processing. It was very cheap. He used computers to match the mold and then made it in batches. His equipment was small and needed some manual adjustment, so he was willing to do it. After he was proficient, he could insert teeth for the rich people of the Tang dynasty. How could the teeth made by the Imperial Medical Department be better than his? Ordinary people in the Imperial Medical Department could not find dental implants. They were all dentists on the market. Some even used materials such as ivory and hard bones. It was said that there were dead people's teeth. Li Yi had not seen them before. Thinking about the dental implants, Li Yi looked at Jia Jinshan's teeth. Very good. At least 3 teeth should be inserted and 3 teeth should be added. The other 2 teeth were too soft. It was not good to put them on. If the texture was not firm enough, it was likely to drill into the nerves. When the pneumonia is better in a few days, I will fix your teeth again. If you think it is good, you can bring it over when you go to Chang and I will give you a cheaper price. Li Yi said to Jia Fugua. He decided to put in some effort to get the old man's teeth done well to advertise. You want money? Jia Fugua was stunned. What are you talking about? How can you ask for free? Oh, if your immediate family doesn't want it, other people will give you a discount, but I know. I have a card. Jia Fugua expressed that he understood. Oh, I see. I will wash your teeth tomorrow. Big customer. Li Yi reached out and shook Jia Fugua's right hand. Then he left, leaving Jia Fugua in a daze. Chapter 179. Why isn't Brother Wang here yet? Li Yi missed Wang Xing after he finished suturing in the autopsy room. He had learned everything he needed to learn as a cadaver. He could not suture anymore. If he did not send a new cadaver, he would not be able to learn anything tomorrow. Li Yi felt that his skills were improving rapidly. He watched videos while operating. The only problem was that cadavers did not have heartbeat, blood pressure, or brain waves. He could not learn how to operate when there was bleeding. He could not use living people even if they were sentenced to death and should be beheaded or hanged. He could not use them to learn while they were still alive. I don't know if anyone in the prison is sick. I can help treat them. If I don't treat them, they will die. If I treat them, they may live. If they die, they can't blame me. I've tried my best. Li Yi was thinking about the people in prison. Should he look for Pei Yaoqing, the Chang'an commander? Li Yi should be satisfied. Which medical student had so many cadavers to learn from? However, he still wanted to work on living bodies so that the cadavers would not bleed. After cleaning up the autopsy room, Li Yi went to have dinner gloomily. Brother Yi, can we just find a place to water the ice rink? Li Chengqi did not leave. Looking at his clothes, it was obvious that he had been in close contact with the ice. Brother, do you want ice skates? I'll take a few sets with me. Li Yi did not look happy at all. Brother Yi, did something bad happen? Li Chengqi felt it and asked with concern. I don't know why, but I suddenly think of the people in prison. Some of them are sick and I feel sad. It was not a capital offense, but they died in prison. If they can be treated, wouldn't it show the strictness of the Tang dynasty's laws? Li Yi decided to find a way from his brother. Brother Yi, do you want to treat people in prison? Why not go to the city? Li Qingqi was puzzled. It's mainly because my skills are not good enough. I'm afraid that I'll kill people in the city and replace them with people in prison. Li Yi told the truth. Half of what he said was true. The other half was that he was worried that many people would come to him for treatment if he became famous in the city. He did not have time to train doctors. He only taught 42 students other knowledge. A large group of people came to him for treatment. Should he treat them? Some people brought their families over and knelt for a long time without getting up. In the middle of winter they collapsed again. Li Qingqi was worried. Should he think of a solution? If he participated, he would be in charge of political affairs. Would third brother think too much about it? He gritted his teeth and was just about to agree when Songda ran over. Dongzhu, there's an old man here with 6 servants. He says he wants to see you. Come over, it's not like I'm invisible, Li Yi said. He said that he's not familiar with it and wants you to show him around, including eating. Songda was in a difficult position. He asked Brother Yi to accompany him, so Brother Yi will accompany him? Who did he think he was? Songda, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you're tormenting your family's Dongzhu just because of an old one? Li Qingqi was not happy. He directly scolded Songda, even though he was not qualified to scold the steward. It's not Steward Song's fault. I'm not feeling well and need someone to help me. Steward, please understand that I'm old. A voice full of energy came from outside. When Li Yi heard the voice, his first thought was that the old man's legs were not well and not that he was sick. With this voice he felt that he could sing a bass. However, Li Qingqi trembled. What a familiar voice. Oh my God, what did I say just now? He got up and went to the door. When he saw the person who came, he revealed a distressed expression. Isn't this Big Li from Sixth Li Village? I've seen you before. You might not know me. My surname is Mu and my name is Changxi. Cheng as in inheritance and Shi as in sunset. The old man said to Li Qingqi, Is that so? I do look a little familiar? Li Qingqi adjusted his expression as fast as he could and said to the old man. Li Yi also walked over and sized up the old man. This bearing, when he looked at the old man, his expression was calm and his gaze was indifferent. There was a sense of benevolence. A trace of a smile appeared at the corner of the old man's mouth, making people feel very comfortable. When it came to this expression, Li Yi had naturally practiced it before. When dealing with patients, he had to adjust his expression at the right time. Sometimes he had to be dignified so the patient needed a backbone. Sometimes he had to be easygoing so the patient was afraid that the illness was serious and would need to spend more money. Sometimes he had to communicate with the patient like a friend, propose several treatment plans and try to let the patient choose the best one. Otherwise, if the patient was already emotional and mocking and scornful, it would be easy for the patient to bleed. I heard that Li Dongzhu is young, but I didn't expect you to be so handsome. I'm Mu Chengxi. I have a small village. I know that Li Dongzhu's place is good, so I came to take a look. When the old man spoke, his rhythm was very good. It made people not want to interrupt. Have you eaten? Li Yi looked into the old man's eyes. In the end he saw a smile, the kind of smile for a junior. Li Yi felt awkward and comfortable at the same time. It was very contradictory. I haven't eaten. I just went to your Zhuangzi's canteen to eat. I brought some things, 10 cattle. They're a little thin and not fat. Li Dongzhu will think of ways to make them strong. The old man said to Li Yi that he had come to give him a gift, 10 cattle. Li Yi did not want to be rewarded without doing anything. He said, how about this, old man? Of the 10 cattle, I'll keep 2. As for the other 8, I'll send them back after a month's time. He decided to make them fat. If the cattle were thin, they needed to be strong in the current season. He had to put in a lot of fine ingredients. We'll talk about the cattle later. I'm hungry. The old man did not refuse or agree. All right. What do you like to eat, old man? Li Yi asked. Let's take a look. The old man put his hands behind his back. The 6 servants followed him. The old man stopped and turned around. You can choose by yourselves. Don't follow me. The 6 people showed hesitation at the same time. They nodded and split up to look for food. The old man picked up a few dishes from the plate and asked Li Yi, "Do you have qing fong? It's not good to eat qing fong at night." Li Yi refused to provide stinky tofu. "Then forget it." The old man did not insist. He held the plate in one hand and the bowl of soup in the other. He was quite steady. He walked naturally to the table where Li Yi and Li Chengqi were eating and sat at the table next to them. Li Yi did not care. The old man took 10 cattle. He would wait and see what he wanted. If he could not do it, he would rather not take the cattle. Li Chengqi was a little reserved. He took a deep breath and squeezed out a smile. "Where were we just now?" "Yes, let's talk. Brother E, I'm here. I guess you're almost done. This time." Li Dongzhu, I'm here to ask about Zhuangzi." Wang Xing ran over and said. When he saw the old man, he tried hard to turn his eyes away. "Great, do you want to talk now?" Li Yi was happy. The cadaver came. "At night it's not dark yet. Let's talk by candlelight." Wang Xing found an excuse. "Yes, Supervisor Wang, let's eat together." Li Yi brought Wang Xing to the table. Wang Xing walked unnaturally. The two of them left, leaving Li Chengqi, the palace maid, the eunuch, and the old man. The palace maid and the eunuch did not know what to say. Li Chengqi frowned. "I'm just here to take a look and check your bones." The old man said. "Yes, check. You should have come earlier," Li Chengqi said respectfully. He even looked annoyed, as if he should have asked for the check himself. "You're like this when your third brother comes?" The old man was not satisfied with Li Chengqi's state. "How can it be the same? Have you eaten lunch? If you haven't, don't eat first. Brother E needs an empty stomach to draw blood." Li Chengqi suddenly remembered something and said, "I've eaten. I won't eat tomorrow morning. I'll stay here today." The old man said, Then I'll stay here too." Li Chengqi made his choice. He wanted to go to the football field to take a look, but the football field was not as serious as the current situation. Chapter 180. Li Yi and Wang Xing came back. Wang Xing lowered his head and ate. He did not dare to say or ask anything. Li Dongzhu's Zhuangzi is beautiful and the food is delicious. The old man praised as he ate the stewed goose in the iron pot. Li Yi was more enthusiastic for the sake of Niu Niu. Elder Mu, the bigger the pot, the more fragrant the stew. A small pot can't make that kind of taste. Use yam to stew. The yam can absorb some of the soup and taste better. Then why don't you ask me to eat yam? The old man asked. It's late. Yam is not easy to digest. It's not suitable for children and elders. Li Yi told him tactfully that he was too old. After eating yam, he would get a stomachache and indigestion. Why don't you let me eat the big pot of pickled cabbage? The old man always had questions. Pickled cabbage is also not easy to digest. After eating pickled cabbage, it will be black tomorrow morning when it's convenient for you. Since you gave me 10 cows, I have to take a look. If it's black, I can't judge it. It will interfere with the examination. Li Yi was still tactful. He wanted to check the old man's body. Why else would he give him cows? At least there was a possibility for him to take a look. The food you serve me doesn't seem to be full. The old man continued to pester. If it was a doctor who did not know the old man's identity, he would be angry. Why do you have so many problems? Li Yi was still calm. He was an old man and there were no other patients. He could just say it. Then he said, under normal circumstances, it takes 4 to 6 hours for the stomach to be empty. If you lie down, it will take longer. At the same time, the gastric acid secretion will increase and the stomach's peristalsis will accelerate. One is not good for the cardiovascular system. The other is that the more you eat at night, the hungrier you will be the next morning. The gastric acid stimulates the gastric mucosa and makes people hungry. Tomorrow morning, I will give you a blood test on an empty stomach. In order not to make you uncomfortable, you will eat less at night. Li Yi said a few words regardless of whether the old man could understand. Good young man Dongzhu. The old man smiled with satisfaction. He was very happy. Sure enough, he was gentle, not anxious, not servile or overbearing. The most important thing was that he was very skilled. He actually paid so much attention to the process of scooping rice. Li Yi was the first to finish eating, and Wang Xing also hurriedly finished it in 2 mouthfuls. The 2 of them went out. After a while Li Yi came back alone. Wang Xing did not follow him. "Where's Supervisor Wang?" Li Chengqi asked. He went back and said that he would be back in a while. Li Yi said. Wang Xing indeed had to leave with the 2 cadavers who had just finished teaching. If he buried them back, he would have to burn some paper offerings. This time he brought 4 fresh ones. The weather was cold, so they wouldn't spoil after a few days. He dug them out as soon as they were buried. Now, he and the few people who worked with him were getting more and more experienced. He knew how to recite both types of Buddhist sutras. He knew how to light candles and burn paper money. He also remembered which family he was from. Then, he would pay a certain amount of attention to them. If someone in that family fell ill, he would bring them to Zhuangzi for Li Yi to take a look. For those who did not live well, they would find an excuse to give them money and food. Only by doing this would he not have nightmares at night. At this time the old man put down his chopsticks. There wasn't much left. He wanted to go out, so several people followed him. It was already late outside. There weren't enough methane lamps, so they hung up big red lanterns. They had to be red. White lanterns were for the dead. To prevent the wind from blowing, 2 ropes were fixed under the big red lanterns. His 6 sidekicks appeared like ghosts. Li Chengqi glared at them, and the 6 of them spread out slightly. A few of Li Chengqi's men also came over. They were not far away, holding short crossbows. The farmer didn't understand the situation, so 4 veterans came over with round shields and swords in their hands. "Disperse. I don't see you guys being so loyal." Seeing this, the old man knew that something was going to happen, so he said in a deep voice. The 6 of them spread out to the side. Li Chengqi waved his hand, and his men also hid. Li Yi nodded slightly. The 4 veterans went into the darkness, where the lanterns couldn't shine. On the rooftop, which was 50 to 100 steps away, the other veterans put away their crossbows. Previously, they felt the pressure of the 6 people brought by the old man, so they went back to find them. They were all prepared. As for the guards of Dongzhu's sworn brother, they were already familiar with them. "Brother Yi, let's go and see the cows." Li Chengqi found a topic. "Okay." The old man made a nasal sound. "Skinny. Don't worry, they'll be fine after a while." Li Yi was very concerned about the cows. Zhuangzi relied on the cows for farming. Next year, they would plow the fields with a large number of cows. Every day they managed to get, they would have more chances to deal with the disaster. There were many lanterns around the place where the 10 cows stayed. The 10 cows were eating grass, green grass, and alfalfa with all their might. They were cut from the greenhouse. Some farmers looked at the cows with pity. How can they bear to starve the cows until they're so skinny? They're so pitiful. They're so heartless. The cows are crying while eating grass. How many days have they not eaten good grass? They're not as good as the cows in Zhuangzi. They're much worse. Don't be afraid. We can eat as much as we want in Zhuangzi in the future. The farmers talked. Li Chengqi looked at the old man. Where did you get the cows? The old man glared at him. You're so nosy. It's good enough that you have cows. Li Chengqi shrunk his neck and continued to look at him. How much did you pay for them? The old man moved them. They were cheap, less than half the price of the other cows. Li Chengqi. You dare to buy them? The old man. So what if I did? Li Chengqi. Nothing, I'm just asking. Li Yi walked around the 10 cows and frowned. Why are they all skinny? Is it an infectious disease? Are they deliberately starving themselves? He walked around twice and returned to his original position. Elder Mu, do the cows come together? Yes. The old man nodded. Don't feed them now. Let's go up the slope. Li Yi ordered. The farmers immediately led the cows to higher places, especially the steep slopes in Zhuangzi. Sprinkle lime on the path the cows have walked. Li Yi said again. Someone ran to transport the lime on a flatbed cart and sprinkled it with lanterns. The cows exerted their strength as soon as they went up the slope and excreted their feces and urine. Li Yi went back to the courtyard and changed into a white coat and a mask. He brought some tools with him. He collected the cow dung and injected the cows with needles to draw their blood. He went back to the courtyard with the tools. After a full 45 minutes, Li Yi appeared again. This time he was not wearing a white coat. Who fed the cows? I thought they were sick. It's just a lack of trace elements. Aren't they afraid of infecting other animals? Li Yi seemed to be talking to himself, but he was actually talking to the people around him. Brother Yi, are the cows sick? Li Chingqi was concerned. They were bought at half the price. Brother, don't worry. They lack B12. Songda, bring the green tea and fermented bean cakes here. Oh, there's no salt. Bring the fermented bean curd here too. Li Yi asked someone to choose food for the cows. They needed to replenish B12. The feces test did not find anything harmful. The blood test showed a lack of B12. Songda did not do it himself. He asked Li Yi again, do you still want to feed the cows the grass? No. It contains too much water. Eat it with the green tea and fermented bean cakes. The feces is too diluted. It's not easy to chew it. Bring some barley and add some salt. It's not a big problem to change to other fodder after feeding it for 2 days. If it doesn't work, I can still give them needles. Soon the food was brought over. He fed the cows again. This time the cows instinctively lowered their heads and ate fiercely. They wagged their tails and looked very happy. The onlookers cheered and celebrated for the cows. Dongzhu had found the disease. The cows were strong and would have strength to work in the coming year. Good skill, the old man said sincerely. Of course, Brother Yi is good at treating people. It's just a thin cow. It's not a problem to nourish it. Even if it's sick, Brother Yi can still cure it. Li Qingqi was a little proud. Chapter 181. As the cows ate, the farmers began to scrub the cows with lime water. The cows were not tied up, but they did not hide. Occasionally, when they felt comfortable, they would move, indicating that they should continue to scrub there. It was itchy. The farmers understood this very well. The others continued to scrub the other parts of the cows, and some of them even scrubbed the positions given by the cows themselves. After they were done with the lime water, they scrubbed with soap water and then clean water. Someone wiped the cows with a cloth, afraid that they would freeze. The 10 cows lowered their heads and ate with all their might. First, they ate into their stomachs, and when they were free, they poured it out and chewed slowly. The farmers seemed to know what the cows were thinking. Eat they would feed them. All kinds of feed were not mixed together. They were separated, and the cows could choose for themselves. Animals had instincts. They would know how to eat whatever they needed after tasting it. Unless they were mixed with concentrated and coarse materials, the cows would not eat coarse materials at all. Now all the food was good stuff. Green tea, fermented bean cakes, half-finished fermented bean curd without salt, and barley with coarse salt. The cows were too busy. They ate 2 mouthfuls of one and then another. If they wanted to watch, they could watch. If they wanted to touch, they could touch. In any case, they ate first. Li Yi spoke at this moment. Some people don't know how to raise these cows. The main thing is many beans were used to extract oil. The people who raised the cows thought that if they didn't eat beans, they would eat other things. In fact, when the beans are fried, they will naturally ferment in the cows' stomachs. The cows will chew them and swallow them again, further fermenting them. Thus, they can replenish the trace elements that the cows need. In fact, if they can provide grass, the same effect can be achieved. Li Yi spoke from the perspective of biology, microbiology, and medicine. It was easy for a doctor to learn veterinary medicine. How many years had it been in veterinary medicine? A doctor's graduate would be a junior doctor. If they wanted to get started, they would have to learn from scratch. The knowledge in textbooks was far from practical practice. How many intern doctoral students were looked down upon by nurses? A doctor's degree was the starting point in medicine. It was too far away from doctorates in other disciplines. Others did not know Li Yi's helplessness, powerlessness, pride, and persistence. What they saw was the cows eating happily. Dongzhu stood there with a compassionate look on his face. He also pitied the cows. "Kid, go take a look at your Zhuangzi's livestock," the old man suddenly said. "Li Yi, am I that familiar with you? You're calling me a kid? Don't you know what the 10 cows you sent are like? The physical functions of the 10 cows are so bad that I need to do a blood test. If it were a person, I would be ready to inject vitamins." Li Yi thought and took a deep breath. "I won't lower myself to your level. Yes, Brother E, let's go check on the other livestock, Li Qingqi said. It's so late at night. Let's see. Li Yi gave the old man face. He was not going to return 8 of the 10 cows to the old man. At most, they would see what diseases the old man had. They would treat those that could be treated directly, and those that could not be treated directly would be alleviated. A group of people left the cows that were enjoying themselves and went to the farm to take a look. In the farm, the sheep were kept in a large shed. There were 20 sheep pens with an area of nearly 1,000 square meters, all of which were exchanged for by selling soy sauce and other things. There were fewer cows, but the number of cows was also small. There were also calves following beside the cows. There were fire ducts, so the shed was warm. The fences of the shed were not closed, so if anyone wanted to go out for a stroll, there was also a large fence outside. Some of the cows and sheep felt that it was too hot, so they came out to cool down before going back. The standard of the stables was higher. Each horse had one place. They could stand if they wanted to, and there was a special place for them to lie on their side. Seeing people coming, the horses that were sleeping with their eyes closed moved their ears. They opened their eyes to take a look and went back to sleep. The pigs in the pig farm were sleeping and snoring, rubbing their heads on the dry grass from time to time. There were students holding books and guarding all the places. Under the light of the biogas lamp, the students looked for a while and then got up to take a stroll. There are 220 students in charge of taking care of the livestock and poultry. There's no need to look at the poultry. The chickens are already on the rack, and the ducks and geese are also huddled together. Li Qingqi said to the old man. He did not want to disturb the chickens. If the roosters woke up, they would crow, and then the dogs might also bark. It was fine for those who were on duty, but those who were off duty and sleeping felt uncomfortable. Are the students willing to work? The old man stood beside a student and asked Li Yi. Li Yi pursed his lips. Can't you just ask the students directly? Why do you have to beat around the bush? Sure enough, the student said, at first I was not willing to work. But when I came, I said that if I did not work, I would not have a place to stay and no food to eat. When I came to Zhuangzi, the work was very hard. Later, I learned how to work and found it quite interesting. In the future, even if I am not able to learn, I can go back and take care of myself. Also, Dongzhu knows many people. The manager said that the ice skater is now a rich person, and there will be officials in the future. When the time comes, we will go over and pay tribute. It will be better than staying in the temple. The temple will also recommend people, but there are too few people who can be recommended. There is also no meat to eat. The temple does not care about studying at night and oil money. The student himself did not know what was going on. When he heard the old man's question, he wanted to answer. Li Yi knew that it was in the field of psychology. Just like how he treated patients, the resonance and frequency of the old man's voice, as well as the rhythm of his speech, gave ordinary people a hint. Of course, it was useless to him. He pursued the essence. Okay. The old man nodded with his hands behind his back and turned to another place. The student felt that he had been encouraged. Kid, the old man said to Li Yi. What? Li Yi ruined the atmosphere with one sentence. What does aura have to do with me? Li Qingqi held back his laughter. Even his third brother was calm. You are older, but you have to see who you are facing. Write a poem based on what you have seen and heard, the old man said. No. Li Yi despised him. Do I have nothing to do? The sky is so dark. How can I write a poem after seeing the animals? Hurry up and go to sleep. There will be a series of examinations tomorrow. I will be busy and so will you. I will not even give you 1 out of 10 cows. Treat it as the examination fee. Do you think that the previous CT examination fee was low? When I save more life, I will change to an MRI. I will keep 90% of my life and exchange the remaining 10% for things. I hope to promote it next year. Today, it is only used in the capital. The old man seemed to have been rejected so directly for the first time. He looked at Li Qingqi. Li Qingqi secretly spread his hands. Don't be like this. What can I do? Why do you have to make me write a poem? Your couplet is not bad. The old man did not make things difficult for Li Qingqi. He saw Meng Ying, who was coldly facing thousands of people's censure, bowing his head and willing to be an ox. Brother E, this is indeed good. I came here looking at it that day. Li Chengqi recalled with endless emotions. That day, he heard a group of children reciting the 1,000-character classic, a zhuangzi. The crisp sound of the recitation was shocking. Actually, it is. What do you want from the imperial canopy? Before you dare to turn over, you have already met your head. A broken hat conceals one's face as one passes through the busy city. A leaky boat carries wine in the middle of the river, coldly facing thousands of people's censure, bowing his head and willing to be an ox. Hiding in a small building to unify. I don't care about winter, summer, spring and autumn. Li finally said it. This poem was 7 lines. The first line was rhymed, and the beginning of the poem was flat. Of course, this poem was not in the strictest style. It followed the rules of 1, 3, 5, 2, 4 and 6. The key was that this poem had a high artistic conception, especially the 2 couplets. The old man was satisfied and looked at Li Chengqi with a smile. Li Chengqi did not care. Wasn't it normal for Brother Yi to write poems? So he asked, Brother Yi, have you buried the original work? Yes. I guarantee that no one will jump out and say that it was written by him. Otherwise, I will bury it again. Li Yi cooperated. Chapter 182. The faint candlelight danced, casting a clear shadow. Feng Erjun sighed softly and said, after the dispute, the heart is at ease as if it was yesterday. Outstanding talent can support the 9 provinces. Hearing the words of Li Yi and Li Chengqi, the old man smiled. He had heard of Li Yi's works. Every masterpiece was copied. He was about to speak when the student put down his book and went to the place where the fodder was stored to push the cart to feed the horses. Feed the horses now? The old man looked at Li Yi. The farmers train the horses during the day. It has been more than 4 hours since the last feeding. Feed them again. Look at the horses' feces. Once the food is almost digested, feed them. Zhuangzi doesn't lack horse food. Li Yi said casually. The old man nodded in agreement. It doesn't cost a lot to eat grass. Li Chengqi. Oh my God, it doesn't cost a lot to eat grass? You're really my father. An average family of 5 was raised by a warhorse, and it didn't even take 2 years for the family to fall apart. Warhorses are not allowed to work and can only be trained. Yes, Li Yi echoed. There was no need to explain to the old man how much a warhorse would eat in a day. What salt, pepper, beans, eggs, grass and grains, yes. When there are more carrots, I will feed them. Somewhere else? The old man wanted to take a stroll. Rest early today. You can't drink tea when you are thirsty at night. You can only drink a small cup of water. Li Yi advised. I have to sleep too. The old man was not satisfied, but he still agreed. For the sake of the 10 cows, he arranged a small courtyard for the old man alone. Li Yi went back to take a bath and sleep. At the second watch period, someone went to call Li Chengqi. Li Chengqi went directly to him, sleeping in his clothes. Father can't sleep? The 2 of them sat at the table facing each other. The flames swayed. After a moment of silence, Li Chengqi spoke. Yes, I have. My dreams are disturbing and remind me of the past. If Li Yi was here at that time, I wonder. When the old man mentioned Li Yi, he hesitated. Li Chengqi shook his head. How old was Li Yi at that time? He arrived in Zhuangzi last year. Indeed, it was because of you that I came out for your 3rd brother. You have contributed greatly to the country. Li Dan thought about it and became calm. He still believed in fate. He could not afford to fight for his past life, nor did he dare to fight for it. Li Chengqi, on the other hand, was quite open-minded. I really can't occupy this world. There are a lot of things to deal with. I really don't know how 3rd brother did it. I built a zhuangzi and copied some of Li Yi's and Zhuangzi's ideas. Does this Li Yi have Wang Meng's aspirations? Li Dan suddenly asked. Li Chengqi was shocked. Imperial father, if Brother Yi had Wang Meng's intentions, he wouldn't have taken out so many good things and asked us to spread them to the world. At the same time, he will make friends with even more powerful officials. If he wants to make friends with people with his ability, it will be easy. Oh? Can he make friends with the influential officials? Li Dan asked again. He just needs to take out good things like mirrors, toilet water, soap, and even compose a poem to invite Zhuangzi. Isn't it easy? Li Chengqi felt that if he could think of something, It was impossible for Brother Yi to not know. However, he stayed in Zhuangzi, thinking of new things that would benefit the people and practicing his medical skills. Li Dan sighed, I've experienced a lot. I'm always on tenterhooks and feel that everyone wants to harm me. Imperial Father, you don't have to be afraid. Third brother is also tired of killing. Moreover, if something doesn't go his way, he will look for Brother Yi. Throughout history there are many capable people. How many are there in Wangmang? Zhao Gao is not successful, Sima is one. Jiang Xia, Zhuge Liang and many others are not bad. In my opinion, Li Yi is more like Xiangyang. Li Chengqi knew that his father was very suspicious. He did not want his father to worry about Brother Yi all day. Li Chengqi wondered if Brother Yi could cure this kind of heartache. Xiangyang? Li Yi also has the heart of reform? Li Dan looked at the candles and said, Brother Yi is the one with a black heart. He is smarter than Xiangyang. Xiangyang offended a group of people. Brother Yi gave third brother the idea of using relatives to control relatives. He also threatened me with the lives of my family, and asked me to investigate the other officials. I wonder if third brother has started to do so. Li Chengqi said and told his father about Li Yi's idea in detail. Li Dan was stunned for a while and applauded for a while. Therefore, if Brother Yi wanted to seek his own power, he would have come out long ago. Why did he stay in Zhuangzi? Li Chengqi concluded. It's actually the art of maneuvering. He used economic warfare against the outside world and lust for power. Li Dan, who understood, was shocked. Isn't that so, Imperial Father? Compared to Xiangyang, Brother Yi is better. Li Chengqi praised Li Yi. Yes, Xiangyang's reform directly affects the interests of the family. Li Yi is different. He benefits the people first with his skills. Once the people's capital is abundant, your third brother can do more things. The Winged Knights is the most important thing. But I don't know what Li Yi will do next. I can't think of anything. Li Dan analyzed Li Yi's plan. He felt that Li Yi seemed to be willing to do some farming. Oh, and sell a lot of treasures in other people's eyes. I don't know. I only know that the Tang dynasty is not the pre-Qin dynasty. Li Chengqi felt that the Tang dynasty he was in was more powerful than the Qin dynasty. Li Dan seemed to be relieved. He yawned and suddenly looked at the candles. Why don't you add wax? He had an idea just now, but now it was clear. There was no methane lamp in this courtyard, so he lit the candles. The candles had been burning slowly, but there was no dripping. Brother Yi made it for Pei Yaoqing of Chang, and to put it in the ice lantern. Pei Yaoqing exchanged it with oil. Brother Yi can make some money. Li Chengqi explained. He's not a greedy person. Li Dan commented. Imperial Father, it's not like that. When the ice lantern is finished, Brother Yi will sell the candles to the rich. At that time the price will be much higher. Li Chengqi told the truth and laughed at the same time. Ha ha ha. Li Dan also laughed. I didn't expect you to have such a plan. He yawned again. Li Chengqi got up. Imperial Father, sleep well. I have a physical examination tomorrow. I'll go back. Okay. Li Dan nodded with a smile. Li Chengqi helped him to bed and covered him with a quilt. Early the next morning, Li Yi ran to the inpatient building to check on Jia Jinshan. Then, he turned around and began a comprehensive examination with Li Dan. By the time they finished all the examinations, it was almost noon. Let's go, Elder Mu. Let's eat. Li Yi wiped his sweat and asked Li Dan to eat. Li Yi asked Li Dan to eat just now, but Li Dan insisted on waiting for the results to come out. Li Yi didn't eat breakfast either. He was afraid that eating would delay the old man's examination. When he left the courtyard, Li Chengqi was waiting for him. Brother Yi, how is Elder Mu? He didn't get enough sunlight. His diet needs to be adjusted. His bones are a little loose. Also, his cardiovascular system isn't very good. I'll also adjust his diet. I'll give him 3 types of medicine for first aid. Li Yi didn't think it was a big problem. He wanted to give him a spray for asthma and 2 types of medicine to save his heart. That's good. Li Chengqi was relieved. Li Yi turned to Li Dan and said, I'll keep all 10 cows. The examination fee is very high. Li Dan smiled and nodded. I brought them for you. When I come again in the future, I'll bring you more good things. I don't want any jewelry. Li Yi stated his request first. He didn't need any jewelry, so it was meaningless to look at them. Li Qingqi said, yes, yes, yes. My brother Yi likes to raise livestock. Third brother, you're here. I'll go and welcome you. Li Qingqi was talking when he saw a familiar carriage appear. He hurried over. Chapter 183. This is Mr. Mu. He used 10 cows in exchange for Brother Yi's comprehensive physical examination. Brother Yi said that it's nothing serious. He will write down what to eat later and prepare some medicine. There was a small room in the canteen. 9 people sat at 2 tables. The palace maids and eunuchs shared a table. Li Qingqi introduced Li Longji to Li Dan. Li Longji listened carefully. Empress Wang lowered her head slightly. The corners of her mouth moved slightly, as if she was trying to hold back something. It's good that there's nothing serious. Mr. Mu, there are other people in the family. Bring them here. Li Longji said to Li Dan. In a few days I will bring them here. Li Dan agreed. While speaking, he lowered his head and ate a piece of lamb liver in soy sauce. Next to him was half a salted goose egg that was not very salty. There was also a plate of garlic kelp. He bought it together with the cabbage and oysters at the seaside. It was expensive. The main thing is to take advantage of the good weather to bask in the sun and wear big pants. If you don't have a place in winter, you can wear it in summer. Li cared about the old man. As a doctor, he took 10 cows worth of medical fees from him. It was necessary to remind him. Li Dan nodded gently while eating. He didn't need to remember this. He had 2 sons and a daughter-in-law. Uncle, what about me? Empress Wang asked. Sister-in-law is fine. Li said confidently. He didn't know that the whole family had teamed up to fool him. Third brother, are you free today? Li Qingqi asked. Li Dan slowed down his movements. He pretended to choose the dishes, but in fact he wanted to listen. I found a way to pass a message to His Majesty. The people in the palace told me that His Majesty has selected a few relatives and wants to let them go now. However, they plan to celebrate the new year. Li Longji explained the situation. He found the people and gave them benefits. However, it would be the new year soon. Li Qingqi and Li Dan were relieved. They thought that Li Longji had found out that their father had run out and came to keep an eye on him. No. Li refused. He continued. The relatives often contact each other during the new year. The result of the struggle is often mutual compromise. Yes. Li Dan suddenly said. Li Longji narrowed his eyes. Indeed, we must inform His Majesty without delay. Indeed, we can't give those people a chance, Li Qingqi agreed. Uncle, you're really thorough. Empress Wang reached out and placed her hand on Li Yi's head. Li Yi didn't even try to avoid it. He was used to it. Li Dan watched and understood how close the emperor's son was to Li Yi. The key point was that this young man was very familiar with fighting. If only he had this ability back then. For a moment, Li Dan was a little jealous of her son. This young man knew too many things, and he even had heaven-defying medical skills. The empress was already pregnant. She hadn't had a child for so many years, but now she was pregnant. Everyone in the imperial physician department deserved to die. Little brother Yi, do you allow foreigners to come to the Tang dynasty to propose marriage? Li Longji changed the topic. There was a marriage this year and they had all agreed to it. Then, something happened and then there were people coming over. Of course not. Although married princesses are not real princesses, the craftsmen who follow the princesses are real craftsmen. Li refused. How could technology be passed down casually? It was necessary to block technology. Only with technological advantage could there be trade suppression. Thinking of the technology blockade, Li said again, anyone who goes out of the Tang dynasty must be searched. It doesn't matter what the goods are, but whether there are blueprints or not. For example, if there are blueprints in real objects, seize them. If the craftsmen want to go out, as long as they can be found, they are not allowed. I can't take good things out and then someone goes to support the enemy. If that's the case, I won't give it to them. Okay, little brother Yi, this will be passed down to His Majesty. Li Longji still agreed. Yes, why should he give away his good things to others? Another problem was solved, and everyone ate in peace. After the meal, Li Dan left with the medicine and the instructions written by Li. Li Longji said that he was afraid that the old man would fall, so he walked him a distance. Li Dan sat in the four-wheeled carriage and looked at the food content written by Li Yi. He smiled and said to himself, "The Tang dynasty is indeed better." Empress Wang wanted to see the baby again, but Li Yi refused. It was not good for the ultrasound to be used on babies too often. Empress Wang expressed her unhappiness, then turned around and happily went to the ice rink to watch Li Longji and Li Chengqi skating. At this time in Chang, and many restaurants and shops were selling roasted oysters. A large number of oysters were sold wholesale, and the people who bought them gave the price according to the rules. Small shops naturally had cheaper oysters, but they couldn't buy medium-sized oysters because they were all small in size. They could buy small and medium-sized oysters of higher quality. The best restaurants naturally had big oysters, and the price was also more expensive. The oyster shells were thrown away one by one. No one cared when they were thrown away, but when a pile was piled up, someone kindly helped to clean it up. County Magistrate Pei Yaoqing had nothing to do in the yamen, so he came out to see the people. He stood beside a stall selling roasted oysters and saw a pile of shells being put into a sack and carried away. The person in the stall even thanked him. "Follow someone and see where the shells are sent." Pei Yaoqing felt that there was something wrong. A yamen runner nodded and followed the person. About half an hour later, the yamen runner came back. "Ming residence. The shells are all on the carriage and are being transported out of the city to the west. I asked and they said that they are sending them out to be buried." The yamen runner gave an answer. He didn't believe that the shells were really buried. "Go find some people to clean up the oyster shells in other places. If there is one, I want one." Pei Yaoqing felt that there was something wrong, a very important problem. Not long after, the yamen runner came back with a palm print on his face. "Ming residence. They said that they are from King Song's residence, so the oyster shells must be given to them. I just asked one more question." The yamen runner felt wronged. "Looks like the oyster shells are of great use. It's fine they have accepted the order. I can't stand against King Song. You take an extra 100 coins. Pei Yaoqing had no choice. As long as King Song didn't participate in politics, no one in Chang'an would dare to offend him. The other party had already given up the throne. Now all he wanted was a few oyster shells. If your yamen runner wanted to snatch them from him, what's wrong with hitting you? As for why he wanted the shells, do I need to explain it to you?" The yamen runner covered his face. "Ming residence, it's not about money. It's 200 coins. If you don't want it, then forget it." Pei Yaoqing was straightforward. "I will listen to Ming residence." The yamen runner was even more straightforward. He rubbed his face and prepared to go back to get the money. He hated that he couldn't find the person who slapped him just now to get another slap. It wasn't embarrassing to be slapped by King Song's residence, and it didn't hurt either. The slap print was due to the cold weather. Pei Yaoqing continued walking and went to the next stall selling roasted oysters. Whenever he saw someone waiting for him, he would throw away the oyster and clear it. Needless to say, the person sent by King Song was keeping an eye on the oyster to prevent it from being snatched away. "Shell oyster shell, give it to us." A group of people from the Imperial Physician Bureau rushed over and stretched out their hands to the person from King Song's residence. "I'll just throw it away." The person shook his head and refused. "You can't throw it away. This is medicine, give it to us." An imperial physician said righteously, "I'm an imperial physician." "I know." King Song said that it can be used as fertilizer to prevent sudden sourness. "I won't give it to you." The person spoke the truth. "Throw it away? That's impossible. Give us some. We are from the Imperial Physician Bureau. King Song can't be unreasonable." The imperial physician panicked. "You can buy oysters and eat the meat. Won't the shell be left behind?" The person suggested. "We won't throw the shell away." The person who set up the stall reacted. Chapter 184. Pei Yaoqing could tell that oyster shells were a type of medicine. At the same time, they could be used as fertilizer. "Don't be noisy. Do you think I don't exist?" Pei Yaoqing glared at him. He was wearing Chang'an's official robes. If the Imperial Physician Bureau and King Song's mansion did not see it, he would not say anything. You don't even look at me when you're setting up a stall. Have I been too gentle to you all? Yes, gentle. He heard it from Brother E. No, this matter had something to do with Brother E. The person from the Imperial Physician Bureau spoke first. Let the Ming residents know that oyster meat and oyster shells are a type of medicine. They can be used alone or in combination. We do not want oyster meat. We only want the shells. It can be used to treat night sweats, illnesses in both men and women, and stomach pains. The Imperial Physician Bureau wants to use it as a test subject. Where did you write it down? Pei Yaoqing asked. Oyster Shenong's Compendium of Materia Medica has its shell. It was written in Li Dongzhu's Compendium of Materia Medica. The shell is easier to store. The Imperial Physician replied. The Compendium of Materia Medica mentioned the effects of oysters. However, it could be replaced with other ingredients. Furthermore, where could one find so many oysters? The main point was that oysters were not easy to eat. It was easy to get stomachaches unless one was at the seaside. What if the oysters were spoiled during transportation? Now that a large number of oysters were being shipped over, the meat would be sold to those who were sick. As for the shells, they could be cleaned and stored away. Give me the money and I will give you the shells. Return me the shells. The stall owner found a business opportunity. Indeed, he is an errand boy. Even if he is innocent, he should be killed. An imperial physician was furious. The bailiffs were even more furious. What did we do to offend you? This year we were honest and did not bully anyone. We relied on our own abilities to earn money. The person from King Song's mansion opened the sack and spoke to the stall owner. Take it. Take as much as you think I took from you. However, think carefully. It is easy to take it, but if you want to buy oysters in the future. Ming residents. He is scaring the commoners. The stall owner did not dare to take it and complained to Pei Yaoqing. The person who was eating oysters looked around. Can I take it home to eat? If I don't throw the shells, will anyone catch me? Pei Yaoqing sighed helplessly. It belongs to whoever it belongs to. Can't it still be transported? Don't make things difficult for the Imperial Physician Bureau. I'll find some for you. Therefore, before dinner, Li Yi had just come out of the autopsy room when he saw Pei Yaoqing talking to his brother. The two of them seemed to have reached some sort of agreement. At least, Pei Yaoqing looked very satisfied. Will Ming residents return tonight? Li Yi did not ask what the two of them were talking about. He looked at the sky. If he hurried back to Chong and after dinner, the wheels of the car would be broken. How could he fix it in the dark? To stay here I've troubled this time. Pei Yaoqing was depressed. Why can't I just call him Brother E? It doesn't matter. Is there any progress on the trip? Li Yi was still thinking about the method he had given. If Chong and County did the same, his lifespan would increase. Send the bailiffs out to the village elders and village heads. Those who are far away have not returned yet. Winter nights are not suitable for rushing. However, the roads are well built with slag. There is snow and ice in the distance. There are sleds under the carriages. They all agreed. Pei Yaoqing explained the situation and praised Li Yi. The people did indeed benefit. The slag was not afraid of melting in spring, and could withstand heavy rain in summer. It would absorb water and then dry in the sun. Even if it was raining, the shoes would not be ruined by the mud when walking on it. Needless to say, it was slippery in winter. After spring we have to focus on farming, especially for some crops. Not all crops can be directly scattered with seeds. Li Yi was afraid that the village would delay the farming. He would not cause trouble when he was full. Every change of dynasty was basically related to food. One was the lack of production and natural disasters, especially the Little Ice River. The other was that the food was concentrated in the hands of a small group of people, and they did not take it out. They always felt that why should they give the food that they obtained with their own ability to others? Then, those who could not eat would be killed with their own ability. Whoever had the food would be killed first. Pei Yaoqing also knew history. He said Li Dongzhu contributed countless skills last year. Next year, the farmers should offer the grains to Li Dongzhu during the summer and autumn harvest. Then I'm dead. Li Yi expressed his refusal. After you harvest, each family should take out a handful of grains and give it to me. Am I a Shino? It should be offered to His Majesty. Li Yi guided. Don't give it to me. I won't eat it. I won't make wine. It's not an honor. It's a death sentence. Brother E, have you finished lighting the light bulb in the flower pot? Li Chengqi did not want Pei Yaoqing to continue talking and change the topic. No, the soil requirements are too high. It needs to be watered to maintain the acidity. But I've made the artificial one. Combine magnets and copper wires. Shake it and the light bulb will light up. Li Yi rejected the idea of electricity in the flower pot's acidic soil. As for the fruits, those fruits can generate electricity. If you give one to the poor will shake it for you. Fruits are expensive in winter. Generate electricity? Pei Yaoqing did not know. He was still using candles. He told those who were not willing to pay for the candles to use their own oil lamps. Zhuangzi's ice sculptures were all finished. The biggest one was still being chiseled and built into a shelf. The finished ice sculpture was connected to the small light bulb. The light bulb was painted with colors. Naturally, it was a very primitive kind of light. Li Yi brought the two of them to the side of an ice sculpture. There was a small box with a handle on the box. Li Yi held the box with one hand and shook it with the other. Swish! The light bulb in the ice lit up. Oh my God! Pei Yaoqing was startled. Shock, astonishment, speechlessness and anger. Yes, anger in the end. Li Dongzhu, you asked us to light the candles. Is this how you do things in Zhuangzi? Pei Yaoqing did not even need to think. This hand-cranked light bulb could be connected to wind and water at any time. This was a common operation in Li Yi's Zhuangzi. It could also be stepped on by humans and pulled by animals. As long as it was something that moved, Zhuangzi had all kinds of connecting rods. Pei Mingfu, what's wrong with my Zhuangzi? Don't all the latest things come from my Zhuangzi? Li Yi did not feel that there was anything wrong with putting good things in Zhuangzi. But you... Pei Yaoqing looked at Li Yi meaning to say, King Song, look at Li Yi. He's hiding something. Li Chengqi frowned. County Magistrate Pei, do you think that my brother Yi's things are yours? When did you have this idea? It's very dangerous. No, he means, you can shake or step on it. Scholars will be able to read books. Pei Yaoqing finally spoke his thoughts. He was from the scholarly class and the first thing he thought of was scholars. Just like Du Fu, he built thousands of houses and built a large house, and the poor scholars were happy. The poor scholars referred to the scholars who had no money, and it could also be said that they were from a poor family. When were there so many houses for the poor scholars in the world? However, scholars were not the only poor people in the world. There were also many people who needed houses. Craftsmen can work at night, and women's knitting lamps can be lit. Naturally, it won't hurt their eyes. The winter days are short, and the nights are long. Even a craftsman can make more tools. Li Yi said, correcting Pei Yaoqing's wrong thinking. Then, can you spread it to others? Pei Yaoqing did not want to argue over such a meaningless matter. Of course, I'll tell you how to generate electricity. You can buy light bulbs from me. Whether it's big or small, I'll paint them all for you. Li Yi was generous again. You can go and get the equipment for generating electricity. It's very simple. Then sigh. Pei Yaoqing sighed. He wanted the technology for light bulbs, but he felt that if he said it, King Song would draw his knife. Chapter 185. How much for the light bulbs? Pei Yaoqing chose to compromise and reflect on himself. It's free. I'll give it to you. Whoever gives the most money for the ice lantern exhibition in Chang, and can use the light bulbs there. East, West, North and South Main Streets, Vermilion Bird and South Huanqing's Assimilation Gate. I'll give you the light for the ice sculptures. Li Yi continued to be generous. This year's ice lantern exhibition was an advertising opportunity for the light bulbs to sell well. Pei Yaoqing understood this point. He actually went back to study the non-dripping candles. Just as Li Yi said, the candles were made of reed and silk thread. Then he found someone to imitate it. He lit it and the oil dripped. The craftsman looked at the candles and muttered, impossible. How is this possible? They didn't know that the non-dripping candles were the core. After boiling the oil, they inserted the core and put it in a hole in the snow to cool. Felt the same when he looked at it, but it was different when he lit it. Pei Yaoqing didn't need to think too much to know that Li Yi had a trick. After the ice lantern exhibition, Zhuangzi started to sell candles and light bulbs. Li Dongzhu, look at my body today. What's suitable for dinner? Pei Yaoqing could only sigh with emotion at Li Yi's means of making money. His health was still the most important thing. Let me take your blood pressure. Do you feel uncomfortable recently? Li Yi talked about medical matters with a proper attitude. With so many cadavers watching, he was also afraid. Not only was he afraid of things that he couldn't say, but he cared more about his own beliefs. If a person's beliefs were destroyed, that person would be finished. Li Dongzhu, if I don't say anything, can you tell? Pei Yaoqing suddenly thought of a key point. Yes. If a baby doesn't know how to talk, can I not treat him? But after using a full set of equipment and materials and finding that you have no problem, I won't care about you next time. Li Yi nodded, but warned him not to make trouble. If he wasted money here, it would be the story of the boy who cried wolf in the future. Pei Yaoqing hadn't heard the story of the boy who cried wolf, but he knew what it meant. I can't tell if my right leg is painful, numb, or sore. Sometimes it just hisses. Pei Yaoqing said honestly. What about your waist? What about your right arm? Li Yi asked. I'm fine, Pei Yaoqing replied. My initial judgment is that there is a problem with the right femoral nerve. One is a strain, the other is pressed while sleeping, and the other is cold. Let's perform acupuncture. Li Yi thought for a moment before suddenly asking, Are there any big lumps on your back? No. Pei Yaoqing shook his head. Toothache? Does it hurt when the back of your neck turns your head? Li Yi asked again. No. Pei Yaoqing shook his head vigorously. He lowered his head, raised his head, and leaned back. Li Yi was very happy. What a good patient. Since that was the case, he narrowed down the scope of his judgment. He still had to ask more questions. After hesitating, he decided to wait until the acupuncture session. It could also be a problem with the right groin, or even a blow to the right breast. There were many possible causes of nerve pain in the right leg. Normally, acupuncture was enough, but it was time-consuming. The needle could not be pulled out immediately, and the moxibustion had to be done bit by bit. He did not exchange for an oven, so he could only do it manually. Pei Yaoqing was in a pretty good mood. In the past, when he encountered such a situation, he would just endure it for a while and it would get better later on. He did not expect to recover so quickly. He looked at Li Yi and asked in confusion, I don't understand. Li Dongzhu, why do you treat people differently when they might be sick? He voiced out his doubts. No matter how Li Yi usually behaved, as long as it involved patience, he would immediately change from his expression to his tone. Li Yi knew what he was asking. He waved his hand and said, It's just professionalism. You can't bring your personal emotions into work. It's the same for an official. I've learned something. Pei Yaoqing clasped his fist and said. He did not care if King Song was beside him. He still called him brother. After the blood pressure test, eat as usual. There's nothing wrong. If you still feel uncomfortable in a few days, I'll do a blood test to see if you have gout. Li Yi's tone was calm. It sounded like it was not a big problem, but if it was gout. When he reached the small room in the canteen, Pei Yaoqing saw that the emperor and the empress were both there. The two of them were playing military chess. Li Yi invented it. The commander was no longer there. It was replaced by a military governor. The landmines were replaced by traps. The other rules remained the same. Tao Hong was helping with the game. Pei Yaoqing saw the emperor wiping his sweat nonstop and Empress Wang sticking her tongue out mischievously. He understood. Empress Wang was better than the emperor when it came to military strategy. Li Chengqi took a look and found it normal. Back then, this sister-in-law of his was the one who persuaded his third brother to mobilize the troops. She was in charge of commanding the troops that could be used. On the surface, it seemed like his third brother was doing it, but in reality, it was his sister-in-law who was in control of everything. Li Yi went over to take a look and shook his head. Third brother, just admit defeat. Your deployment of troops is too obvious. She has already predicted it. Your commander, no military governor, won't be able to run away. You don't even know that their one-off crossbow formation can capture you. Madam, you're amazing. Li Longji readily accepted the advice. If he couldn't win, he wouldn't play anymore. It's San Lang who went easy on me, Empress Wang said cutely. As she said that, she messed up the chess pieces. Since she had already won, there was no need to bully others anymore. Ha ha ha. Li Longji laughed and said to Li Yi, Brother Yi, Have you finished studying medicine? There is no end to learning. This brother's ability is far from enough. It is Skybearing's fortune to give me some medical tools. The path of medicine is as vast as the sea. Li Yi wasn't modest. He indeed felt that he wasn't good enough. Some of his colleagues' talents made him feel helpless. Li Longji then looked at Pei Yaoqing. Peiming residence, this is. His tone was slightly dissatisfied. You're a Chong and magistrate, why do you keep looking for my brother Yi? Pei Yaoqing didn't dare to be dissatisfied and lowered his head slightly. I'm here to discuss with Li Dongzhu the security issues during the Ice Lantern Festival. He thought of this issue on the spot. He didn't think that there would be any problems with the security, and was just looking for an excuse. Li Yi wasn't sure. He frowned and said, the servants must be mobilized. Ask them to keep watch. The children in each district should wear a sign on their chest with the name of their district and their parents written on it. Then set up mobile and fixed sentries. If they get separated, ask their parents to tell their children to look for the sentries. Don't be afraid that hiring servants will cost a lot of money. If a child is tricked away, the Ice Lantern Festival will be a failure. I'll remember Li Dongzhu's words. The county still has some extra money. We must hire experts to patrol in secret. Pei Yaoqing agreed. Using money to buy safety, the Yamen still had a lot of money left for the Ice Lantern Festival. He didn't even know how to use it, so he could hire some experts. What is Li Dongzhu's remaining money to be used for? Pei Yaoqing didn't want to be greedy for that money. He didn't dare to be greedy. His Majesty would come over whenever he had nothing to do. How could he not know about the matters in Chang'an? It's easy. Next year build a biogas pool. Then buy pipes and make biogas lamps by the roadside to be used as street lamps. Every district can do it and buy the materials from me. Li Yi mentioned the matter of public service lighting, a construction business in Chang, and could make a lot of money. Yes, buy cement and pipes with buckles from Brother Yi. The outside of the pipes will be painted. It'll save the county government a lot of trouble. Li Qingqi supported. Li Longji smiled. Brother Yi's things are really convenient to use. Okay, what else could Pei Yaoqing say? Who didn't need to spend money to find help? The problem was that other people didn't know how to make cement. Chapter 186. Time to eat, time to eat. Wash your hands. I smell beef, Empress Wang said as she sniffed. Sister-in-law, you're really amazing. When the people from Zhuangzi went to Chang and to recruit workers, they saw beef in the East Market and brought it back without waiting for others to buy it. Li Yi gave her a thumbs up. Beef could be seen every day in the East Market. There were always cows that died from natural and man-made accidents. Sick cows were rare. There were many rich people in the East Market. If they ate sick cows, they would be infected and the beef dealers would not be able to handle it. All the beef that could be sold in Chang and was delivered by the dealers. Donkey meat was worse than beef. Donkey meat was not restricted by the government. Therefore, many people ate donkey meat in the middle class. That was why there was a saying that there was dragon meat in the sky and donkey meat on the ground. After that, there was mutton followed by pork. The worst meat was not chicken or duck, but dog meat. People with a little status would not touch dog meat if it was not for medicine. That was why there was a saying that dog meat could not be served. Li Yi did not like dog meat either. He disliked dog meat because it was disgusting. In the past, he had eaten dog meat pot a few times and dipped it in dog sauce. Later, he felt that the taste was not good, and it was indeed not good. Many people in his time ate dog meat to strengthen their sex drive. They did not understand science. Mutton was actually stronger than dog meat. Li Yi was not at ease when he bought the beef today, so he tested it. There are no potatoes and tomatoes. Beef brisket stewed with tomatoes, beef with potatoes. Li Yi mumbled and went to wash his hands. Pei Yaoqing also went to wash his hands. He had a habit of not washing his hands before eating. Brother Yi, did you send beef to Jinshan? Li Longji had been paying attention to the old leader of the Chateau clan. He doesn't lack beef. I asked someone to send him turtle soup. I felt that his body was good, so I used the distilled wine that was soaked in ginseng to make the turtle blood. Although it was only soaked for 3 months, I cut the ginseng into pieces and attacked it again. Drinking alcohol has a greater impact on the lungs. According to Western medicine, we should not give alcohol. But for national healers like us, we have to act at the right time. I'm using penicillin, not cephalosporin. Drink a cup of turtle's blood wine, and you'll either recover quickly or I'll give you emergency treatment. Li Yi mixed the Chinese and Western theories together and controlled the intensity. Li Longji knows Western medicine, but Brother Yi has so many magical tools and different medicines. Otherwise, how can he inject water into people's blood vessels? Brother Yi called this method Western medicine, and then the original method was called traditional Chinese medicine, and Chinese medicine. Brother Yi is skilled in both medicine and medicine, so he can use them as he pleases. Sometimes he would write prescriptions for people, and sometimes he would perform acupuncture. Some of the children couldn't bear to prick it, so they stuck something on their forehead. Pei Yaoqing listened from the side and pretended not to understand. In fact, there were some things that he really didn't understand. He didn't understand Western medicine, nor did he understand Chinese medicine. He put coriander in the dipping bowl he had prepared for himself. There were plates, bowls, and cups for dipping. Only at Zhuangzi's place did they divide it so thinly. Otherwise, the average person would have a big bowl, and the rich people would have a plate. The dipping bowl was used when eating crabs, and ordinary rich people didn't prepare it. Li Dongzhu, why don't you sell the ceramics in your village? Pei Yaoqing picked up a piece of radish from the beef and radish pot on the table and asked. He felt quite comfortable. It was only at Zhuangzi that he could eat from the same pot with Her Majesty. Otherwise, even if he could attend Her Majesty's banquet, he would have to eat separately. Each person would have a small table and sit at the side to eat. The children always accidentally break it. If I sell it, it will have a price. The children will be beaten for a lot of money if they break it. I don't sell it. Zhuangzi uses it himself. It's not difficult to bake it. I have the craftsmanship, so it doesn't matter if it breaks. Another reason is that the ceramics in the village are poorly baked. If I sell it at a high price, no one will buy it. If I sell it at a low price, how can the people in other kills survive? Li Yi said the reasons. First, the children play with it. It's okay, I don't sell it. It's not worth much. The second reason was that he didn't want to break into the low-grade ceramics market, especially pottery. It wasn't easy for others to bake it once. Pei Yaoqing heard this and instantly felt ashamed. Previously, he had wanted to get skills from Li Yi. I love eating oxtail the most, Empress Wang said happily. She had a small clay pot of her own. Inside was oxtail and tendons. There was no coriander, spring onions, or ginger, but there was black bean. At dinner, Li Yi was worried that his sister-in-law would get bloated from eating radish. He didn't put in spicy ingredients because he was afraid it would irritate the gastrointestinal tract. This kind of care had reached the extreme. That was why Li Longji always wanted to bring the first wife over. What this dish could supplement, how it tasted, how it affected the body after eating it, and how much it ate, he was responsible for all of it. So the staple food for Empress Wang was rice flatbread. It tasted like a cake, easier to digest than rice, and less likely to increase stomach acid than pasta. Pei Yaoqing also knew that the Empress was pregnant. He wasn't stupid, but he didn't dare to spread a word. If word got out, it would be the destruction of the family. He knew. Sister-in-law doesn't eat much. If you're hungry in the middle of the night, eat a few pieces of jelly. It's easy to digest and can replenish collagen. At the same time, it will help the body increase water content. Li Yi still focused on Empress Wang. Whether the collagen could be absorbed depended on whether the body needed it or not. If it didn't need it, it wouldn't be absorbed no matter how much it was eaten. If it needed it, it would be broken down and combined according to its own needs. Dongzhu, I have a white spot next to my right big tooth. Qing Song gathered his courage and asked. It hurt. Your mouth has an ulcer. Go apply the watermelon frost. I won't give you vitamin B2. The effect is too slow. I'll give you a piece. Roll it into powder and pour it in. Li Yi went over and used a pair of chopsticks to pry open the mouth of Qing Song, who had just changed shifts, and said, Actually, under normal circumstances, if the class stayed in the manor and ate and drank well, the ulcer would be gone. But Li Yi refused. I'm a miracle doctor who crushed the doctors of the Tang dynasty. What's the big deal if I can cure a mouth ulcer in 10 days? Oh, it's less than 10 days. It came yesterday. Even 9 days won't do. There's so much watermelon frost. Big brother sent a lot of watermelon rind and mirabolite. Li Yi knew that there was vitamin B2 in his watermelon frost spray. It was a combination of Chinese and Western medicine. It was just under the guise of Chinese medicine. How fast was the treatment of a normal mouth ulcer? After spraying it that night, it didn't hurt the next morning. The next night, it would forget about the sore mouth. It was fine. It was like adding acetaminophen to some Datang leaves and Yinxiao tablets. It was using Datang leaves and Yinxiao powder to replace caffeine, chlorpheniramine maleate, artificial bezoar, and Western medicine with acetaminophen to support the treatment. Sometimes ordinary people would boil cola with ginger foam to treat a cold. They felt that it was a good folk prescription. In fact, cola had caffeine, sugar, and carbonation. Once it was boiled, the carbonation would be boiled out, leaving behind sugar, caffeine, and ginger. Isn't this just ginger sugar water? Just has a little more caffeine. The effect of boiling Red Bull was actually better. There were more vitamins and bezoar acid in it. Ching Song nodded vigorously. The ulcer in his mouth didn't seem to hurt anymore. He had been in pain for 6 days. With his identity, he could find the people from the Imperial Medical Department. They prescribed borax powder for him. It was painful to spray a little powder. There were white pustules around his mouth. Dongzhu, I know there are white pustules. Can I rub them out myself? Ching Song decided to be cruel to himself. It was so painful to rub them out. Come with me after dinner. I'll treat it for you. Now you still have to eat. It's painful again. Bear with it. I can actually stop the pain now and give you anesthetics. But I'm a quack. If you're anesthetized now, it will affect your recovery later. Don't eat the salted onions. Go and get some noodles. Wait for me after you finish eating. It's not a serious illness. Li Yi didn't want to treat him immediately. It was just an ulcer. After eating the noodles and rinsing his mouth, it wouldn't hurt anymore. Ching Song looked at He Yan. Go. We'll help you finish your food. We really owe you. Chui Lu spoke first. I mean the same. He Yan tried to explain. He Yan, don't feel guilty. I understand. Ching Song patted He Yan's shoulder. He turned around to get some noodles. Ha 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 ha. Empress Wang couldn't help but laugh. Li Longji also smiled. At the same time, he felt relieved. These 4 classes of palace maids and eunuchs were so interesting. Chui Lu purposely spoke first. He Yan gloomily explained. Ching Song knew that everyone was good to him, but he still made things difficult for He Yan. What did he mean by don't feel guilty? Pei Yaoqing was envious. What happened to the palace fight? Why was it so fun? Was everyone so happy? Chapter 187. After the meal, everyone went back to their own places. Li Yi was copying a medical book and learning as he copied. Pei Yaoqing was also sitting in front of the desk, thinking about something and taking notes from time to time. Li Chengqi was fiddling with the light bulb and the pedal generator. He found that the light bulb was not so bright when he did not exert force and the speed was slow. As he gradually sped up and slowed down, the brightness of the light bulb decreased together. When he exerted a lot of force, the light bulb remained the same. What's the reason for this? Li Chengqi wanted to figure out the principle between speed and the brightness of the light bulb. Then, looking from the outside, the window of the house he was in flashed nonstop, which was a little scary. In the house next to Li Longji's courtyard, someone was pedaling a bicycle, which was connected to Li Longji's study. The palace sent him the memorials submitted to the Political Affairs Hall today. Gao Lishur approved the simple ones and sent the ones he could not make up his mind to Zhuangzi. Li Longji enjoyed the benefits of the electric light bulb, and the people in the house next to him had to rotate. It's better than candles. Li Longji found that the light hanging in front of him did not sway and was always so bright. Empress Wang could not sleep, so she strolled slowly in the house and chatted with Tao Hong. There was also a light bulb in her bedroom. It was covered with a red gauze frame, and the light it emitted was warm. Tao Hong, what do you think will happen if the rich people use this light? Empress Wang looked up and avoided the light. Some people will be punished by pedaling. If they can't pedal and the light doesn't shine, they will be beaten. Tao Hong saw the people pedaling in the house outside. Zhuangzi installed cast iron gears and chains. There was a chair to sit on, so the people pedaling were not very fast. If it were other people, they would not bear to use good iron to make gears. According to Dongzhu, the gears could not be used after a few turns. Empress Wang was originally full of light, but when she heard Tao Hong's words, she rolled her eyes. It's not like I'm asking you to peddle. Will the people in the world feel bad? Isn't it the same in the palace? Tao Hong pouted. Don't be afraid. Let's see what uncle will do. The windmill turns and doesn't turn. He can't let the villagers peddle all day long. Empress Wang didn't seem to be in a hurry at all as she waited. Zhuangzi came up with a new idea and brought it back to the palace. As for now, he continued to let people kick him. Tomorrow, bring the things back and send a set to 100 Blessings Palace. As for the others, Empress Wang stopped. I heard that there are a few people in the palace who are complaining, Tao Hong revealed. Third young master is with me, so of course they won't do it. Zhao Li Fei's son, Li Ying, almost became the crown prince. That was close. Empress Wang was unhappy when she said this. There were too many women. There were all kinds of concubines, Zhao Jieyu and Chiron. Your Majesty, you have to come to Zhuangzi every few days. Only when you come to Zhuangzi will His Majesty not bring anyone else, unless he's sick and the imperial physicians can't cure him. Tao Hong suggested. You won't bring anyone else? Empress Wang wasn't sure. Dongzhu said that a wife who has gone through hardships will not leave the court. If His Majesty brings another woman, Dongzhu will definitely not give her a good face, Tao Hong analyzed. Good uncle is a good person. Empress Wang gave out a card. As long as he could stabilize her position, he was a good person. The good person Li Yi copied very seriously. He checked every page he copied and didn't dare to make any mistakes. After writing for 2 hours, Li Yi stopped. He would copy this today. He looked up at the light bulb. The farmer insisted on coming over to generate electricity. Li Yi tried to stop him, but he didn't succeed, so he let the farmer exercise there. Wind power and hydroelectric power can't be combined into a unit, so the current and voltage are unstable. Hydroelectric power is not a problem under supersaturated conditions, but there aren't rivers everywhere. There's lead, and it's very pure. There's also green alum oil. Yes, it's dilute sulfuric acid. Li Yi thought of lead-acid batteries. Lead was already available, and its purity was very high. As for dilute sulfuric acid, he had to admire the alchemists. They refined all kinds of things, added things, and then took it out for people to eat. There were a lot of heavy metals. After the new year. It's cold and there's a lot of work to do. I can't handle it. Li muttered and shouted outside, I'm going to sleep. Dongzhu, I'm going back. Swoosh. Accompanied by the sound, the light went out. The next morning, everyone left in a hubbub after they had finished eating. Li Longji brought 3 sets of human-power generators and a big box of light bulbs. The light bulbs were not portable and there was no tungsten wire. Li Yi brought 5 sets, saying that he would help Brother Yi test them. Li Yi expressed that he didn't believe him. Pei Yaoqing took a set. He wanted to promote it and let the rich people see it first, then he would make it himself. He took free light bulbs from Li Yi. After the new year, he would have to pay if he wanted to use light bulbs again. As they left, the ice skaters came. The people who stayed in the Zhang family's village last night were the most convenient. Li Dongzhu, show me the one where you jump and spin. I think I can do it if I see it. Someone shouted to Li Yi. I can't. Li Yi felt uncomfortable in his right ankle when he heard about jumping and spinning, so he firmly refused. He turned back to take a walk to digest the food, and then went to teach the students for half a day. As soon as Li Longji went back, he was entangled by the 3 prime ministers. The morning court had not been held yet, so Yao Chong was in charge of everything that needed to be discussed with the officials and departments. What did Your Majesty bring back today? Yao Chong didn't mention official business and asked curiously. Li Longji was in a dilemma. He didn't bring enough. The political affairs hall should have a set. It's something similar to a candle. I'll use it for you first and give it to the political affairs hall if it's useful. Li Longji found an excuse. The 3 prime ministers looked at each other and felt very sad. Your Majesty, the marriage between the Turks. Yao Chong said. No. In the future, if anyone wants to marry into the Tang dynasty, only the daughter of an outsider is allowed to enter the Tang dynasty. Tang daughters are not allowed to marry outside. Li Longji gave the answer. Why? Yao Chong asked. The mountain is high and the road is long. It's difficult to meet. I don't want the princess to suffer outside. Li Longji looked like a good father. The three prime ministers looked at each other again. How could there be such a reason? Your Majesty, the princess you promised to someone else wasn't yours, right? In the past, Princess Wenqing was a distant relative. Princess Jincheng and Tubo was Li Shouli's daughter. You don't want to give up someone else's daughter? Oh my God. Li Longji didn't want to explain. He said to the three, regardless of whether it's a private market or not, no one is allowed to bring Tang Dynasty tools out of the border markets with Tubo and Turks. All craftsmen are not allowed to bring them out. Good technology should be left in the Tang Dynasty. If we can stop them, we should stop them. If we let them learn it, won't they have the money to fight us? When the prime ministers heard this, they instantly understood why they didn't marry outside. Every time they married a princess, they had to bring craftsmen and technology. We understand. Yao Chong agreed. He was narrow-minded to begin with. He also felt uncomfortable giving away good things. On the other side, Empress Wang went to Baifu Palace to deliver a set of things. There were 3 sets. One set was with her, one set was in His Majesty's office, and the last set was for the retired emperor. Others didn't have it. Even the favored Wu Jieyu, who was good at singing and dancing, didn't need it. As soon as Empress Wang arrived at Baifu Palace with a large group of people, noble consort Lu took her hand and asked her to sit down and talk. Empress, you can't walk too fast in the palace. Be careful of your body. Noble consort Lu glanced at Empress Wang's belly and said, I know. I was in a hurry to send you good things today. Now they all know, right? Empress Wang was asking about her pregnancy. No matter how hard she tried to hide it, she couldn't hide it forever. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. Noble consort Lu told Empress Wang. Others could only guess. I don't eat the food in the palace. I don't drink any medicine. I'm not afraid. Empress Wang said casually. Noble consort Lu was slightly relieved. She heard from her man that Zhuangzi's Li Yi's medical skills were top-notch. She knew that she could only be at ease if Empress Wang's position was stable. At the same time, Li Dan was also safe. Noble consort Lu didn't know the history, but she could feel it. Chapter 188. West of Chong and outside Guanghua Gate. There were still a lot of people digging ice from the river. Other than the original team organized by the government, there were also people who joined forces with other people. The people who joined forces didn't provide ice for the ice sculpture exhibition. They specifically looked for rich people and chose the best place to get ice. The price of good ice was naturally high. Some people were in charge of negotiating, while others organized the work. Whoever did the best would get more money. Sometimes several groups of people would even fight for a good place. Fortunately, there were people from the government watching. No one was injured or killed. In addition to providing labor for the ice, there were also people who set up wooden shelves downstream of the river and canal outside the city and shook the coal balls with dustpans. Since the nearby coal mining area started to collect money, coal face became a good thing. They learned from the Li family Zhuangzi's migrant workers and shook the coal balls out to sell to the people in the city who burned coal. There was no washed coal in the coal mining area. It was all dry coal face. When it snowed, the top layer was frozen. They cut open the coal face and put it in an open box in a cart. Then they covered the flowers with a straw curtain and brought the cart back. They directly mixed the water by the river and rolled out coal balls. Shaking the coal balls was also organized. Some people called some people who didn't have animals or carts and used manpower to transport the coal from far away, including on their backs. They went out in the morning and came back in the afternoon. When they carried the coal, they occasionally stole some good coal. Naturally, the price was different. Others pooled money and hired a cart to transport the coal back and forth. When they had more money, they bought the cart and animals and found someone to shake the coal balls for them. There were also conflicts over price and manpower. Chong and city had started to be divided. Whichever square or the east, west, north and south of a square belonged to the owner. No one else was allowed to sell it. Pei Yaoqing stood next to the ice collection area and listened to the dozens of people talking. He shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, the disputes are endless. The poor found a job to make money, but the poor bullied the poor. Pei Yaoqing remembered Li Yi's words. It was useless. He saved the people who were suffering but turned around and made others suffer. Some of the people in Pyongkong Square were willing to be under unified management, while some of them even brought out the relatives of the emperor and completely ignored him, the county magistrate. However, the organization's activities still had to be organized to give the obedient people a chance to earn more money. He believed that others would come closer under the temptation of benefits. Pei Yaoqing pondered as he walked towards the south. There were people who shook briquettes there. However, those even further downstream had come looking for him, wanting to fight and kill him. The water used to shake the briquettes would form a layer of ice on the ground and continue to flow into the river. The villagers living below could not do anything. They could not wash their clothes or drink their water. Usually, in such a situation, they would not seek help from the authorities. They would just bring a large group of people and rush over. "Are you all right now?" Pei Yaoqing asked the yamen runner beside him. They retreated to the back. They have to walk a few more steps to get water. They also dug a few shallow pits to mix the water with the coal. The yamen runner introduced the situation of the briquettes gathering ground. The yamen ordered that the coal water was not allowed to enter the river, or else they would be arrested. When Pei Yaoqing heard that, they arrived at their destination. It was dirty. The first thing he felt was discomfort. The ground was covered with black coal powder. Some of it was frozen, and some of it was even covered with dust when the wind blew. Only a few people who were working wore their own masks. They learned from the Li family Zhuangzi. The rest had black faces, noses, and eyes. When they opened their mouths, black saliva would flow out from the gaps of their teeth. They would spit on the ground. Yes, it's not like that. Have you seen Li Yi's place? They look clean when they shake the briquettes? Pei Yaoqing was not sure. When he saw it that day, he only remembered that there was a lot of work. He could not remember the details of shaking the briquettes. However, he was sure that it was not the same as what he saw now. The yamen runner beside him followed him and tried to recall, but he could not remember. What was going on? How did Zhuangzi shake the briquettes? Send someone on a horse to take a look. We cannot let them continue like this. When spring comes and it rains, the river will turn black again. Pei Yaoqing did not want to think about it anymore. He sent someone to take a look and learn from them. A yamen runner rode on a horse and went around the city. His speed was fast as he rode towards the east. The wind by the river today is not bad. Yes, set up the windmill and connect it with the baskets of coal powder. The molds must be controlled well. Don't let them lie in the mud. Coincidentally, Li Yi was also watching how to shake the briquettes today. Previously, he wanted people to familiarize themselves with the rules and procedures. Now they began to use the tools. The briquettes were first to form the surface of the briquettes. Then they were separated horizontally and vertically into a square. The square was placed in a dustpan and the edges were ground off. The briquettes became briquettes. The reason why they were not burned directly was because the briquettes could be stacked together to prevent wind from blowing through. No matter how the briquettes were stacked, there would be gaps and it would be easy to burn. The molds used to be made from a horizontal wooden stick and a vertical wooden stick. People would press down hard and the briquettes would be split open. Now they changed to a metal grid. A rope was tied to a wooden frame. When the rope was pulled down, a small piece of briquettes would appear. It was fast and not tiring. As long as there was wind by the river, the windmill with the sails would be installed. It was like a mill stirring the briquettes. There was no need for a dustpan to be used to shake the briquettes. A pile of briquettes would be poured in and the briquettes would be stepped on. The briquettes would roll around and the edges would be ground off. The rest of the briquettes would be covered with grass curtains to prevent the briquettes from being blown away by the wind. The bailiff who was riding a horse saw this and was conflicted. This was not what he wanted to see. He wanted to see something more primitive. How would others learn this? He dismounted from his horse and asked, "Li Dongzhu, how did they shake the briquettes? I mean the ashes." People outside the city shook the briquettes, but it was terrible. Li Yi slapped his forehead. "It's my fault. First, use the pebbles to flatten the ground. We don't need to do this in the winter. Next, lay down a layer of yellow soil. The briquettes can be operated on top of it. When the time comes, we can water it and clean it up. Can it still be burned? Briquettes with yellow soil. The bailiff recalled and confirmed that the soil could not be burned. 5 or 4 parts of coal and 1 part of yellow soil can be burned. Let me teach you how to make a beehive briquettes. You can carry it and walk around. It weighs more than 10 kilograms. You can put a small pot on top of it. The disadvantage is that it doesn't have a chimney. Let them flatten the ground and then transport the yellow soil. We don't lack yellow soil here. Li considered teaching others how to make beehive briquettes. It was easy to make a furnace. Li turned and left after he finished speaking. He went to look for the blacksmith. He remembered a very useful tool. It was much faster to make beehive briquettes than to shake briquettes. He only needed to press 1 briquettes and did not need to add any additional materials. The bailiff stood there and muttered to himself a few times. He remembered it and rode back on his horse. Before noon, the area where the briquettes were shaken began to be cleaned. The briquettes were piled to the side and a layer of yellow soil was pulled over. Another layer was placed on top of the yellow soil. When they were cleaning up, they shoveled out the yellow soil as well. It was very clean. Li's Zhuangzi craftsmen had also finished making the items. The blacksmiths were in the process of forging. In front of them was a bamboo tube with a diameter of 3 inches. There were a few holes at the back of the tube. The thin bamboo was sharpened and inserted firmly into the holes. The hole in the middle was the largest. A bamboo pole that was 2 times thicker than the thin bamboo was riveted into the tube. He took the pole to the place where the briquettes were mixed. He dipped the pole in water and pressed it against the pile of briquettes. He moved it to the side and placed it on the ground. He picked it up and a beehive briquettes was ready. He just needed to dry it and let it dry. The disadvantage is that it is easy to break. The workshop is making iron. Take a look and see if it is useful. Li passed the item to the worker beside him. The worker imitated Li's actions. He dipped it in water, inserted it, moved it, and lifted it up. Chapter 189. On the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, Chang and celebrated the Lunar New Year. In another 4 days, other places celebrated the Lunar New Year. The price of goods in Chang'an began to rise, and the transport of grain became busier. The people could not bear to eat food on normal days, but they had to buy it at the end of the year, such as a pork or a chicken. Those who could afford to make their own caramel candy, and those who could not make it naturally had to buy it. The children were the happiest this year, as their families were rich. At the coal-shaking field outside the city, a group of people shouted, "Ha! Ha! Oh! Humph!" Each of them had 1 or 2 tools to make honeycomb coal. The ones that Li provided were large enough for people to use, but most of them were slightly thinner bamboo tubes. The craftsman discovered a secret. As long as there was a hole in the middle, the coal could be burned easily. Some craftsmen made small pieces of bamboo that were connected together to form a surface. They directly placed it on a pile of coal and stepped on it. After a few steps, they picked it up and knocked it on the ground, creating a pile of mini honeycomb coal. There was no need to shake the coal, they could just throw it into the furnace. The disadvantage was that the tools were easy to break, and the quality of bamboo was far inferior to that of iron. Why are there still people shaking coal over there? After a few days, Pei Yaoqing once again wandered over and asked while pointing to a place. There are people in the city who are unwilling to burn small honeycomb coal, so a basket of coal increased the price by 2 to 3 copper coins. The bailiff knew the situation. Pei Yaoqing thought for a while and said, "Can other craftsmen find a substitute to make a portable furnace like the one from the Li family Zhuangzi?" No, they can only use a clay furnace to hold the honeycomb coal. It is heavy unless it is placed on a carriage. The price of Li Dongzhu's furnace is too high, and rich people may be willing to use it. The bailiff gave an answer and sighed. Even the bailiff was starting to think for the people. The most important thing was whether the people could afford to use a new item. Fine. Pei Yaoqing could not think of a solution. "Ming residents, why don't you ask Li Dongzhu?" The bailiff suggested. Pei Yaoqing shook his head. If he can do it, he will definitely say it. Not necessarily, Li Dongzhu sometimes can't remember. The bailiff felt that there was no problem that Li could not solve. At this moment, Li was solving the problem of the children. The children in the village were of different ages. The firecrackers were made. Every child above the age of 8 was given 100 small straw whips. They were very thin and had charcoal sticks inserted into them. Her Zhuangzi children were playing with each other, so she didn't whip their hair into braids. Instead, her hair was scattered. Otherwise, she would have to take them apart. The child with the small whip waved it around. Smack, smack. The younger children were unhappy. They wanted to play too, but they didn't. This was not the thing that troubled Li Yi. What he was worried about was why the children were as smart as he was when he was young. He used his fingernails to pinch the back of the whip, ignited it, and threw it out with a wave of his hand. Some waited for a while before throwing it out, letting the whip explode in midair. How smart! He knew how to attack from a distance. At the same time, the explosion in the air had the greatest lethality. I'll give you a new toy. Li Yi went to the workshop, the firecracker workshop, and adjusted the ratio of saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur. At the same time, the amount of sand increased. He didn't pursue the greatest flammability or expansion. He only wanted the sound. Then he smeared a paste on a large piece of paper and placed the adjusted things at a distance. Finally, he covered it with another piece of paper. He cut the paper into small paper cannons according to the place where the materials were placed. He used the yellow mud to make cylinders with a diameter of ½ an inch and a height of ½ an inch. Then he baked them. He sandwiched the paper between two pieces of mud, wrapped it with a layer of paper and smeared it with paste. Li Yi picked up a few and went to the workshop outside. He threw them to the ground and a piece of mud fell. Smack! Done. Collect all their small whips. Both the big children and the small children have them. Throw them. Li Yi was very satisfied. He didn't need to make other chemical materials. A group of people went to catch the children and confiscate their things. A group of people helped to make the mud. They didn't have time to dry it, so they directly baked it. Not counting the labor cost, just the materials alone could make about 10 of them for 1 copper coin. When it was time for lunch, the unhappy children became happy again. After lunch, they ran out and threw the mud everywhere. After they threw the mud, they picked it up. Some of the mud was not damaged and could be used again. They peeled the paper off the damaged mud and put it in Zhuangzi's garbage basket. The paper was put in another basket. The garbage had to be sorted and the paper could be recycled. Brother E, in the football match this morning, many people heard that there would be bone soup and popcorn, so they all sat down. Some people even stood. Li Chengqi came over to talk about the football match. There were many people. Brother E, you don't know. The 2 strongest teams among the 4 Chong and teams played a match. The scene was grand. The audience cheered along. Li Chengqi continued to introduce the match. A match lasted for more than an hour. Including the halftime and the entrance, it was 2 hours. In the end, the score was 25-28. That was wonderful. The audience hated that they couldn't play the match themselves and helped to shout that someone stole the ball. After watching the match, many people talked about going to the shop where I advertised before they left. Li Chengqi said what he cared about the most. His purpose of playing football matches was to make money and then use the money on the people. Congratulations, brother. Li Yi congratulated him. He didn't watch the match because he didn't have time. He needed to exercise, practice his medical skills, copy medical books, give lectures, check accounts, and figure out new things. The most pleasant thing every day was strolling around Zhuangzi and watching the farmers and migrant workers live a good life. He felt a sense of achievement. Of course, he also gained longevity. Brother, there will be a match on the 25th of December at the ice rink. You organize it. I'll prepare the prizes for you. Li Yi found it troublesome and asked his brother to take care of it. Okay, it's lively. Li Qingxi was addicted. Dongzhu Mu Changxi, who came a few days ago, brought cows again. 10 cows. This time the cows are good. Songda ran over. He didn't hide the smile on his face. I'll go take a look. Li Chengqi trotted to the main road in Zhuangzi. A group of people came over. Li Dongzhu, I brought my family here today. 10 cows. We'll stay here today and take a look tomorrow morning, the old man said to Li Yi kindly. A woman in her 40s stood next to him. The first impression she gave was that she was dignified. Not bad. You're pleasing to the eye, young man, the woman said to Li Yi. A few titles popped up in Li Yi's mind. Auntie Granny, in the end it changed to thank you Madamu. Okay. As the woman spoke, she took out a jade pendant from her sleeve. She pulled Li Yi's hand and put it on. Wear it. You're a good kid. Li Yi wanted to refuse but found that his hand was held. He could only nod. Ihui, keep it well. Squire Mu and Madame Mu, please come in. They went to the courtyard arranged for the old man. On the way they saw children smashing things making crisp sounds. What are the children playing with? The old man asked naturally. Firecrackers for the children to play with. Li Yi said as he waved his hand. A few children ran over. Give me a few. Li Yi stretched out his hand. The children took out firecrackers from their pockets. Enough. Go play. Don't throw them at the poultry and livestock. Also, don't throw them at the firewood. Li Yi warned again. He took out a few firecrackers and introduced them to the others. Each of them threw 2. It was quite interesting. How much does this cost? The woman suddenly asked. 1 copper coin can make 10 for now. Later it can make 20. Li Yi gave 2 prices. The children threw a lot of money. The woman asked, distressed. Just like playing and eating snacks, you have to pay to watch people dance. Li Yi felt that he shouldn't let the person who gave him a piece of jade misunderstand. Is it beneficial to the people? The old man asked directly. Yes. Li Yi nodded in response. Chapter 190. Brother Yi, how can it be beneficial to the people if you hear 10 sounds and you lose a copper coin? Li Chengqi was in charge of supporting Yi Qing. Songda. Li Yi called out to the steward. Dong. The steward, who was thinking about the 10 new cows, was very happy. Recruitment tomorrow. Zhuangzi will provide paper cannons and paper. Ask the people in the city to make cannons with mud. 1 copper coin for 50 people. Li Yi instructed Songda. Got it, Dong. Songda replied. Turning his head, Li Yi said to the old man. This is beneficial to the people. Pay people to hire people? The old man couldn't understand for a moment. In his opinion, beneficial to the people meant fertilizing, breeding, raising seedlings, transplanting seedlings, harvesting, threshing, and shelling. This was a one-stop service. How did it become recruitment? Recruitment is beneficial to the people? Good idea, Brother Yi. Those who can't do other manual labor, especially the women, can do it at home. They will be paid. Li Chengqi's way of thinking had changed. Hiring people to do work was to provide jobs. The more people there were, the more money there would be, and the better life would be. Why don't you ask the people in your village to do it? The woman was puzzled. Mixing the mud, making the paste, and making it. It's considered a lot to be able to make 500 people in 2 hours. If it's 1 copper coin for 50 people, it'll be 10 copper coins. After deducting the money for the paste, it'll be a little more than 8 copper coins. There are 24 hours a day, at most 10 hours to do the work, and at least 8 hours. There's also housework to take care of. It's more than 30 copper coins a day. The villagers in Zhuangzi don't pay this much. Li Yi gave the reason. The villagers in Zhuangzi only paid more than 30 copper coins a day. Moreover, it was this kind of work that didn't have any technical difficulty. Brother Yi's villagers are now literate. They also know simple mathematics and know how to divide the work. They pay the most attention to the safety of the fortifications. Li Chengqi chimed in from the side. The villagers in the farmstead did the same work much faster than others. The more manpower the work required, the more efficient the people in Zhuangzi would be. They had a tacit understanding. When a new job was given, the farmers would look at the operation manual and discuss it with each other. They would immediately divide the work and cooperate with each other. They could even make improvements as they worked. Li Dan understood, but she was not convinced. You think the people in Zhuangzi are stronger than the others? Naturally, if we ask the villagers to make it, they might be the same as everyone else at first, making 500 in 2 hours. After a few days, they will figure out a faster method on their own. It won't be difficult to make 1,000 in 2 hours or even faster. Li Yi was a little proud of himself. The villagers were good at thinking and were all nurtured by him. Li Chengqi spoke again. This is an excellent team. For example, the army is made up of people with 2 eyes and 1 mouth. The winged knights are more powerful than the 1,000 bull guards. How much for one? The woman was curious about the price. How much? Li Yi looked at his brother. 1 coin each, Li Chengqi answered. Why is it so expensive? Li Dan thought about the cost price and found that the profit was too high. At first glance 50 cannons were worth 6 coins, so the price was 50 coins. There are many rich people in Chang'an. It's not easy for children to get a piece of malt candy. Children eat the candied haws, and throw away the rest. Li Chengqi talked about the gap between the rich and the poor. Exactly. Li Yi said. The people who eat in the heavenly world look at the people who eat soup pancakes in other places. One is in the heavenly world and the other is in the mortal world. Alas! Li Dan suddenly sighed. She found that it was indeed so. Children from poor families were reluctant to spend 1 coin. Children from rich families didn't care about 1 coin. If it was 1 coin for 1 cannon, 1 coin could buy 1,000 cannons, which would last for a long time. Squire Moo, Madam Moo. Now is the time to do some inspection. We'll do the rest tomorrow. Li Yi didn't want to waste time on meaningless sentimentality. Okay. Li Dan agreed. He accompanied his wife, noble consort Lu, and Li Yi into the magical courtyard with facilities that didn't seem to exist in the mortal world. Before dinner, some inspections were done. For the time being, no problems were found. They would continue tomorrow. Everyone went to the dining hall. In a separate small room, the maids and eunuchs stood there. They felt that General Gao was too far-sighted. He knew that the people at the top of the palace would come, so he asked them to stay in the beginning. Noble consort Lu saw the children who were playing before coming over. They were completely different from before. Now they were quiet and tranquil. Their clothes were tidied up, their hair was tidied up, and their faces and hands were clean. They took the plates and chose the dishes they wanted to eat. Then they went to the special area to eat. They didn't fight, make noise, or shout. She followed them and saw a large group of children sitting there eating with their heads down. The same style of clothes decorated the whole dining hall area solemnly and sacred. This is a prosperous time, noble consort Lu said softly. She turned and wiped the corners of her eyes and went back to the small room. She finally knew why Li Longji always went to Zhuangzi. Besides asking for advice, the most important thing was that he could see what he wanted to see here. The farmers in Zhuangzi used to be the same as the people in other places, but now they had changed. In other words, as long as they worked hard, other places in the Tang dynasty could be the same. Looking at the food, noble consort Lu felt sorry for Li Longji. Children didn't have it easy. It seemed that only in Zhuangzi could they find a trace of peace in their hearts. Why not go to Shi City in Chang'an? Seeing a group of people hawking and the pitiful appearance of children beside adults? Coming to Zhuangzi was a kind of escape. However, the food smelled really good. It was better than the food in heaven on earth. If the farmers earned dozens of copper coins a day, it wouldn't be enough to pay for a dish. No, even 1 bite wouldn't be enough. Vegetables were not something that ordinary people could eat in winter. They sat down. Li Dan didn't serve any staple food. It was just vegetables. There wasn't much meat, but there was a glass of wine. Brother Yi, isn't it time to take out the drunken crabs? Li Chengqi saw that Li Yi's dish was fried with oysters and eggs and thought of crabs. The crabs he bought were all sent to Li Yi to be made into drunken crabs. It was almost the new year. Anytime. Take a few jars with you when you leave tomorrow. Remember, don't eat too much, even if it's drunken crabs. Li Yi almost forgot about the crab. Being reminded, he swallowed his saliva. Slander. Can I eat it? Li Dan asked Li Yi. Yes. Li Yi nodded. Li Dan turned to Li Chengqi and said, Can I buy it from you? Let's discuss the price later. Li Chengqi agreed and sent it to Baifu Hall. Noble consort Lu smiled and looked at them. She found that it was good to have a Zhuangzi who could always provide good things. After taking a bite of the mutton, she praised, This meat is good. It stewed well and chewed easily. Add hawthorn when stewing it. Li Yi didn't keep it a secret. She gave it to him. There's actually such a saying. I didn't know about it before. Noble consort Lu noted it down. When they returned to Baifu Hall, she would ask someone else to do it and give them some pointers. They talked in low voices. They didn't follow the rule of not talking while eating. They mainly asked Li Dan and noble consort Lu about their daily lives. They asked about Zhuangzi's workshop, the children's studies, and the student studies halfway through the meal, there was a figure outside the room. The person even knocked on the door twice. Is Li Dongzhu here? I'm here again. I won't be leaving tonight. As soon as the voice fell, the door was pushed open and an old man came in. The old man was full of smiles and seemed to be very happy. Then, he saw another old man and the woman beside him. His smile, it became unnatural, but he continued to smile. Li Chengqi hurriedly said, "This old man also comes here often. He's quite a good person." Chapter 191. Yes, there are too many people. I'll go out and eat first. I'll find you later, Li Dongzhu. Yao Chong, who came in, saw that retired emperor and imperial consort Dolu were present. He threw down a sentence and turned to leave. What's the matter with him? Li Dan saw Yao Chong come in the evening and thought it was a matter of court. Li Chengqi said, "It's nothing. He doesn't care how many people there are in the room. He'll definitely say it." That's good. Li Dan was relieved. He thought there was a difficult matter in the political affairs hall, and came to ask about it. He didn't want to delay it. Yes, that was what Li Dan thought. When Empress Wang and Li Longji arrived at Baifu Hall, Li Yi was guaranteed to be among the things they said. Especially Empress Wang, who said that the 3 prime ministers were paid by the imperial court, but when they asked Li Yi, they didn't give him a single cent. After dinner, Li Yi found that the old man didn't come. He asked around and found out that he went to sleep in the small courtyard. However, this time he brought a dead deer. After bleeding it, it was frozen hard. Venison, just one? Make it tomorrow and put it in Zhuangzi's canteen. Li Yi said to Songda, who reported, "How do you make it?" Songda had eaten venison before, but only once, roasted it. Stir-fry it with cumin, braise it and prepare some stew. Add dates and wolfberries and a few ginseng roots. Li Yi chose 3 things. This was a pure wild animal, but it wasn't protected. If a tiger appeared in a place, the yamen would reward it. Li Yi went to the inpatient building to see Jia Jinshan. Jia Jinshan was drinking with his son Jia Fugua over a mutton pot. His pneumonia was cured. He stopped the injection yesterday and could be discharged tomorrow after a day of observation. Jia Jinshan, who was alive, seemed to be in a good mood. His complexion was much better than when he first came. When Li Yi came, the two got up and thanked him. "You can leave tomorrow. I'll give you some soap, toilet water, glycerin, dried oysters and dried sea cabbage. Take it back and enjoy it yourself. While you're at it, sell it and exchange it for something else. Next time, let's exchange for new goods." Li Yi didn't forget to take advantage of the opportunity to do business. He sent a batch first to give the other party some capital. The Zhuangzi Fugua was reluctant to leave. He had seen a lot during his time in Zhuangzi, and he really wanted to stay. However, his clansmen were still there, and he had to go back and lead them. "I heard that Li Dongzhu doesn't like gems and other things. What can I use to exchange?" Jia Jinshan was ready to ask his son to send more things to Li Yi in the future. Although it was His Majesty's arrangement, what if Li Yi said that he could not cure it? If she were to fall sick again in the future, she would have to rely on the godly doctor. Li Yi nodded and said, "Luxury goods are useless to me. You can trade with other Turks in Tubo for raisins and dried melons, but I like them. Do you want a horse?" The Jia Fugua wanted to repay Li Yi. "It's best to keep your tribe's horses and exchange them for other horses. I want both good and bad horses. Good horses can be used to ride, bad horses can pull carriages, and they can be used to breed with donkeys." Li Yi considered that the Shatua tribe had a good relationship with the Tang dynasty, so he didn't want to take their blood. Speaking of horses, Li Yi thought of something else. "I want wool, but I don't want felt. Give me the wool and I'll knit sweaters. What else do you want?" The Jia Fugua nodded. "Melons, bring me some melon seeds. I'll try to plant them. Without the special climate and environment, melons won't be sweet if planted elsewhere." Li Yi wanted to plant the cantaloupe in the greenhouse. He wanted to see if he could adjust it to increase the sugar content. Of course, he also wanted to plant it in the wrong season. Even if it wasn't sweet in winter, the price of the melon was still high. Jia Fugua said, "I've planted it before. It's not like grapes. Other melons are as sweet as water." "That's right. Li Yi admitted that, not to mention how skilled he was at that time, Hami melon still couldn't be found anywhere else. You have desert cistanche. It's recorded in Shenong's Materia Medica. Do you know about it? Li Yi asked about the medicine. The desert cistanche of the Chatua tribe couldn't be compared to the Anbei Protectorate's soft dayun, but it was still a medicinal herb and was needed by the Tang dynasty. Yes, it's in the desert. It's just that it's not easy to get. You can only find it if you're lucky. The Jia Fugua said that he knew about it and could get it. I have a way to plant it. You can plant any plant that desert cistanche can grow. I'll write it down today and give it to you tomorrow morning. Li Yi planned to let the Chatua tribe graft desert cistanche. He wasn't familiar with the Anbei Protectorate and didn't know anyone there. He would find a chance to talk about it in the future. The Jia Fugua had eaten desert cistanche before and knew its benefits. When he heard that it could be planted, he believed it and agreed. Li Yi said goodbye and was sent out of the door. He went back to his courtyard and started to write the procedure. The hard dayun and soft dayun methods were similar, but the soft dayun method was more detailed. Li Chengqi didn't fiddle with the light bulbs in Zhuangzi today. He stood outside his father's courtyard and waited for the lights to go out before returning to his own place. He picked up the pen and wrote down the situation of today's football match. He wanted to see if there were any areas that could be improved or eliminated. What should he do in the future when he sold tickets, opened bets, expanded the audience seats and snowed heavily? There were many things to do. Li Chengqi knew that as long as he asked Brother Yi, all the problems would be solved. However, he didn't want to do that. He wasn't a good-for-nothing. None of you are willing to pay for the benefits I've discussed with you. After this advertisement makes money, if you want to talk to me again, I'll sell the advertisement position. Li Chengqi wrote, thought, and talked to himself. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. He couldn't help but chuckle. Outside, the villagers pushed the dining carts to deliver food to Li Chengqi's guards who were guarding outside. Except for a dozen people who entered the courtyard together, the rest of them were guarding Zhuangzi and a few other places. This included Li Dan's men. Yao Chong's men followed Yao Chong into the courtyard. Li Chengqi's men would take turns to eat in the canteen, and then go back to live in the former houses of the villagers and students. As soon as Li Dan came, Li Chengqi's guards were worried about the safety of the retired emperor, so they cooperated with Li Dan's men to guard all the places tightly. They were prepared to eat military rations. Seeing that they didn't come to eat, the villagers felt distressed. As soon as Dongzhu's sworn brother came, the villagers would feel at ease. Therefore, after the incident with Li Dan last time, the villagers took the initiative to deliver the food this time. They didn't talk much, just put down the food and left. Finally, we can eat something hot. Li Chengqi's guards breathed a sigh of relief. The dry rations and water in their water bags couldn't be compared with the food in the canteen. It's not just hot. There's a lot of meat. We'll be strong after eating. Another guard served himself a dish and drank a mouthful of soup in the cold wind. Now that the retired emperor is here, we can't move. It's better for His Majesty. At least when His Majesty comes, we can take turns to go to the canteen. Someone complained. Who would be willing to keep watch outside after eating cold food? Sure, don't say it. If the villagers hear it, 100 heads won't be enough to chop off. The person who spoke before quickly warned. They're still hanging lanterns. Do they want to illuminate the whole of Zhuangzi? How much does it cost to burn candles in red silk lanterns for a night? The silk lanterns can still be used next year. The red paper lanterns are more brittle. I don't think they'll take down the lanterns after hanging them up. After the new year, they'll still be lit at night. Why do they have so many lanterns on weekdays? It's bright. It's beautiful. Look at the villagers. When they change shifts at night, they all have different moods when they walk under the lanterns. Yes, Li Dongzhu takes care of the villagers the most. He's so rich that he makes everything himself. Candles are expensive elsewhere. Zhuangzi can't use much money. Who's the hidden sentry? Hurry up and eat. Get ready to change shifts. The guards ate and chatted. Under the warm light of the lanterns, they didn't feel so cold. Chapter 192. On the 21st day of the 12th lunar month, the day of the ice skating competition was approaching. A group of people was training on the ice. There weren't many children, and the people who were skating were no longer the rich people from the beginning. Instead, they found the male servants or hired helpers at home to practice and relied on them for the competition. Before dawn, Li Chengqi got up and patrolled the area to check on the situation of the guards before heading to the workshop. At the first glimmer of dawn, Li Dan and Imperial concubine Dolu were helped to wash up. Li Yi began the inspection for the day. As usual, Li Dan accompanied his wife and looked around curiously. "Where's Li Yi?" "I'm looking for Li Yi." Yao Chong finished cleaning up half an hour later than Li Yi. He ran to Li Yi's courtyard and saw Li Chengqi sitting on a chair by the door. "What do you want to do by inspecting the imperial consort?" Li Chengqi didn't intend to move aside or stand up. "When will she recover?" Yao Chong looked anxious. "Minister Yao, why don't you eat first? If her gastrointestinal tract isn't good, she should eat porridge. If her gastrointestinal tract isn't good, she should drink milk. Brother Yi said that milk is more nutritious than porridge, but milk will irritate some people's stomachs." Li Chengqi didn't intend to eat. He wanted to keep watch. Yao Chong looked around and revealed a smug smile. "King Song, do you know how to make use of people? Scheming against others?" Li Chengqi looked at Yao Chong and gave him a mocking answer. Yao Chong took a deep breath and recovered. "King Song, the skill of 100 craftsmen requires the strength of 100 craftsmen. Li Yi might have some ingenious ideas, but how much can a single person do?" Yao Chong said as he took out something from his sleeve. Li Chengqi yawned. "Doing something is beneficial to the people." "Minister Yao, the Confucian arts you learned can't tolerate the Mahist arts?" "I'm here to let Li Yi know that there are countless capable people in the world, and Boss Missouri is proud of his small skills." Yao Chong took out another item. Previously it was a paper box the size of half a bar of soap. This time he took out a lighter. He crouched down and put the box on the ground, opened the lid, and took out a roll of velvet paper, which was used to start a fire with a flint. Then, he flicked open the lid of the lighter with a ding. Bang! Li Chengqi jumped up from his chair, dashed forward, and kicked the paper box away. "Prime Minister Yao, you dare to assassinate me?" Yao Chong was taken aback. He looked at the lighter in his hand and then at the cardboard box that was kicked away. "King Song, are you trying to frame me? What do you want? Did you ignite it?" Boom! Li Chengqi stared at Yao Chong and asked. As expected, King Song's mind is nimble. This minister calls upon hundreds of craftsmen to come up with new things. Someone used saltpeter, sulfur, wood shavings, and honey to create something that can produce sparks and explode mud and stone. In the cardboard box just now, only sparks could be seen. If it was ignited at night, it would be a real firework. Wealthy families would definitely be willing to buy it. It can be used to create mud and stone. If there is enough of it, it can be used in wars. How does it compare to Li Yi's? Yao Chong introduced the item that he brought along and explained the formula. Li Chengqi looked at Yao Chong carefully. After a dozen breaths, he pulled Yao Chong, picked up the cardboard box that was kicked away, and walked forward. When they arrived at the second small square in Zhuangzi, he placed Yao Chong's cardboard box on the ground and looked at it. Prime Minister Yao Chong stepped back. "God knows if this will explode. Let me light it." Li Chengqi gestured for Yao Chong to step back. Yao Chong slowly stepped back and looked at the cardboard box with his hands in his sleeves. Li Chengqi reached into his pockets. He had quite a few pockets in his clothes. He took out his lighter, squatted down, and prepared to jump out at any moment. Then he stretched out his hand, lit it, and ran. The tinder burned very quickly and went into the cardboard box. Then the cardboard box spurted out a puff of smoke and sparks. In less than a breath, it was gone. Yao Chong took out another cardboard box and said, "King Song, choose this." Li Chengqi looked at the size of the cardboard box and nodded. He placed it further away, lit it, and ran. Boom! This time there was a big commotion. The smoke was still as thick as before. When this thing is big, it can startle horses and also explode people. Yao Chong raised his chin slightly, signaling Li Chengqi to praise it. Li Chengqi looked at Yao Chong again and said, "The person who can make this is not bad. He can come to Zhuangzi and learn from my brother Yi." "Learn? It's Li Yi who learned it from someone else, right?" Yao Chong expressed his disdain. "Sigh. Li Chengqi shook his head. He reached into his pocket and took out an item that was about an inch thick and a meter long. There was a linen cover on the outside of the item. He took it off and tore a piece of paper at the bottom. He tore it open and revealed a line. He looked around and carefully placed the item vertically on the ground. He even shook it a little to make sure that it wouldn't fall. Then he took a deep breath, squatted down, lit the lighter and moved closer to the line. As soon as the lighter was lit, he jumped out, covered his ears and shut his mouth. Yao Chong didn't understand. He was stunned. You lit a big incense? Lit it from the bottom? Boom, with a loud sound the item on the ground flew up into the sky. Yao Chong's vision blurred and he looked up. Boom, with another sound, Yao Chong's body trembled violently. His ears were buzzing. After a while the pieces of paper fell from the sky. Yao Chong was still in a daze. Prime Minister Yao Chong. Prime Minister Yao, wake up. Li Chengqi walked over and called out to Yao Chong while holding back his laughter. What is this? Yao Chong opened his mouth and pressed his ears as he asked with lingering fear. This is Brother Yi's second kick, and he wants to sell it too. Prime Minister Yao, what do you think of it? Li Chengqi smiled. At this moment, a group of children ran over. The first one that Yao Chong brought had sounded, and when the children heard it, they thought that someone was playing with firecrackers. But when they saw the scattered pieces of paper on the ground and saw Li Chengqi, they turned around and ran away. Yao Chong's expression changed. He pursed his lips and frowned at the same time. This item is too dangerous. It should be handed over to the royal court. Yao Chong said. Li Chengqi reached into his pocket and took out an identical item. Yao Chong shuddered. King Song, you want to harm an official? Prime Minister Yao, don't you want it? Here, take it and play with it. Li Chengqi passed it to Yao Chong. Yao Chong took a step back and said, don't, be careful not to blow it up. The item that I took was blown up when they were making it. They used heavy objects to smash it, and your item fell to the ground. So, you didn't pay attention to the safety of production. Even so, you still want Brother Yi to hand it over to the royal court? Which workshop do you want me to blow up? Li Chengqi chuckled. The children ran over again and carefully cleaned up the scraps of paper in the small square with a brush and broom. Yao Chong and Wang Chong didn't say a word as they watched on. When the children were almost done, they reached into their pockets and took out firecrackers. Pa! It was thrown up. What is it this time? Yao Chong asked casually. Brother Yi was afraid that the children would be hurt by my firecrackers, so he specially made a small item that won't hurt anyone. It's called a firecracker. Li Chengqi explained patiently. I still have some matters to attend to in the royal court. I'll take my leave first. Yao Chong turned around and prepared to leave. He was here to show off, and he couldn't help but feel that someone had made something incredible. Yet, before he could show it off to the person in question, King Song had already bragged about it. Even now, his ears were still ringing. Prime Minister Yao, aren't you going to eat breakfast? If you have any difficult matters to decide, why don't you ask my brother Yi? Li Chengqi continued attacking him verbally. You can't make things, but you can't handle political matters either. I'll eat. Yao Chong hesitated for a moment before deciding that he couldn't leave on an empty stomach. Chapter 193. Li Yi finished checking noble consort Lu's body at around 9:30 a.m. Like Li Dan, she needed more sunlight. Her left knee showed signs of rheumatism, but she didn't need to take any medicine or plaster. She just needed to keep warm and soak in a hot spring. If your family can afford it, you can borrow some warm water, Li Yi said to noble consort Lu. I can borrow some. Li Dan said that his family could get a hot spring. You can't catch a cold. Wrap it with a leather pad, preferably dog skin. Li Yi taught her how to keep warm. Dogs didn't have sweat glands because their skin didn't have sweat glands. When making plasters, the medicine wouldn't be excreted through the sweat glands. I'll kill the dog later. Li Dan said that this wasn't a problem. The three of them talked about going for breakfast. Li Chengqi didn't eat and waited. Li Dan looked around. Where's the old man? He left after breakfast. He left a few things, firecrackers. It's different from Brother Yi's. He used sulfur, saltpeter, sawdust, and honey. Li Chengqi placed 4 paper boxes on the table. When Li Dan heard about Baigong, he didn't ask any more questions. In his eyes, Li Yi was the best craftsman. Li Yi, on the other hand, was interested. He picked up a box and opened it on the table next to him. He washed his hands again, asked someone to take it away, and found a place to light it for the children. How is it? Li Chengqi wanted to make a comparison. Li Yi thought for a moment and said, there's still a long way to go. It's so different from yours. Li Chengqi felt that it was good enough that Yao Xiang's things could shoot sparks and explode. The materials aren't good enough. The purification isn't good enough. The ratio isn't good enough. There's also the manufacturing process. Some medicines are powder, some are granules. Propellants are different from explosives. Li Yi briefly explained the technology involved. He came here just to present something? Noble consort Lu asked the main point. Yao Chong, are you so free? You came here last night and left after having breakfast this morning. Aren't you going to attend His Majesty's morning court? It's said that a group of people are also looking for a job. They want to study techniques that will benefit the people and make new medicines according to the methods of the previous generations. They want to ask for Brother Yi's advice. Li Chengqi tactfully explained the reason. Humph. Li Dan snorted in dissatisfaction and asked, why did you leave again? I played a second kick. And he said he would go back and ask the craftsman to continue studying it. Ha ha ha. Li Chengqi was overjoyed when he thought about it. Li Yi didn't laugh. He looked at Li Chengqi and said, Big brother, if you can find him, give him a copy of the safety operating manual for the gunpowder workshop in Zhuangzi. Give it to him? Li Chengqi was displeased. Sell it to him. Li Yi knew that his brother was on his side. Anyway, those people could hire hundreds of workers and had money. All right, I'll help you sell it. Li Chengqi finally felt comfortable again. Don't set the price too high. 2 cows are about the same. Li Yi gave the price. All right, I want 2 cows with calves. Li Chengqi agreed but changed the price a little. After dinner, Li Dan and noble consort Lu said that they were not in a hurry to go back. They also didn't want Li Yi to accompany them. Instead, they went to Zhang family's village with their men. Brother Yichang is very expensive now. Aren't you going to sell the chickens and ducks in your village? If they get sick, a lot of them will die. Li Chengqi talked about another matter. He wanted to take the opportunity to make money. It was almost the new year. They won't get sick with the medicine. I have use for the chickens and ducks, so I specially raised them. I feed them different things in summer and autumn. I even raise maggots to feed them now. As for the pigs, I can release a batch and see if there are people in a hurry to sell piglets. I'll catch piglets and bring them back. Li Yi refused to sell the chickens and ducks. As for the geese, there were only a few of them and they were used to lay eggs. In addition to the salted goose eggs, the egg drop soup was made of goose eggs. It was seasoned to reduce the smell. After taking a walk to digest the food, Li Yi went back to the autopsy room. At the same time, he was in a good mood. He felt that a group of rich people saw that Zhuangzi was making money by relying on technology, so they joined forces to recruit workers and research new technologies together. If he really came up with a lot of new technologies, theoretically speaking, he would be promoting the development of society. I hope you can think differently and don't be restricted. Li Yi muttered to himself. He changed his clothes and studied. Li Chengqi complained about Yao Chong. He went to the workshop to get the safety manual. The people in the workshop deleted and edited the manual and handed it to Li Chengqi. Li Chengqi turned around and went to Zhang family's village to find his father and noble consort Lu. Li Dan and Empress Lu had a good time shopping. Noble consort Lu was a person who had experienced a lot of hardships. The key was that she didn't have any children like Empress Wang. She always raised other people's children. For example, Li Longji was raised by her. She raised more than one child. Li Dan's second child, Li Chengyi, was also raised by her. And it was when the conditions were very bad. At that time, someone stirred up trouble and said that the harem used the Yen Shang technique, which was a curse. Then the 2 women ranked above noble consort Lu were killed. Seeing that the situation was bad, noble consort Lu wanted to leave. I want to go out. I don't want to play anymore. In fact, it meant that she was withdrawing from the struggle. Don't worry about me. Just raise a child for others. After that, Li Dan was turned back to the crown prince and lived in fear. She didn't know how to give birth, but raising children was no problem. She was the closest to Empress Wang. In addition to the fact that Empress Wang was the empress of Li Longji whom she raised, Empress Wang didn't have any children before. Of course, what she didn't know was that according to the development of history, Empress Wang was also tricked by the Yanshang technique. Now, she liked the children in Zhang family's village very much. It's better outside the palace. The children are innocent and unaffected. Noble consort Lu said to Li Dan with a smile when she saw a group of children eating candied haws. This candied haws are not as good as the ones sold by Chengqi. It has less sugar. Li Dan commented on the candied haws. He didn't want to think about those children in the palace. They were all scheming against each other. He didn't know when they would kill each other again. He was tired of it. He just wanted to live the rest of his life peacefully. However, he was not willing to die so soon. He wanted to see more of the world. Imperial father, imperial mother, why don't you stay here for a few more days? Li Chengqi came over with the safety manual and persuaded them. He could see that the two of them were about to leave Zhang family's village. It's inconvenient. If we reveal our identities, we can stay in the imperial plantation. Everyone come and take a look. Noble consort Lu refused. She didn't want to cause trouble for her son. I have a way. Give brother Yi 10 cows and tell him that you need to rest for a while to recover from the pain in your legs. Listen to me. We won't go back until the new year. Li Chengqi's eyes turned red as he spoke. He knew that Zhuangzi was the most comfortable place for him. The children on Zhuangzi were the most adorable. Especially now that it was the holidays, the little guys would run around and always find something fun to do. Noble consort Lu didn't agree or refuse. Instead, she changed the topic. You have to send the safety manual to Prime Minister Yao. Otherwise, people will die. Li Yi is a kind-hearted child. He won't be able to achieve great things. Li Dan commented. What great things? That's good. Li Chengqi was happy. Imperial father meant that Li Yi was soft-hearted. If other people competed with each other, many people might die because of gunpowder. Not only did Li Yi not wait to watch the show, but he also provided help. A person who could achieve great things would even kill his own son. If his brother used a knife, countless people would die. Therefore, Li Yi was not in danger. They could rest assured. Chapter 194. Prime Minister Yao is also in a difficult position. Normally, he doesn't dare to hesitate when saving people, and with the emperor's heart attached to him, his authority is not stable. Li Dan talked about Yao Chong. Yao Chong was the prime minister in charge of dealing with emergencies. Everything had to be done quickly. In the end, when he needed power the most, Li Longji's heart was set on an outsider. How could Yao Chong not be anxious? Brother Yi doesn't fight for power. Prime Minister Yao Chong is overthinking things. Li Chengqi said that Yao Chong was narrow-minded. Brother Yi also did not leave Zhuangzi. Every day he would study medicine, teach classes, and lead the people of Zhuangzi to live a good life. Every few days he would throw out something that would benefit the people. If you don't ask him, he won't take the initiative to talk to you. Noble consort Lu smiled and said, Li Yi, that child, no matter how you look at him, he's gentle and kind. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just a matter of writing some articles when people came to bully us twice. What else can I do? Li Chengqi felt that Brother Yi's methods were not ruthless enough. Every time he finished dealing with someone, he would take a step back. Those who can save a person's life can also take a person's life. If a mortal disease can be cured, wouldn't it be easy to kill someone? Li Dan said to her son. Brother Yi said that he would never use his medical skills to kill. I believe him because if Brother Yi wants to kill someone, he has the means to do so. I also believe him. Li Chengqi had absolute confidence in Li Yi. He felt that Li Yi was able to come to the imperial plantation and listen to the 1,000-character classic because of God's guidance. Noble consort Lu walked over and helped up a child who had fallen while holding a tonghulu. The tonghulu was stained with mud. Someone, rinse the tonghulu with water. Don't cry. Noble consort Lu squatted there and said to the 5 or 6-year-old child who was about to cry. The children around him came over to persuade him. The older child directly used the candied haws in his hand to exchange with the younger one. Then the little brother cried. There was a hawthorn missing from the big brother's candied hawthorn, and the big brother ate it. Ha 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 ha. Li Chengqi laughed out loud. The servants and protectors hurriedly took out water bags filled with hot water from their backpacks, rinsed the candied haws and changed them back. The little guy licked his lips and instantly stopped crying. Even a child knows how much we've lost, let alone the common people of the world. Li Dan insisted on raising the topic. Imperial father, you have to work hard to get it. The children in the Zhang family's village have candied haws, so they need to work. Li Chengqi followed suit. It was impossible for him to take anything for free, including the child. What can children do? Noble consort Lu smiled as she looked at the group of children playing there. Help clean up the manure of the cows and horses. When the coal carts pass by, collect the coal and coals that fall off. Li Chengqi explained the children's work. No wonder the road is so clean. Noble consort Lu felt that it was good. Just like in the palace, there were no other things that shouldn't be there. After that, Li Dan and noble consort Lu saw someone walking out of the village's courtyard. They seemed to be heading to the same place. From his clothes, one could tell that he was not from an ordinary family. This is... Noble consort Lu was curious again. Developing tourism is... Li Chengqi began to introduce what tourism was. He also introduced the contents of the primary industry, secondary industry, and tertiary industry. It's lodging. Li Dan gave his understanding. Imperial father, lodging is a must. The tourism industry of the tertiary industry specially came here to stay. Chang'an's magistrate Pei Yaoqing took a lot of good ideas from Brother Yi. Li Chengqi continued to introduce. His heart ached as he spoke. The main reason was that Pei Yaoqing didn't give much in return. No one came to cause trouble because he and the palace had secretly spread the word. Logically speaking, Pei Yaoqing was the one who should protect the interests of Zhuangzi the most. Strategies that benefited the people were political achievements. What kind of people could provide political achievements and strategies to others? Counting up, most of the people who raised the diners couldn't provide good ideas. My third young master's people were taken advantage of by others? Noble consort Lu, who had always been gentle, was unhappy at this moment. She often went to the temples and monasteries to interpret the divination sticks. Her words were ambiguous. When it came to the specific methods, she acted as if it was a heavenly secret that couldn't be revealed. What she thought was, if Pei Yaoqing spent a lot of incense money to go to the temple, would the monks give him such specific methods? Alas! Li Chengqi looked sad. Brother Yi is like this. If you ask him about individual policies, he will tell you about individual policies. If you ask about the policies of a family, he will tell you about the policies of a family. If you ask about states and counties, he will tell you about states and counties. If you ask about national policies, he will tell you about them. What did third young master ask about? Li Dan was curious. Third young master asked about the Tubo Turks. Brother Yi said there were no major problems in the recent 2 years, so third young master was relieved. Li Chengqi still hadn't calmed down and was dissatisfied with Pei Yaoqing. Why is the tofu pudding gone? While they were talking, they walked to the dining hall of the Zhang family's village. It was actually a shed. The wind was leaking and someone was angry. Li Dongzhu only gave us this. He said it would be a waste if we couldn't finish it, the villager explained righteously. Li Dongzhu? Why is he? What kind of porridge is that? Give me a bowl. I don't want dry porridge. I want to eat steamed buns. The voice that had just roared angrily suddenly changed pitch. Why is it like this? Noble consort Lu could sense the change in people's emotions. The Prime Minister is magnanimous and convinces people with virtue. People who can come here for tourism are all people who know something. Offending Brother Yi is the same as offending the entire Pyongkong Square. Li Chengqi said proudly. Even he, a prince, didn't have this ability. Noble consort Lu smiled. Has Li Yi been there before? No, other people can't even get a night's worth of beauties in Pyongkong Square. The beauties in Pyongkong Square can't even get a single person. If Brother Yi goes to Pyongkong Square, the girls of the 3 groups will fight. Even if they are from the same group, they will still use some tricks. Li Chengqi was infinitely envious. He dreamed several times that he became Brother Yi and went to Pyongkong Square. A large group of women offered money to spend the night with him. He woke up. It was so painful. Noble consort Lu smiled and pointed to a hole in the shed. Why didn't they fix that? I know. They deliberately dug a hole. Li Chengqi understood. He explained all the holes are in the corners and the top. They are used to living a rich life. When they eat, they will feel that the food is more delicious. In fact, there is as much tofu pudding as you want. Brother Yi deliberately didn't give it to them. In fact, the porridge is almost the same as the tofu pudding. Don't think that there is a lot of porridge. We went to the canteen to eat. Why didn't we do the same? Li Dan found that he still had a lot of doubts. Imperial Father, the canteen is Zhuangzi's canteen. The villagers will eat all the leftovers. Now it is for tourists. The tourists won't clean up the leftovers. They will change it at night. Tofu pudding is not easy to preserve. The villagers can also eat porridge. Eating porridge is better than eating tofu pudding. At this time, the leftovers they eat at noon will be thrown away and fed to the pigs. They are afraid that if they get sick, others will get sick too. Li Chengqi answered smoothly. After he finished speaking, he was stunned. How did I know so much? Li Dan patted his son's shoulder. Continue to learn. Good knowledge and good skills. You can see the big picture from small clues. Chapter 195. Let's go in and have a few more bites. Noble consort Lu saw a group of people fighting over the food and felt that it was still edible. Then let's have a few more bites. Li Chengqi supported. On the other side, in the Political Affairs Hall of Chang'an. I can't eat anymore. The person who delivered the food brought the food over. The food in the Political Affairs Hall was a benefit. It didn't cost one's own money. Usually, there were all kinds of food that the emperor could eat. For example, cucumber, watermelon green inner skin, sauerkraut fried noodles, and bean sprouts that had recently become popular in Chang'an. On the table in front of him, there was a two-legged medicine in a burlap bag. He felt very sad. The moment he saw the medicine, he felt that his ears were ringing and his breathing was not smooth. His chest hurt when he sat down. Should he take medicine? Should he take that heart-saving pill? His Majesty asked for it from Li Yi. There was a bottle in the Political Affairs Hall, another bottle he carried with him, and another bottle at home. He had never taken the medicine before. It shouldn't be bad since it was made by Li Yi. But he didn't want to take it. Why did it have to be Li Yi? Angie, what are you? Lu Huaishan was more concerned about the outcome of Yao Chong bringing such a good technique over. The next time something like this happens, you all will go. I won't go. It's too embarrassing. Yao Chong wanted to cry. He wanted to go over and show off, but before he could do so, he was bullied by King Song. Fortunately, he ran away quickly. Otherwise, if Li Yi knew about it, that young man would definitely pretend to be calm and say some comforting words. Yes, he was that bad. That thing didn't work out? Zhang Shua was no longer in the mood to eat. How should I put it? Yao Chong thought for a while and took out a bunch of firecrackers from his sleeves. Here, take them and play with them. Don't worry, they won't hit anyone. Zhuangzi's little doll can hold a lot of firecrackers and throw them around for fun. Yao Chong said to the two people who didn't dare to stretch out their hands. He picked up a firecracker and threw it to the ground. Lu Huaishan and Zhang Shua shuddered in fear. Take it, take it. This old man bought it with 20 copper coins. I only brought 20 copper coins, one for each Kai Yuan Tong Bao. I bought it from the children. When Yao Chong said this, he seemed a little happier. He felt that he had taken advantage of the situation. What did a little doll know? He bought one for one, and the little girl was actually selling it. Could such a good thing be bought with money? Li Yi and Zhuangzi's children did not know how to throw cannons. Each of the things he took out cost a shovel. It was not easy to make them, and 6 people were injured. Lu Huaishan and Zhang Shua couldn't help but look at him with disdain. You're not young anymore, yet you're lying to a child. What are you looking at this old man for? The toys for the children in Zhuangzi were given to them by Li Yi. Yao Chong glared at him. Lu Huaishan took 2 of the firecrackers in his hands, picked up another one, and threw it to the ground like Yao Chong. There was no movement. You can throw it vertically, but you can't throw it horizontally. Yao Chong was even more displeased. Why was his colleague so stupid? Zhang Shua understood. Pa, throw one fun. Pick up another one, Pa, interesting. Pick up another one. Leave a few for this old man. I'll let the children throw them at home. Yao Chong picked up 6 or 7 firecrackers with his other hand and kept them. After throwing a few firecrackers, Lu Huaishan and Zhang Shua found the fun in it and wanted more. Go and find Li yourself. Last night, I saw the retired emperor and noble consort Lu. I stayed up the whole night, and this morning I met King Song, who refused to let me see Li. As Yao Chong spoke, Li Chengqi's disdainful expression appeared in his mind. He was too hateful. Zhang Shua picked up a firecracker that was not completely blown up. He looked at it and said, Prime Minister Yao, isn't this as good as the one we found someone to make? It doesn't cause too much of a commotion. Doesn't cause too much of a commotion? Yao Chong looked at the 2 firecrackers on the table, and his ears buzzed. These firecrackers were specially made by Li for the children of Zhuangzi to play with. They can play with them as they wish, and they won't hurt anyone. Do you know what this means? Yao Chong's words reminded Zhang Shua of the time when Li said, Do you know what the miniaturization of a nuclear bomb means? What? Lu Huaishan and Zhang Shua asked in unison. Li can adjust the damage as he wishes. His mastery of gunpowder isn't something you or I can imagine. King Song, if this old man finds an opportunity, I'll definitely impeach him. Yao Chong spoke of the blow he suffered this morning, and he felt wronged. Especially when he talked about how the children ran over to watch the commotion, cleaned up the firecrackers when they saw the firecrackers and then smashed them. The fact that the children didn't find it strange meant that they knew what it was. How can this be? Lu Huaishan felt indignant. It's actually like this? Zhang Shua expressed his indignation. Take it away. Those are the 2 firecrackers on the table. Be careful not to blow anyone up. Let's eat. Yao Chong spoke of his frustrations and he felt much better. He could smell the aroma of the dishes. This pickled cabbage is delicious. Yao Chong tasted a mouthful of the stir-fried cabbage vermicelli and found it delicious. I've soaked it. Haven't you eaten it in Li's Zhuangzi? Lu Huaishan also liked to eat pickled cabbage, but it wasn't too sour. If it was too sour, his teeth would feel uncomfortable. At home, he had learned from Li's Zhuangzi's simple method of cooking pickled cabbage in a large vat. If he didn't soak the pickled cabbage properly, the dish would still have a foul smell. Yesterday and today, the pickled cabbage in Zhuangzi was steamed with streaky pork, with some seasoning and ginger slices added. That's how it tastes. Yao Chong expressed that what was the point of comparing Zhuangzi's dishes? After eating, send the 2 firecrackers over. Tell them to open it up and take a look. This old man doesn't believe that Li can take it out and others can't learn it. Yao Chong said as he picked up a cucumber with garlic paste and threw it into his mouth. Ouch! My teeth. It hurts, it's cold and hissing. Yao Chong didn't chew much. He covered his left cheek with his left hand and cried out in pain. Prime Minister Yao, tomorrow you have to go to Li's place and ask if he wants to pull it out. Otherwise, you can go directly to the Imperial Medical Department. I'm afraid I'll pull it out for you. Zhang Shua said sympathetically. What he meant was to let Li take a look at it first because he also had the same situation and had his teeth pulled out. Later, when he went to Li's Zhuangzi and saw the same situation, Li took care of it. I'll hold on a little longer. Even if I can't do it tomorrow, at least the day after tomorrow. What if King Song is still around tomorrow? Yao Chong decided not to let King Song see his situation. In layman's terms it was, I don't want you to see my injuries. I've never regretted it, regardless of rain or shine. Thank you. I really didn't do a good job in suturing the liver. If a living person dies now, I'll slowly sew it up for you. I'll burn at least 5 caddies of joss paper made with copper coins. I'll burn them one by one. Li had just finished suturing a cadaver's liver. The liver was fragmented. Because of the lack of blood, the physical properties of the liver were different from a normal liver. Li was careless when he was operating, and the liver broke. He was sweating as he carefully sewed it up one by one. This was the rule. No matter how rough the operation was, he had to give face to the cadaver. Every part had to be sutured properly, even if it was burned. If anyone dared to open the abdomen and send it to the crematorium to be burned, It would be a serious teaching accident. The student would be directly expelled, and the worst punishment for the instructor would be the revocation of his teaching qualifications or even his medical qualifications. When the cadaver wrote down the words "with my body, I'll provide for your needs. But those who wish to be a doctor will be able to perform the surgery without fear." It was destined that those who studied medicine would have to give them sufficient respect. They were not to be discussed, photographed, or profaned. Although these stolen words were not written, Li Yi still followed the rules. After everything was done properly, he wiped his sweat. Then, he suddenly realized that there was a problem with the liver. It was too brittle. Did it have too much heavy metal content? He turned around and went to get the testing equipment. He wanted to see how the person died and what did he eat. Did he eat a mercury pill every day? Could it be that he ate too many pills used to concoct pills? I remember that Li Longji's two sisters liked to eat them, and then, Li Yi muttered to himself as he carried out the test. Then, he found that the heavy metal content was indeed excessive. He can't eat those pills anymore. It's different from traditional Chinese medicine. I should talk to Big Brother and Third Brother and ask them who is still eating them. They must be stopped. Li Yi put the body down and went outside to look at the sky. The stars had come out and the moon had risen. It was not round enough, so it was gradually turning to the last quarter moon. When it came to New Year's Eve, the moon would no longer be visible. It would slowly turn to the last quarter moon until the full moon on the 15th day of the first lunar month. Li Yi took a shower and changed his clothes for dinner. He saw Old Man Mu and Lady Mu. Squire Mu? Li Yi wondered. Why didn't they leave? I want to stay here for a few days. Am I bothering you? There are 10 cows. Squire Mu, you can stay if you want. There's no need for cows. I'll give Lady Mu acupuncture on her leg, mainly moxibustion. Li Yi didn't want to ask for anything else. Songda said that the jade was worth at least 200 taels. If they wanted to stay, they could stay. It was like a sanatorium. Chapter 196. Pa. A book with the words Gunpowder Production Safety Operation Manual written on it was slapped on Yao Chong's desk. The palace was currently being cleaned up, and there were many people coming and going. Thus, no one reported Li Chengqi's arrival in advance. Yao Chong was taken aback. Lowering his head to look at the words on the book, he harumphed coldly, "King Song, are you here to humiliate me?" Li Chengqi's mouth twitched. "Hurry up and take it. Otherwise, if someone were to die from the explosion, those people might come looking for you at night." "Why would I be afraid of such things?" Yao Chong replied stubbornly. He casually picked up the book and flipped through it. As he flipped through it, he said, "This is done separately. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have been allowed to bring fire in. Of course it's done properly. As for sweeping one's body with a metal rod to remove static electricity? Static electricity? Ah, that's right." Li Chengqi didn't want to listen anymore. Thus he turned around and left. Since it's done properly, why did so many people get injured a few days ago? When Li Chengqi walked out of the political affairs hall, someone reported, "He's gone. King Song has left." "Where were you when King Song came? If you had informed me in advance, I would have been able to hide." Yao Chong was furious. The informant shrank back. Then he turned around and ran off. As he ran, he muttered, "Where can you hide? Back home? Prime Minister Yao, since King Song dares to be rude to you, why don't we impeach him together?" Zhang Shua was enjoying the show. "Shoo shoo shoo, if he doesn't rebel, what can we do to him?" Yao Chong was helpless. King Song had given up his position as the crown prince on his own accord. King Song usually had nothing to do. Didn't you see how the football tournament cost him a lot of money? Furthermore, it seemed to have nothing to do with the people's livelihood. Yet no one said a word. Everyone pretended that they didn't see anything. Otherwise, if they were to submit an impeachment memorial, they would be trying to frame His Majesty as a traitor. What about the manual? Zhang Shua calmly forgot about the matter of instigating the rebellion. He pointed to the safety manual and asked, "Get someone to make a copy and send it to the workshop. We have to strictly follow the instructions." It seems like there are times when Li Yi's literary talent is lacking as well. Yao Chong found a new low point. He pointed and read out one of the clauses, You must definitely separate the saltpeter and sulfur. If you see it in pieces, you must not use a hammer to smash it. Look at this literary talent. Yao Chong despised him, but his mood improved a lot. Zhang Shua and Lu Huaishan nodded in agreement. Lu Huaishan suggested, why don't we change it? If I don't change it, I will let those people know that Li Yi's literary talent is not good. Yao Chong chose to copy. He knew that those people wouldn't be able to understand it after he changed it. He even felt that it could be simpler. Zhang Shua took it and looked at it. He shook his head. It's a pity that there's no mention of the drug in the second kick. Otherwise we could make the same thing. Yao Chong sat there and thought for a moment. Then a smile appeared on his face. This gunpowder technique can be used for military purposes. Let's see how he sells it. He wrote a separate memorial, saying that military weapons and the foundation of the country should not be used lightly. Soon Li Longji saw Yao Chong's memorial. He flipped through it a few times and threw it aside. He said to Gao Lishur, go to Zhuangzi to buy soy sauce and bring back some firecrackers. I've been too busy these past few days, so I can't go in person. Gao Lishur accepted the order and left. When he arrived, Zhuangzi was measuring the children's bodies to make new clothes for them to wear on New Year's Eve. The adults also had new clothes to make, but they didn't need to be measured. The children were growing every day, so the previous measurements were not accurate. Change the clothes that are too small to wear. Change them to waistcoats. Change the trousers to 3/4 pants. Wear them in summer. Throw the shoes that are too small and the leftovers to the paper mill. Li Yi said to Song Da, who was standing next to him with his sleeves folded, as he watched the people in the garment workshop measure the children. Dongzhu, change the older children's clothes. You can give them to the younger children. Song Da reminded. The clothes weren't torn and looked very new. Wouldn't that make this Dongzhu seem poor? I want new clothes. Also, make one set for each of the 220 students. I already had one set last year. It's time to improve the treatment. Li Yi also took care of the students who came later. When the students came, they had their own clothes, so Zhuangzi gave them one set. Unlike the 42 students, who were given several sets in winter, he was worried that if he gave them too much at once, the students wouldn't cherish the good days. What if they ran away with several sets of new clothes? Now that they were no longer afraid, they were used to Zhuangzi's routine. The students' hearts calmed down. Li Dongzhu, are you giving benefits to the farmers again? Gao Lishur came over to take a look and said to Li Yi with a smile. Sigh. There's no other way. There's too much money to spend. Li Yi also laughed. I heard that Dongzhu and Zhuangzi have firecrackers. I also want to play with them. Gao Lishur opened his mouth and stretched out his hand. Well said, well said. During the day, set off the firecrackers and listen to the movements. At night, set off the flowers. Li Yi knew that his brother had passed the message. He had already prepared and set off the firecrackers specially for the imperial palace. When the time comes, Zhuangzi and the imperial palace will set off the firecrackers together. When others see the beauty of the firecrackers, they will spend a lot of money to buy them. Gao Lishur hesitated for a moment before asking, Li Dongzhu, can firecrackers be used in the military? Yes, and they are very sharp. I'm still thinking about how to use them. Li Yi lied. He already knew how to use them. When the warhorses hear the sounds, will they be frightened? Gao Lishur asked. Just listen to the sounds for a while. Once you get used to it, the horses won't be afraid. Li Yi recalled the situation of the artillery against the cavalry. If the artillery discovered the cavalry in advance, the cavalry would be finished. If the cavalry launched a surprise attack on the artillery would be useless. If they met at a distance of 2 kilometers, the artillery would be dumbfounded. Before they could set up the cannons, the cavalry would charge in. 5 kilometers. The cavalry must immediately disperse and take a detour. 10 kilometers. Run. The cavalry can run as fast as they can. Gao Lishur still didn't know that there were artillery. He analyzed again. He said, after our cavalry familiarizes themselves with the enemy cavalry, will the firecrackers be of great use? When I make them, I won't fight with them. Li Yi shook his head. They already had firecrackers. Why would they still charge? It was still okay to chase after them. Li Dongzhu, write a method of using firecrackers in the military. The winged knights need to know in advance. Gao Lishir took the initiative to help Li Longji consider. Okay, I'll write it now. General Gao, go and learn the methods of lighting firecrackers. Li Yi called Songda to take charge and return to the courtyard. For a while there were crackling sounds and not very dazzling fireworks on Zhuangzi. When it was almost noon the things were loaded. Gao Lishir didn't eat. He and the people he brought took a roll each and rushed back to eat. Songda, after lunch, take the children to the city. Install more firecrackers and let the children play. If someone asks about the price, say 2 coins for one and 1 coin for one more. During lunch, Li Yi didn't go to the private room. Instead, he sat in front of Songda. Do you want money or silk? The price of silk seems to be lower in the market recently. Songda meant that he wanted money. I'll take whatever the official price is. I don't want the rotten ones. Li Yi lowered his head and thought about it. He decided to support the officials. Even if the silk was not used as money, it could be used for other purposes. It was good to paste windows. After lunch, the children began to dress up when they heard that they were going to the city to play in the afternoon. They combed their hair and checked if there were any wrinkles on their clothes. If there was mud on their shoes, they quickly brushed it off with a brush. They got in the car and took a lot of firecrackers to Chang'an to show off. Chapter 197. In the afternoon of Chang'an, outside Chunming Gate, the non-commissioned officer who was guarding the gate looked at the luxurious 4-wheeled carriage in the distance, and the people who went in and out of the gate were also stunned. The carriage was pulled by 2 tall red horses. The red horses had copper bells around their necks, which jingled when they walked. Oh! Many people exclaimed in surprise as the road took a turn. Not only one, but there were 4 similar big carriages behind, and there seemed to be some patterns painted on the carriages. Behind them were 10 carriages with 4 wheels, but the horses pulling them were of different colors. They were shorter than the horses in front, and the carriages were shorter. However, no matter how short the carriages were and how short the horses were, they were still 4-wheeled 2-horse carriages. The key point was that there were riders in armor and cloaks, with bows and swords in their hands, who went to the open area and surrounded the carriages. There were 20 of them. They were all in white cloaks and red clothes, which made people know that they were not ordinary guards. Which big family is this? How much does a carriage cost? Ordinary people can't afford to raise a horse. The axles of the wheels are different from those of the popular 4-wheeled carriages in the city. Are they made of copper? Iron. There are flags on the carriages. Who can read? Li royal family? No wonder. There is also the word Ba, not royal family. I know where they are from. They are the carriages of the Li family Zhuangzi in Ba Shui. Which Li family village? They are newcomers. Besides the Zhuangzi of Li Yi, who dares to say that they are from the Li family village? The boss of Heavenly World. The crowd was talking. As the carriages approached, people moved aside. Even if the road was wide enough, they were afraid of bumping into the carriages. When the carriages arrived at the city gate, Songda, who was sitting in front of the first carriage, jumped out of the carriage and made a fist and palm salute to the non-commissioned officer. Everyone, today my Zhuangzi children come to the city to play. Thank you for your trouble. After he finished speaking, people from the carriage behind came down with 4 honeycomb coal stoves and lit them on the spot. He then placed 4 pots on the rack and opened the lids of the pots for the non-commissioned officer to see. I came in a hurry and didn't prepare anything. Coincidentally, there is some leftover mutton stew in the manor's canteen. I brought some soup for everyone to drink to warm their stomachs. Come back later and take the stove and pot away, Songda said, leaving behind a pile of bowls and chopsticks, and got into the car. The convoy entered the city. The non-commissioned officer thanked him profusely. Just now they saw that the pot was full of good mutton. There was not much soup and there were no leftovers at all. Saying that it was leftovers was not considered a bribe. Moreover, she could even get a beautiful ceramic bowl. Just now, the steward of the Li family Zhuangzi said to fetch the stove and pot, but didn't mention anything about the bowl. As soon as the motorcade entered the city, they arrived at the south side of Xingqing Palace. Li Longji and Empress Wang were in Xingqing Palace. The firecrackers were directly brought here by Gao Lisher to keep it a secret. Empress, the Li family Zhuangzi's carriages are here. They just entered the city gates. Xie ran and shouted, "Let's go upstairs and see from there," Li Longji said and walked to the tall building. They went upstairs and saw the luxurious motorcade come in, and then stop outside the south wall of Xingqing Palace. The children began to go out. There were 25 children in one car, a total of 125 children. The little guys in the scholars' robes looked so cute. "San Lang, lend me your binoculars." Empress Wang stretched back to grab the binoculars in Li Longji's hand. Li Longji gave it to her, and she looked at it. They are lining up according to their size. The small ones are in front and the biggest boy is standing next to the front of the line shouting slogans, right? Empress Wang looked and said. Li Longji could only look with his eyes. "Next time I will urge Brother Yi to quickly make a telescope with glass. I don't dare to take this telescope. I will exchange my life for it." "Okay. When uncle is done, we will exchange the 7 children at the border." Empress Wang supported. The children below lined up in 4 columns, each with 31 children. Including the children shouting slogans at the side, there were exactly 125 children. The passers-by stopped in their tracks one after another. They were all frightened by this lineup. Each and every one of them looked like little dolls, making people want to carry them home. 4 horses ran to the front and slowed down. 121, 121, 1234. The children shouting slogans shouted, 1234. The other children shouted, Tang Dynasty. The leader shouted again, Tang Dynasty, obeying the heavens. His Majesty told me to wear clothes. During the Kaiyuan period, prosperity was passed down, following His Majesty to eat. Tang generals guarding the border. Retired emperor retired, said King Song. Meritorious service. Empress Wang stabilizing the harem. His Majesty loves the people like his own children. The children shouted slogans while walking, and their crisp voices spread in all directions. Ha 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 ha. Li Longji laughed upstairs. Ha ha, look, Sanlang, uncle is here first. This is for His Majesty, outside Xingqing Palace. Empress Wang laughed and said Li Yi's purpose. The children got off the carriage and shouted slogans. Obviously, they wanted to let the people in Xingqing Palace hear it and pass it to His Majesty's ears. Good, good. Should I reward you? Li Longji found it interesting. The onlookers were confused. What are they doing? A group of children praising the current emperor? No, retired emperor, King Song, and Empress Wang were praised together. The children repeated 3 times and walked less than 500 meters. Stand still, the leader shouted. 1, 2. The children followed suit and stopped with the sound of their feet hitting the ground. The farmers behind them carefully carried the boxes over and opened them. The children lined up to take the boxes and put them in their pockets. Let's go, under the bridge in front of the gate. The leader shouted again. Swim past a group of ducks. Come and count 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. The children shouted. Then they started to sing. Every time they sang a line, they threw a cracker to the ground. Pa, pa. This had never happened in Chang, and for many years. The adults were confused, but the children were looking forward to it. Some of them even tried to learn to sing, but they didn't get anything that would make a sound. Go and ask how much it costs. Buy some for the children. I can't be praised for nothing. Li Longji ordered. Someone ran out to find Songda and asked him to buy at least 50 crackers at one time. Each cracker cost 2 renminbi. More than 100 crackers cost 1 renminbi. The people in Xingqing Palace bought 2,000 crackers without hesitation. They gave him 2 big skewers of Kaiyuan tongbao, which weighed more than 5 kilograms. Then they shouted to the envious children. His Majesty will buy some for you. Line up. Look at the children of Ba Shuili family Zhuangzi. Look at how well they are lining up. The children cheered at once. They shouted, His Majesty is good, and ran over to get the crackers. They heard it just now. Each cracker costs 1 renminbi. 5 crackers per person. Don't take more. The people in the palace limited the number of crackers they could get. For a time, more children had the crackers. Some directly threw them to the ground, while some were reluctant to sell them. 5 crackers meant 5 renminbi. The children also learned to sing. Songda felt it was enough. He ran to the leader and said something. Then the children shouted the same words as before, which were to promote the Tang dynasty. They walked all the way to Xingqing Palace. In front of them was Xingyafang, and opposite Xingyafang was the East Market. The Heavenly World restaurant was at the front. At this point the children were tired. Go to the first floor to have a rest, the leader said. The children changed from 4 to 2 and walked in one by one. Why did you go in? Can you enter the Heavenly World restaurant as you please? Someone just came and was happy to hear the children's voices. Then he saw the children enter the Heavenly World restaurant. It's their own restaurant. Why can't they enter? Li Yi and Li Dongzhu. Someone sighed. Chapter 198. The children entered the lounge on the first floor of Heaven on Earth. The waitress quickly brought down hot juice and helped wipe their sweat. The little guys were very excited. So many other children were learning from them. It was lively outside. It's said that the villagers of Li family Zhuangzi live a good life. I've never seen it before. Today I believe it. Children grow up quickly. You can tell at a glance that the clothes the children wear are not modified from old clothes. But they are not new clothes either. They wear them on a daily basis. Their little faces are red and tender. It makes people want to take a bite. Zhuangzi is rich and willing to spend money. Enjoy life as a villager of Li Yi. When Songda recruited people, there were already many who wanted to go. Those who were not chosen thought that it was just SOSO. Now, girls are also studying. Daughters of rich families. Good boy, this group of children will be amazing when they grow up. My children are disobedient. They won't listen to me no matter how I beat them. The people who came from the manor will clean up the place. The people who sweep the streets will go over and do the work. Songda will even pay. This is called benevolence and righteousness. Li Dongzhu has saved countless people. Isn't it just some stinky money? If I had that money I could do it too. Yes, why don't you have that money? I don't have a zhuangzi. If you give me a zhuangzi I can do it. Others have a zhuangzi, but they can't do as well as Li Yi. That's because others are stupid. If others are stupid, can others save up a big zhuangzi? If you're not stupid, why don't you have a zhuangzi? I'm not talking to you. You only know how to flatter others. Your family must be incapable. Who did I flatter? The old man was unhappy. A coachman next to him came over and said to the old man, Yao Xiang, are you still going up? No, let's go back to the palace. The old man glared at the person who just spoke, flicked his sleeves and left. The surroundings were quiet until Yao Chong walked far away. Everyone looked at the person who had just spoken and automatically spread out to form a perimeter. Prime Minister Yao is again stewing meat at home. I have to go back. The man covered his face with his sleeve and ran away. Yao Chong complained, what a big entourage. The Li family zhuangzi child is going out, right? Who are you putting on an act for? Isn't it just some stinky money? If this old man had that zhuangzi, I think this old man could do it too. The lackeys pretended not to hear him. You're a high-ranking official, so you're right. The children rested for a while and recovered quickly. They were alive and kicking again. Once again they lined up to advertise. The promotion of nursery rhymes and firecrackers attracted a lot of attention along the way. Some people even heard about it and came from afar to take a look. Songda started to throw the firecrackers at the takeout. 1 copper coin for one. No one would spend 100 copper coins to buy 50 of them. They felt that Songda was slow-witted. Who wouldn't directly buy 100 of them at the same price? Steward Song, are you selling firecrackers? I'll buy one for my grandson for 2 coins. A man in his 50s held a child's hand and asked, I'm not selling. At least 50. Moreover, I won't sell it even if the child comes to buy it himself. Songda decisively refused. The child cried. The old man begged Songda, but Songda still shook his head. He didn't even look at the child. There was an ordinary 4-wheeled carriage beside them. They slightly lifted the curtain to take a look. Seeing that there were people from Xingqing Palace who wanted to send the firecrackers, the people in the carriage said, no. Remember this child. Give it to anyone but him. The people in the palace immediately stopped and went to throw the firecrackers for the other children. Brother E is benevolent. He's afraid that the poor will spoil the child. So he set the price of 100 copper coins. He's also worried that the child will steal the money to buy it. Therefore, the child comes alone and won't sell it. Li Longji, who ran out of the carriage to watch the fun, saw the situation of the man and his grandson. He was angry. He lamented his misfortune and hated his incompetence. Uncle is really good at teaching children. Although he gave a lot of good things to the child, he never spoiled him. Empress Wang shook her head gently. She didn't pity the child. The grandfather over there began to coax his grandson to buy the firecrackers from other children. Li Longji gritted his teeth. Arrange it. That child can't play with the firecrackers today. Sanlang, Pei Yaoqing arranged some people to perform during the New Year's festival to promote the promotion. Empress Wang felt that the nursery rhyme was good. She was included in it, and she was credited for managing the harem. On the other side of the political affairs hall, Yao Chong came in angrily. Yuanji's soy sauce didn't come back? Lu Huaishan asked. Yao Chong said that he wanted to go to the heavenly earth to buy some soy sauce to eat dumplings at home. Li Yi, you don't have the backbone of a scholar. You brought out the child in Zhuangzi. There were 15 four-wheeled carriages. The 5 carriages the children rode in were long and beautiful. The horses were of the same color. When you came down from Xingqing Palace, you called me the Tang Dynasty. In accordance with the heavens, His Majesty told me to wear clothes. In the Kaiyuan period, the Golden Age was passed down. Following His Majesty to eat to his heart's content, Yao Chong tried hard to imitate the child's movements and sang in a childish voice. After he finished, he said angrily, "Shameless, too shameless." "Ha!" Zhang Shua laughed. Prime Minister Yao's voice does sound a little naive. Lu Huaishan also laughed. "Yunji, why are you angry?" Li Yi is afraid that he has too many good things and will be coveted. Naturally, he wants to live. He doesn't know that his third brother is His Majesty. But this is too straightforward. I don't believe that Li Yi can't write better. Yao Chong sat down to drink water. More than 100 children, right? Is the lineup beautiful? Zhang Shua imagined in his mind. He saw a group of children in neat school uniforms when he was eating in the cafeteria. The visual impact was too great. Before tomorrow, the whole Chang'an will know. He even took the opportunity to sell broken firecrackers. 1 copper coin for one. Listen, not 1 copper coin. Is this how you make money from gunpowder? Yao Chong said another thing that made him feel uncomfortable. He knew about the firecrackers and asked the gunpowder workshop to make them. The children would not be hurt, but the workshop could not make them. It was just a piece of paper with a bit of medicine. 2 pieces of clay would make a sound when smashed, but the workshop said that they could not do anything. Zhang Shua poured himself some hot water and held the cup with both hands. Prime Minister Yao wants to make money from the firecrackers and then buy things for the workshop? If Li Yi can sell it, why can't others? I can think of a way. The cost of the firecrackers is not high, but at least 10 times the profit. Yao Chong said the actual situation. The profit was that high. The more firecrackers they made, the better the technology, the more paper and paste they saved, and the lower the cost. Half an hour later, someone ran in. He entered Yao Chong's office alone and reported in a low voice, "The Li family Zhuangzi's firecrackers are sold out. They are taking them out from the workshops and continuing to sell them. There are more in the other workshops." Yao Chong put down his pen. "They give the firecrackers to the ladies who have nothing to do. They make clay and wrap them up. They give 1 copper coin for 50 firecrackers. They can get more than 40 copper coins a day, and the least is 30 copper coins a day. Those people have more ways to make money. They all say that Li Yi is benevolent and righteous." The informant replied, "What benevolent and righteous? They only give 1 copper coin for 50 firecrackers. He earns the rest. How is that benevolent and righteous?" Yao Chong calculated the cost. 30 copper coins a day. Some of them can't even compare to that. The informant spoke from another perspective. "Got it." Yao Chong picked up the pen again and the informant left. Yao Chong threw the pen aside again. Paper firecrackers, paper firecrackers. Chapter 199. Children sing sweet and innocent songs, reminiscing their childhood days. But how many years have passed in their lives, making people sigh? A sweet smile just like plum blossoms. Not afraid of the cold west wind. Accompanied by a fragrance. The first year Qingming Ming. His Majesty's kindness spread through the Tang dynasty. The people's hearts were warm. The first year, along with happiness, Empress Rongda came to the people. The Tang dynasty lasted for thousands of years. There was a strong man shaking the border, our Tang dynasty surpassing the past. The children of the Li family Zhuangzi continued to walk west from the East Market. When they reached the Pyongkong Square, the words they shouted changed again. Because after the Pyongkong Square was the palace city, Li thought that Empress Wang might not be having a good time now, so he had to help her. He always felt that if Empress Wang Yurong had not been tricked to death by Li Longji, then the Ma Weipa incident would not have happened. At that time, a group of people forced Li Longji to kill Yang Guifei. But what if it was Empress Wang? Although Empress Wang was very old at that time, she could still get on the horse and charge. Other people did not know that Li Yi had this plan. If they did not have guards on horseback watching them, they would have rushed over to hug the children and kissed them. The children in front were 4 or 5 years old, with serious expressions on their faces. When they wore the scholars' clothes, they looked like cartoon versions of scholars. When they walked, they followed the rhythm, swinging their legs and arms. They were as cute as they could be. Just one of them was very likable, not to mention a large group of them. The people of Chong, and had never seen such a situation. When scholars went out it was messy, and when the army went out it was not elegant. The children worked hard to line up neatly. Some of them stepped on the wrong foot, and the ones behind bumped into the ones in front. The ones in front quickly changed and then changed again. Many people recalled their childhood, but their memories were vague. The innocence at that time was worn away by time, and now they could only sigh. A gust of cold wind blew the dust on the street over. The little ones bowed their heads together, waiting for the wind to pass. They puffed out their chests and raised their heads. The few people in front squinted their eyes, rubbed them and shed 2 drops of tears. They wiped their tears and smiled at the concerned adults beside them. That kind of cuteness, that kind of strength was like the blooming of winter plum blossoms, proud and unyielding. It made one's heart tremble. The girls in Pyongkong Square rushed out, ignoring the children's groups. They found a girl and squatted down, hugging and kissing her. Everyone, you can't kiss anymore. Saliva wind wrinkled face. Quick, stop hugging. We have to walk to the imperial city. Songda and the other villagers tried to stop him. Was this fellow crazy? After much difficulty, she managed to persuade the girls from Pyongkong Square to stop. She began to wipe the face of the child who was stunned by the kiss and apply ointment. It was a skincare product made from tea oil, white wax, beeswax, and glycerin, which was also known as clam oil. After tidying up, everything was ready. After regrouping, the children continued to move forward while smashing the cannons. Many people heard about it and even rode their horses over to take a look. Some of the big families ran their own schools and some of the officials ran their own schools. They felt ashamed after seeing it. Who would run a school and make clothes for the children? Moreover, one could tell that the cloth was expensive just by looking at it. The little shoes were also very beautiful. The children walked in front, followed by the group of carriages. The girls from Pyongkong Square also came out of the carriages and followed them. These were the dolls of Li Lang and Zhuangzi. They listened to the content of the children's speech, discussed for a while, and arranged the music on the spot. The magistrate of Chang'an Pei Yaoqing also saw it. He looked at it with the other 2 county officials and was very depressed. Chang'an County naturally had an official school. Excluding the Imperial College and the Imperial College, it was just a primary school for children. Pei Yaoqing felt a lot of pressure. Today, the children of Li family Zhuangzi came out to show their faces. Tomorrow, others would compare them with the primary school of Chang'an. The uniform, the spirit, and the spirit of the children were something that other primary school children did not have. However, there would definitely be people who would criticize him as the county magistrate. Look at the primary school that other people set up. You, the magistrate of Chang'an, can't even compare with Zhuangzi's Dongzhu? It can't be compared. Pei Yaoqing muttered, is there still justice? Li Yi, my little brother Yi, are you trying to kill your elder brother? This is troublesome. Fan Ai, the county magistrate, had a bitter face. Sigh. The other county magistrate, Du Yin, only sighed. Huanji, why don't we also pay for the primary school in the county? Fan Ai was afraid that some parents would beat him, so he thought of a way. Yulan, is this a matter of money? Li Yi's curriculum was changed by him. The children still have to learn discipline and then tell stories. They have been cultivating this thing called the spirit of collectivism. Yes, that's what Li Yi said. Pei Yaoqing knew how much effort Li Yi had put in to take care of the children. What he saw in front of him was the result of all the things piled up together. Could it only be done with money? Pei Yaoqing was worried when the sound of relatively neat horse hooves appeared. A group of cavalry came from the direction of the palace. Each of them was riding a tall horse. The people on the horses were wearing black clothes and red cloaks. They were wearing light armor, crowned helmets, crossbows, and hard bows. A flag fluttered in the wind with the word, "Flying," written on it. Seeing these people, many onlookers knew who they were. It was said that they were the strongest winged knights of the Tang dynasty. The 200 winged knights came to the side and smiled at the children. They even waved their hands. The children returned a big smile. They knew them. In the past, they were always in Zhuangzi. When Dongzhu said that he would take them to play, they would laugh. But later, when Dongzhu said that he would take them to play, these uncles stopped laughing and became afraid. They didn't know what to be afraid of. Among the onlookers, there were young women. When they saw the winged knights laughing, they suddenly made a noise. Wow! So they can laugh. I've seen them twice before. They always had a straight face. They look good when they laugh. They also look good with a straight face. What's their name again? Manly. It said that their training had a slim chance of survival. They climbed out of a pile of corpses. They don't look strong enough. They're not as strong as Ninth's helper son. He's big and strong. Ask them to take off their clothes and then look. The scars on their faces are beautiful. They're good men. The meat on their necks and shoulders are bulging. I guarantee that they're stronger than that helper son. The cute children are placed together with them. Beautiful. The women talked, laughed, and played. They weren't the only ones who saw the strong contrast between the children and the winged knights. The others also saw it. The difference between the two was so big. When the winged knights got off their horses and walked beside them, the children felt as if they were one. This is discipline. They were taught in the same way. Li Longji said to Zhang Shua in the carriage. Zhang Shua said that he wanted to take a look. When he saw them, he was led into the carriage. The craftsmen of the Li family Zhuangzi are also disciplined. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. The children are living a good life. Zhang Shua sighed. The children were still young. They were receiving basic education. In the future, they would learn how to read and do arithmetic. Li Yi would continue to teach them other subjects. As for what Li Yi knew, was there even a need to ask? Sanlang, Uncle Zhuangzi doesn't have enough guards. Why don't we arrange for some of the people from the House of Subjugation who have fought in the war there? It's best if they don't have any elders in their families. Empress Wang saw the 20 injured veterans. Some of them were riding on horses. One of their calves was empty. They didn't step on the stirrups. Chapter 200. Prime Minister Zhang, what do you think? Empress Wang spoke to Li Longji and turned to ask Zhang Shu. I would like to invite your majesty. Zhang Shua was in a dilemma. What should I say? Thus he said something ambiguous. It could be interpreted as he agreed and asked for His Majesty's instructions. It could also be said that he invited His Majesty to speak, and whatever His Majesty said was the law. Brother Yi's house can still accommodate 100 families. Li Longji talked about the house. Thus Zhang Shu and Empress Wang understood. 100 families could be sent over, and they could be considered as private soldiers. They could be used to protect Zhuangzi. At the same time, they could not be considered as private soldiers. Since the House of Subjugation was disbanded, how could they not be allowed to seek refuge with others? The children's procession walked all the way to the Vermilion Bird Gate, which faced the Vermilion Bird Avenue. They were tired again. However, the children were trying their best to stand. Fatigue was written all over their faces. Get on, get on. I will bring you to the East Market to play. Songda called out. Seeing that they were about to collapse, the children cheered and ran into the carriage. The procession turned around and the winged knights went back. Firecrackers were sold off in an instant. All the firecrackers produced in the city were sold off. There were a total of 200 families and they were all from the poorest families. On average, each person produced 1,700 firecrackers a day. Some families had 3 people working on it, including the wife and the children. On average, they produced more than 2,000 firecrackers. Including the time needed to transport the yellow mud and dry the firecrackers, each family produced more than 12,000 firecrackers. Zhuangzi earned 2.4 million yuan. It was no wonder that Yao Chong was jealous. When the children arrived at the East Market, they formed a group to play. They only looked at the firecrackers and did not buy anything. The only things in the East Market that the children could not use were the things that Zhuangzi could provide. The children did not care about snacks. How much could they eat? How could they compare to what they had at home? Even the candied hawthorns that King Song and Li Chengqi sold were not good enough for the children. The candies were too big and they would get toothache if they ate too much. Furthermore, there were only hawthorns and nothing else. Zhuangzi had peony, watermelon, cantaloupe, orange, grape, banana, mixed together. They looked colorful, beautiful, and delicious. How long has this oil been used for? It's all black. You'll get sick if you eat it. A little girl raised her finger and pointed at a stall that sold deep-fried food. The other party didn't understand what he meant. Wouldn't deep-fried things be black? Ever since the invention of the soybean oil extraction method, deep-fried things had become more popular. You can't eat it. You'll get sick, the little girl said kindly to the other children. The children looked at her in surprise, thinking that she was pretty. Little doll, don't talk nonsense. How could you be sick? I'll eat it for you to see. The stall owner was furious. Was he trying to cause trouble? Whose child was it? Don't shout. Child, speak the truth. What are you shouting for? The manners guard did not agree and retorted. The people beside him hurriedly advised, Old Fifth Phone, don't say any more. The Li family Zhuangzi's child is very precious. You can't say that my oil isn't good. The stall owner lowered his voice. He couldn't afford to offend him, especially when he was shouting at a child. Let's go, let's go. Sorry, the child can't keep her mouth shut. The guard didn't continue pestering him. The little girl mumbled. Dongzhu said that I can only fry for a maximum of 8 hours. Throw it away and use it to make soap. I can't let people eat it. If they get sick from it, he'll have to treat them. It's so tiring. If you speak the truth again, I'll beat you up. The guard glared at her. Father, I won't speak anymore. The little girl pouted. The guard was her father. The stall owner shrunk his neck. Luckily, he didn't scold the girl's family and didn't beat her up. Otherwise, very soon, the entire East City knew that the group of children had returned to stroll around. The rich people who bought things in the East City didn't dare to provoke them. They were even more unwilling to get into trouble than the common folk. If they had the guts to bully people and children, they might as well find trouble with Li Yi. Li Yi was Dongzhu. If they found trouble with him, they could just apologize. If they bullied the child, they would have to think about the magnanimity of the Prime Minister. Brother, do you have any firecrackers? Father bought 1,000 of them and didn't let me play with them. I just wanted to touch them. A little boy ran over and said to a villager child who looked slightly older than him. The villager child took one out from his pocket and secretly gave it to the boy. Brother, why don't you play with them? The boy looked around and hid the firecrackers. I'm happy to see you play with them. The villager boy actually felt that the firecrackers weren't fun anymore. His arms hurt. Why? I'm happy to. The boy said. We're fated. In the future, remember to buy anything from the Li family Zhuangzi. The villager boy said sincerely. Okay. The villager boy felt that he had found a confidant. Many of the villager children were selling things. They were used to living a hard life and were very shrewd. Children from poor families were already in charge of the household. It was just that they met Li Yi and lived a good life. It didn't mean that they were stupid. Some of the children were almost sold off because they were poor, especially the little girls. Songda didn't follow them. He took 2 million out of the 2.4 million yuan he earned from selling the firecrackers back to Zhuangzi. The remaining 400,000 yuan worth of silk was placed at the entrance of Xingqing Palace and handed over the invitation written by Li Yi. The gatekeeper didn't care about the mountain of silk and entered with the invitation. Li Longji returned with Zhangshu. Empress Wang gave him face and didn't rest. In fact, she was too excited and didn't want to rest. Daoji, look. I told you that Brother Yi would send a portion of the money over. Sure enough. Li Longji said to Zhangshu, Your Majesty is able to predict the future. This subject admires you. Zhangshua flattered. Then he asked, What did Li Yi write? Don't tell me it's still that. What? Empress Wang interrupted. What? How obscure can a nursery rhyme be for children? This subject forgot. Zhangshua corrected his mistake as fast as he could. The Empress has a son in her belly. How scary is that? Li Longji opened the invitation and read, Brilliant heavenly omen, Zizi Shunyao. Foresees sing peaceful 8 directions around. Flowing clouds, clear sky, blue water surging. Where the emperor's heart lies, people's lives shall be spared. People's suffering shall be shared. Clothes shall be worn together. The barren land shall remain unchanged. The Li family's grace shall be high. As Zhangshua listened, he shook his head. Yes, this was what Li Yi should have written. Matching the 4 literary styles all the way down. Li Longji continued to read, Winter snow and cold wind invade. Coal and firewood burn incessantly. Chang'an's palace watch out. Zhangshua continued. Good. Li Lu Xing one is out, multiplying with Pian Si Ping Shu. Li Longji read, Your Majesty, quickly give this money to the people. Since it's New Year, you must find those who are poor, especially those who are sick. The imperial physicians of the Imperial Physician Department had nothing better to do. Tell them, do they still want other medical books? Go see a doctor, otherwise they won't give it. Even if I write it, they won't give it, they'll burn it. Zhangshua was listening comfortably when he suddenly heard these words. He jumped out of his chair and gritted his teeth. Your Majesty, how can he blaspheme you like this? He should be punished. Zhangshua felt that there was something in his heart that he could not vent. It was very uncomfortable. Empress Wang laughed. Empress, if Li Yi wrote the entire thing, it would be a poem. Unfortunately, how could he dare? What Zhangshua wanted to do the most was to rush to Zhuangzi, grab Li Yi, and make him delete the nonsense at the back and rewrite it. He felt that it was as disgusting as eating half a fly during a meal. His good mood for the day was gone. Ha ha ha. Li Longji also laughed and said, The first part is nonsense, the last part is the key. Yes. Empress Wang held back her laughter and said, 400,000 can buy a lot of things. My uncle and I have a lot of money. Why don't we take some out and share it with the people? She was not short of money now. The rice cakes were selling well. And there was also the business between her uncle and Li Yi. The majority of it was in the palace. She had money. Although a part of it was used to invest in marine products, there was still a lot left.